Chapter 3064. As soon as the thieving demon tribulation venerate gave the order, the entire sky Marshall Mountain range fell into a state of shock. All the members of the Saint Demon Bandits went out to look for Fong Chun. They would report to him as soon as they found any clues. However, for Fong Chun, this was not difficult at all. He was a space-time martial artist and had great potential in the space-time doctrine. As long as the bandit demon tribulation master did not stop him, he could kill them in an instant. Every time he encountered a member of the Saint Demon Bandits, Fong Chun would kill them as fast as he could. He forced his way out of the encirclement of the Saint Devil Bandits, carving out a bloody path. As time went by, Fong Chun was getting further and further away from the Tianwu mountain range. Whoosh! After 3 months, he finally crossed the Tianwu mountain range. Phew! Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. His goal was to explore the relics in the Jinwu mountain range. The Tianwu mountain range was just a small interlude. As for the Saint Demon Bandits, he could not be bothered with them. With a thought, Bai Feng and Bai Yin walked out of the Dark Cave Mountain. Senior. Bai Feng looked around and was shocked to find that they had left the Tianwu mountain range. Did we come out? Bai Yin could not believe it, and her eyes were wide open. Could it be that the bandit demon tribulation master was killed by this senior? When Bai Feng looked at Fong Chun, his eyes were filled with shock. Swallowing his saliva, Bai Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a low voice, "Senior, thank you for saving me and my sister." "Yes, Senior, you are our savior. Since you have left the Tianwu mountain range, please come to the Bai family." Bai Yin smiled and said, "Let the Bai family thank you for saving our lives." Fong Chun pondered and nodded. He knew too little about the Jinwu mountain range and needed to get some useful information from the Bai family. "Senior, please." The three of them quickly went to the Bai family. On the way, Bai Feng also introduced the Bai family situation to Fong Chun. The Bai family was one of the strongest forces in the area. The clan leader was an expert of half-step universe god realm. 3 days later, the three of them appeared in front of the city. "Senior, this is the residence of our Bai family," Bai Feng said with a smile. At the same time, he greeted the guards at the city gate. "Senior, the patriarch already knows. He's on his way here." Bai Yin smiled faintly. She had already sent a voice transmission to her clan, telling them everything that Fong Chun had done. She could imagine how shocked the higher-ups of the clan would be when they learned about Fong Chun's methods. Just how powerful would an early-stage holy venerate be to be able to escape unscathed from the bandit demon tribulation venerate? It was unimaginable that such a monstrous genius would appear here. Voila! As soon as they entered the city, the experts of the Bai family came to welcome them. The leader wore a golden robe and had a smile on his face. "You must be Bai Feng and Bai Yan Savior, right?" The Bai family patriarch took the initiative to greet Fong Chun. "Patriarch Bai." Fong Chun nodded slightly and cupped his fists. "My Bai family is indebted to you, so we naturally have to treat you with courtesy." The Bai family patriarch said, "This way, please." The Bai family received Fong Chun with the highest standards, which naturally caused some criticism among the disciples of the clan. In an open space in the martial arts field, a man sat in the shade with a gloomy face. At this time, there were many disciples cultivating in the martial arts field. A man wearing a straw hat suddenly finished a set of fist techniques and came to the man's side. The man in the straw hat squatted down and said, "Brother Gene, I heard that the clan is going to give that guy the opportunity to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain." Brother Jin's face changed drastically when he heard the words Sealed Dragon Mountain. "Sealed Dragon Mountain?" He jumped up and said fiercely, "Is the forbidden area of our Bai family something that ordinary people can touch? I think this guy is most likely here for my Bai family Sealed Dragon Mountain." "Brother Gene." The man in the straw hat still wanted to say something, but Brother Gene stopped him. I've been working hard to cultivate so that I can enter Sealed Dragon Mountain. For this, I've asked the patriarch more than once, but he flatly refused. Now he's opening Sealed Dragon Mountain for a stranger?" Brother Gene was very angry. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family, but he was not recognized by the clan. And an outsider could get the opportunity to enter Seal Dragon Mountain just because he's saved Bai Feng and Bai Yin. He was not willing to accept it. It's nonsense for an early-stage holy venerable to resist the attack of a great tribulation supremacy. Brother Jean said, "This guy is most likely in cahoots with the bandit demon tribulation supremacy and deliberately set a trap." Thinking of this, Brother Jean left. He was going to find the patriarch and ask for the quota that originally belonged to him back. In the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion, "Yin Jin, why are you looking for me?" The Bai family patriarch said with a smile. "How's your cultivation recently?" Patriarch Bai Yunjin said in a deep voice, "I want to enter Seal Dragon Mountain." Hearing this, the Bai family patriarch knew why Bai Yunjin came. "You're jealous." Bai Yunjin shook his head. "I'm the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family. My potential is unparalleled. I've been working hard to cultivate for the opportunity to enter Seal Dragon Mountain. But the patriarch would rather give it to an outsider than to me. Did I not do well enough?" Facing Bai Yunjin's question, the Bai family patriarch shook his head gently, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. "You never understood why I didn't let you enter Seal Dragon Mountain." The Bai family patriarch sighed and said, "In your opinion, and in the eyes of all the disciples of the Bai family, Seal Dragon Mountain is full of opportunities. Once you enter, you can reach the sky in a single step. But have you thought carefully about why I didn't let you in?" Bai Yunjin was silent. "I once said that with your current strength, you can't enter Seal Dragon Mountain at all. But you didn't believe me." The Bai family patriarch continued, "All right, you can go back. If you continue to be like this, you're destined to have no fate with Seal Dragon Mountain in the future." Patriarch, Bai Yunjin was a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but the Bai family patriarch turned around and left resolutely. A trace of viciousness flashed in Bai Yunjin's eyes. The dignified leader of the younger generation of the Bai family is inferior to an outsider. Bai Yunjin's anger grew. "I want to see who you are. If I defeat you, will the higher-ups of the Bai family change their minds?" In a courtyard, Fang Chun was flipping through the files. "Senior, these are the files you need." Bai Yin smiled gently. Ding, ding, ding. The door opened, and Bai Feng walked in, bringing with him a yellowed book. "Senior, this is a secret book of the Bai family. Under normal circumstances, it would not be passed to outsiders. But the patriarch knew that you wanted to take a look and asked me to bring it to you." Bai Feng said, "This book contains a lot of detailed information about the true Martial Mountain Range. It was written by a peerless powerhouse in the history of the Bai family. It is said that he once cultivated in the true Martial Mountain Range." "Oh!" Fang Chun took the book and exclaimed softly. "Senior, are you also here for the relic of the powerhouse?" Bai Feng asked cautiously. Fang Chun raised his head, and Bai Feng hurriedly explained, "The relic in the true Martial Mountain Range has alarmed many people. It is said that powerhouses from the other 8 realms have come. That is why I guessed that Senior." Fang Chun nodded. "That's right. I am here for the relic of the powerhouse." As expected, Bai Yin thought inwardly. "Senior, although this book of the Bai family has a detailed description of the true Martial Mountain Range, as far as we know, it has nothing to do with the relic." Bai Feng reminded. "It's fine. I will take a look myself." Fang Chun said. "Okay, then we will not disturb Senior." After saying that, Bai Feng and Bai Yin prepared to leave. Dong! At this moment, the door was blown open and Bai Yunjin walked in angrily. "Bai Yunjin," Bai Feng scolded, "what are you doing? This is the courtyard that the patriarch personally arranged for Senior. How dare you barge in without Senior's permission? Do you still have any respect for the clan leader?" Bai Yin said angrily. You 2 pieces of trash. Don't use the patriarch's name to pressure me." Bai Yunjin said coldly, "I heard that a sanctimonious guy has come to our clan, so I'm here to take a look." "Impudent!" Bai Feng roared. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3065. Fang Chun was a distinguished guest of the Bai family, and also the savior of Bai Feng and Bai Yin. Even the patriarch had to treat him with respect. What was a mere Bai Yunjin to him? Seeing Bai Yunjin's impudent attitude, Bai Feng was furious. "Apologize to the senior immediately," Bai Feng said in a deep voice. "Bai Feng, who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around?" Bai Yunjin was naturally unhappy to be scolded by Bai Feng. He sneered, "If it weren't for the patriarch's care, I would have killed a piece of trash like you. And you, Bai Yin, do you think you can seduce others just because you're a beauty? What a joke. How can an outsider make you kneel and lick his boots?" All the anger accumulated in Bai Yunjin's heart was vented all at once. He stared at Fang Chun with scarlet eyes. "Kid, don't put on an act in front of me. I don't care what you did in the Bai family, but you disrupted my plan and took away the quota that belongs to me. I can't just ignore this. I can ignore everything else, but the quota of sealed Dragon Mountain belongs to me," Bai Yunjin. Fang Chun was stunned. It turned out that this guy came for the quota of sealed Dragon Mountain. Fang Chun shrugged. In fact, he didn't care about the quota of sealed Dragon Mountain, but he couldn't refuse the patriarch's invitation. "You can go." Fang Chun waved his hand and didn't want to talk to Bai Yunjin. The latter thought that he didn't dare to face him. "What? You have the ability to save these two trash from the hands of the bandit fiend Tribulation Supremacy, but you don't have the ability to fight me?" Bai Yunjin said disdainfully. "I'm very suspicious that you and the bandit fiend Tribulation Supremacy are in cahoots." As soon as these words came out, Bai Yin and Bai Feng were also shocked. They both looked at Fang Chun as fast as lightning. But soon, Bai Feng suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind. "Impudent. Senior is an honored guest of my Bai clan. What are your intentions by insulting him like this?" Bai Feng berated. Beside him, Bai Yin also shook her head gently. "There's no need to doubt Senior's identity. But you, Bai Yunjin, keep saying that Senior is colluding with the thieving Demon Tribulation Sovereign. If you don't have proof, I'll definitely report this to the Patriarch and have him punish you." "Good, very good." Bai Yunjin exploded with rage upon hearing Bai Yin and Bai Feng's words. As a member of the Bai clan, he was actually inferior to an outsider. You become someone's lackey already. At this moment, Bai Yunjin did not hide the anger in his heart at all. He opened his palms, and a powerful aura surged out and surrounded his palms. A powerful aura spread out and quickly gathered towards Fang Chun. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Chun. "If you can escape and scathe from the hands of the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord, there is no need for you to fear my challenge," Bai Yunjin said. "If you want to prove your innocence, then make your move. Senior, this is the responsibility of the Bai family. I'll go and invite the Patriarch over." Bai Feng was a little embarrassed. How would Senior feel after such a thing happened? He knew better than anyone what it meant when the upper echelons of the family agreed to give the quota to Fang Chun. In their opinion, Fang Chun's potential was unparalleled. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the realm of Sector Lords. It was easier to befriend him when he was weak than after he became a Sector Lord. It was also easier to gain his friendship. But now, Bai Yunjin had come to ruin it and even spoke arrogantly. The consequences would be unimaginable if he angered Senior. Just as Bai Feng was about to go and invite the Patriarch, Fang Chun spoke. "Forget it." Fang Chun shook his head and turned to enter the pavilion. "There's no need to trouble the Patriarch. Coward, you don't even have the courage to make your move. How dare you call yourself a genius? What a joke." Bai Yunjin roared. "The more you run, the more it proves that you're guilty." "Voila!" Fang Chun, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly stopped. He turned around and asked, "What did you just say?" "What? Guilty?" Bai Yunjin sneered. "Pa!" A crisp sound instantly entered Bai Feng and Bai Yan's ears. The two were stunned for a moment. Then they saw Bai Yunjin's body fly out like he was struck by lightning. "Gotcha!" Bai Yunjin's body heavily smashed onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his breathing was chaotic. "In my eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant." Fang Chun looked down at Bai Yunjin with disdain. "What? You're not convinced? Stand up and fight me if you have the ability." After being provoked by Fang Chun, Bai Yunjin fainted. "There's a reason why the Bai family didn't give the quota to you." Fang Chun turned and walked into the pavilion. Looking at Fang Chun's back, Bai Feng and Bai Yin finally reacted. "Sorry for disturbing Senior." After speaking, the two quickly carried Bai Yunjin and left the courtyard. The leader of the Bai family's younger generation, Bai Yunjin, was sent flying by Fang Chun. When this news spread out, the entire Bai family was shocked. especially the upper echelons of the family. They were extremely happy. The stronger Fong Chun was, the more it proved that their decision was correct. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. The Bai family's patriarch's face was gloomy. I've already told him that if he wants to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain, he needs a certain state of mind. With Bai Yunjin's personality, how can he achieve great things? Patriarch, please calm down, an elder said. Bai Yunjin has violated the sect rules. He's grounded for 1,000 years. The Bai family's patriarch announced. The elders nodded. No one refuted. Fong Chun had no idea that his actions had caused a series of reactions in the Bai clan. It was as if he had caused a whirlwind. He carefully flipped through the yellow book. Bai Zun, Fong Chun muttered. His eyes flashed with a strange look. After reading the book, he finally knew that the Bai family didn't have a single sector lord, but their foundation wasn't weaker than any of the 36 palaces in the boundless world. The root of all this was Bai Zun. Bai Zun was the most outstanding genius in the history of the Bai family. He was also the strongest martial artist. With his own strength, he brought the Bai family to the peak. His cultivation had also reached the level of an unparalleled expert, and he was respectfully called Bai Zun. Bai Zun said in the book that the true Martial Mountain Range was once a holy land for cultivation. Countless experts went there to cultivate. Fong Chun said, and he was just one of them. According to Bai Zun, the immortal emperor might have left his inheritance in the true Martial Mountain Range. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heartbeat accelerated. The immortal stellar core in his body vibrated slightly, as if responding to Fong Chen's feelings. No matter what, I must obtain the immortal stellar core. If he could condense a second immortal stellar core, his strength would definitely increase. By then, even if he encountered the tribulation supremacy, he would be able to retreat more easily. There are a total of 7 dangerous places in the true Martial Mountain Range. If you don't have enough strength, don't set foot in them. This was written in the book by Zun to warn the future disciples. Moreover, he clearly wrote down the specific locations of the 7 dangerous places. Starlight Holy Land. Fong Chen's eyes were attracted by these 4 words. Among the 7 dangerous places, only the Starlight Holy Land has a trace of connection with the immortal stellar core. Could the relic that the Shadow Killer mentioned be the Starlight Holy Land? Fong Chun secretly remembered the Starlight Holy Land in his mind. Not long after, he finished reading the book. In addition to the above information, there was no other useful information. Although I didn't get any too important information, at least it allowed me to understand the true Martial Mountain Range. Fong Chun said. At the same time, in the northern region of the 9 realms, many geniuses swarmed over. Their goal was the true Martial Mountain Range. In the true martial realm, Senior Brother Shun, recently, many people from the other 8 realms have come. They are all rushing to the true Martial Mountain Range, a man in plain clothes said in a low voice. At the edge of the cliff, a man with a sword on his back stood calmly. He looked up and saw the scenery below. A cool breeze blew, and his robe swayed. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were some imperceptible sword chi halos around his body. Competing with the strong, fighting against the geniuses, breaking through in bloody battles, and gaining enlightenment at the edge of life and death. The man with the sword on his back said softly, "This is the life that I yearn for. It is also my lifelong pursuit." Senior Brother Shin's potential is unrivaled in the Eastern region. As early as a few hundred years ago, Senior Brother Shun had the opportunity to enter the Northern region, but he gave up. That person said, "Everyone knows that Senior Apprentice Brother Shun is tempering himself in the mortal world to cultivate his heart and nature." I firmly believe that Senior Brother Shun will become as strong as the Realm Lord in the future, or even stronger, and enjoy the admiration of the world. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3066. It wasn't without reason that the true martial domain was able to become the head of the 9 domains in the Eastern region. The experts were as numerous as the clouds. If the other 8 domains were only first-rate powers, then the true martial domain was the true top power. In the Eastern region, there was almost no domain that could compete with the true martial domain. From this, one could see the strength of the true martial domain. The true martial domain was different from the other domains. It was very inclusive and integrated cultivation. Experts could enjoy countless resources. Because of the complexity of the true martial domain, Fong Chun didn't go to the true Martial Mountain Range directly. After all, the news of the true Martial Mountain Range's ruins had shaken the entire eastern region. Experts from the other 8 domains had also flocked over. Hence, he had to understand the situation before making a plan. Before he had definite information, he couldn't act blindly. Coincidentally, he had saved the Bai siblings in the Sky Martial Mountain Range. Fong Chun stayed in the Bai family. With the Bai family's power, it was easy for him to get some information. Putting down the yellowed book in his hand, Fong Chun's lips curled up, revealing a smile. His pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery passion. Venerable Bai once said that in their era, there were many powerhouses. Just the number of almighties at the level of a peerless powerhouse was already plenty. But now, the world had changed and the age of chaos had arrived. Experts like the Sky One Sword Emperor and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor rarely appeared. A sector lord could be considered a lord of a region, a pinnacle expert. As for the World King realm, those above the sector lord realm could be counted with one's fingers. World King realm experts, even in the northern region, could rule over the other side. As for the legendary ancient emperor realm experts, the world god realm, they only existed in legends. Since ancient times, there were only a few who could reach that level. For example, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, etc. World King. Fong Chun muttered to himself. From the books, he knew that the strongest expert in the history of the Bai family, revered Bai, was a World King realm expert. The Sector Lord realm is able to communicate with the heavens and earth. The World King realm experts can comprehend all kinds of mysterious secret techniques through the supreme law. As for the World God realm, they can cover the sky with one hand. Fong Chun sighed in his heart. At the same time, he was looking forward to when he could step into the Sector Lord realm. From the looks of it, the Starlight Sacred Land should be the relic that the gloomy shadow assassin mentioned. Fong Chun said in a low voice, "This time, the experts of the 9 realms have gathered. It will be even more difficult to obtain the immortal star power. After we come out of the Seal Dragon Mountain, we will head to the true Martial Mountain Range." In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. During this time, Fong Chun had been gathering information while cultivating. Since Fong Chun defeated Bai Yunjin no longer came to disturb him. Even the warriors of the Bai family who had looked down on Fong Chun had quietly shut their mouths. What kind of joke was this? Even Bai Yunjin was no match for him. Who in the younger generation of the Bai clan could defeat him? One day, Fong Chun was cultivating when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. "Come in," Fong Chun said indifferently. The door was pushed open and Bai Fong walked in with a solemn expression. "Senior," Bai Fong cupped his fists and said, "The Patriarch asked me to tell you that the Sealed Dragon Mountain will open in 3 days. He wants you to be prepared." "I know." Fong Chun nodded. He had already prepared for the trip to the Sealed Dragon Mountain. "Is there anything else?" Seeing Bai Feng's abnormal expression, Fong Chun continued to ask. "A few days ago, a distinguished guest came to the family." Bai Feng said, "He is a good friend of Bai Yunjin. He is a disciple of a big force in the central part of the true martial domain. After knowing that Bai Yunjin was defeated by you, he wanted to avenge him." Bai Feng glanced at Fong Chun and found that there was no change in his expression. He continued, "These days, he has been talking big in the family and belittling you. If it weren't for the force behind him, the Patriarch would have kicked him out. Today, I got the news that this guy is going to the true Martial Mountain Range. Before he leaves, he wants to challenge you." "Challenge me?" Fong Chen's lips curled up, revealing a look of disdain. "Senior, the force behind this guy isn't something our Bai family can compare to. He even has a sector lord as his backing. Even in the entire true martial domain, he could be ranked in the top 5. Bai Feng said, "The Patriarch asked me to inform you that if he challenges you, you can reject him. I think he won't dare to mess around in the Bai family." Bang! Just as Bai Feng was speaking, the door was kicked open with a bang. following which a domineering guy walked in from outside. Following him was Bai Yunjin, who lost to Fong Chun. "You are Fong Chun?" The black-clothed man sized up Fong Chun the moment he entered. "Brother Mo, Senior is cultivating. Please don't disturb him." Bai Fong suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out. Bai Feng's face was burning hot. The black-clothed man slapped Bai Feng's face, not giving any face to the Bai family. "Who do you think you are? Do you have a right to talk nonsense in front of me?" Mo sure said in disdain. "Bai Feng, leave quickly. If you anger Brother Mo, even the Bai family won't be able to save you." Bai Yunjin said from the side. Bai Feng's eyes were red. His heart was filled with anger, but he didn't attack. His opponent was Mo Sure, the only successor of the Mo family's fist technique. He even had a sector lord behind him. Bai Feng couldn't afford to offend him. As a member of the Bai family, you don't care about your brotherhood and are willing to be someone else's dog? Fong Chun frowned and said unhappily, "What's laughable is that he doesn't even treat you as a dog. In his eyes, you're not even comparable to a dog. In this aspect, Bai Feng is stronger than you. What right do you have a talk about, Bai Feng?" Boom! Bai Yunjin's body emitted a powerful aura as he stared at Fong Chun angrily. "Kid, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have the patriarch support." Mo Sure waved his hand, stopping Bai Yunjin from speaking. "Do you dare to fight with me?" Mo Sure asked. "Not interested." Fong Chun waved his hand and refused, then closed his eyes. This contemptuous attitude completely enraged Mo Sure. He was somewhat famous in the true martial domain, but now he was being looked down upon by a saint venerable. You're able to suppress a peak minor tribulation venerable with your early saint venerable cultivation. Mo Sure sneered. "But do you think you're qualified to show off in front of me?" Mo Sure's cultivation had reached the one disaster minor tribulation venerable, but his trump card, the Mo family's fist technique, could increase his attack power by 100 times. Even if he faced a 3 disaster minor tribulation venerable, he wasn't afraid. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Fong Chun at all. No matter what Mo Sure said, Fong Chun was indifferent. "Go back. I won't fight with you." Fong Chun said. "What? Are you afraid that I'll see through your disguise?" Mo Sure sneered. Fong Chun looked at Mo Sure contemptuously. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the final result. Besides, why should I accept your challenge?" Fong Chun's attitude made Mo Sure determined that he would teach this damned guy a lesson. He slowly took out a necklace from his sumaru ring. The crystal-like necklace exuded a crystal-clear light. "Is this enough?" Mo Sure said coldly. "This is—" Fong Chun didn't care at first, but when he accidentally saw the crystal necklace, his heart shook. Immortal aura? After a short moment of surprise, Fong Chun quickly calmed down. "This is a treasure given to me by the sect. I named it the Crystal Necklace. It contains peerless power and is very helpful to cultivators. If you defeat me, this necklace is yours." Fong Chun was tempted. What kind of crystal necklace was this? This was clearly the immortal necklace. "Okay, I accept your challenge," Fong Chun said. Boom! Hearing this, Mo Sure stomped his foot and a violent aura spread out. "Ha ha! Today, let me, Mo Sure, end your legend." Mo Sure clenched his fists, and suddenly, they expanded in the air. The next moment, he punched out. Dong dong dong. The world shook as fist shadows filled the sky. As expected of the Mo family fist technique, it's really powerful. Bai Yunjin was shocked. At the same time, he clenched his fist and made up his mind to please Mo Sure and see if he could teach him a thing or two. On the side, Bai Feng was slightly worried. After all, the Mo family fist technique had been famous for a long time. It was famous in the entire eastern region. This was a recognized fighting fist technique that could instantly increase a cultivator's attack power by 100 times. Mo Sure relied on this Mo family fist technique to become one of the top geniuses in the realm of true force. He could also fight across realms and had a glorious record of killing a 2-disaster minor tribulation master. The Mo family fist technique crushes everything. Mo Sure laughed wildly in his heart, as if the dust had settled. On the other side, Fong Chun didn't even move. What I lack the most is immortal star power. I didn't expect you to deliver it to me. Fang Chen looked at Mo Shi, who was right in front of him, and grinned. If that's the case, I should thank you instead. Dong! The Chaos Sword body was fully activated. The complete Emperor Sword body's defensive power had reached an incredible level. Sword Chi swept across the sky. Just like that, Fang Chen stood quietly and used the Chaos Sword body to resist the Mo family fist technique. Boom, boom, boom. The whole world shook. The entire Bai clan was shaken, and the clan chief took a step forward, flying up into the air to look down at the battle below. Why are they fighting? The Bai family patriarch asked. Is this the Mo family fist technique? It's really shocking. I wonder if Fang Chen can resist it? On the side, many elders appeared one after another. What is Fang Chen doing? Why isn't he fighting? Has he given up? It can't be. Several elders were puzzled. All of a sudden, a voice cried out in alarm. Oh no, he wants to resist the Mo family fist technique with pure physical strength. After this voice, the Bai family's upper echelons were shocked. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3067. The Mo clan fist technique was a very powerful fist technique. It was said that the creator of this fist technique was the founder of the Mo fist sect. The strongest point of this fist technique was that it could increase a martial artist's attack power. Mo Shi was a direct descendant of the Mo clan's ancestor and was the leader of the younger generation of the Mo fist sect. He had reached the Tribulation Supremacy realm at a young age. He was praised by the upper echelons of the Mo fist sect and even the experts of the true martial domain. He would definitely become a genius of the Sector Lord realm in the future. Over the years, Mo Shi had used the Mo clan fist technique to sweep through the true martial domain. No one below the Tribulation Supremacy realm could block the Mo clan fist technique with pure physical strength. The reason for that was because the attacks of the Mo family's fist technique contain a unique spatial technique. It was precisely this technique that, with the assistance of the Mo family's fist technique, broke through the opponent's defense from the inside and seriously injured or even killed them. At this moment, the sky was filled with fist shadows. Mo Shi's body was surrounded by the terrifying fist shadows. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Fang Chen. Kill! Shouted Mo Shi in a low voice. The Mo clan's fist skill was fully activated and it was about to hit Fang Chen. The Mo clan fist technique is exquisite. Fang Chen saw the core of the Mo clan fist technique. It was a spatial technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Fang Chen pressed down with his palm. Traces of space-time aura quietly spread out and covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it covered the fist shadows. Hiss! Unknowingly, the space-time aura in the fist shadows was wiped out by Fang Chen's space-time aura. At this moment, Mo Shi did not know. Wong, the final form of the Chaos Sword body, was revealed. The surface of his skin was covered with sword runes, and there was a layer of sword chi on the outside. The outermost layer was the invincible sword chi. The 3 layers of protection raised Fang Chen's defense to the highest level. Since you are so confident in the Mo clan fist technique, I will break your confidence. Rumble. As Fang Chen's voice fell, the fist shadows all landed on his body. The violent aura of the fist shadows directly drowned him. Ha ha! In the void, Mo Shi's maniacal laughter resounded. His robes fluttered as he looked down coldly. You dare to use your physical strength to block my Mo clan's fist technique? You're simply courting death. Up in the void, the upper echelons of the Bai family were also watching on anxiously. They were very curious. Would Fang Chen be able to withstand it? Did you manage to resist it? Many elders murmured. Hoo. The berserk aura in the courtyard gradually dissipated. All of the buildings had been reduced to rubble. At a glance, it was a scene of devastation. However, there was only one silhouette that stood between the heavens and the earth, causing people to feel fearful. Senior. Bai Feng was the closest. He was the first to discover Fang Chen and shouted in surprise. The smile on Bai Yunjin's face froze. His eyes widened as if he had just seen a ghost. He withstood it. Ha! as expected of a rare genius. Truly amazing. He withstood the Mo clan's fist technique with his pure physical strength. I can imagine that his name will resound throughout the Zhen Wu Jie soon. Many elders laughed, not concealing the joy in their hearts. The Bai family patriarch clenched his fists. He was very satisfied with his decision. At the same time, his eyes fell on Mo Shi. For Fang Chun, he had offended Mo Shi and the Mo fist sect. So what? How is this possible? Mo Shi cried out and shook his head frantically. How could he withstand it? Mo Shi could not accept the fact in front of him. He must have a defensive treasure on him. Yes, it must be so. Even now, he was still finding excuses for himself. Seeing this, Fang Chun shook his head. Such a person was destined to never become a strong expert. Do you want to continue? In the silent heaven and earth, Fang Chen's voice floated out. Mo Shi was stunned and did not speak. Then, please give me the necklace. Fang Chun stretched out his hand and said with a smile. At this time, Mo Shi came back to his senses and shook his head frantically. The crystal necklace is the treasure of the Mo fist sect. I can't give it to you. What? You want to go back on your word? Fang Chun frowned and his aura soared to the sky. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But I have not lost to you. This battle is over. We will fight again in the future. With that, Mo Shi was about to leave. He knew better than anyone the use of the crystal necklace. How could he give such a treasure to others? Previously, he had only taken it out so that Fang Chun would accept his challenge and teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he was so strong? Thinking of this, he glared fiercely at Bai Yunjin. The latter's face turned pale. Now he was in a dilemma. He could imagine that after this matter was over, there would be no place for him in the Bai family. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and continued. Fang Chun, Brother Mo did not use his full strength just now. Otherwise, would you still be standing here? That's enough. Brother Mo has to leave now. If you continue to pester him, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Bai Yunjin, can you be more shameless? Bai Feng cursed. As a member of the Bai family, he was willing to be someone else's dog. Bai Feng hated Bai Yunjin to the core. Bai Yunjin has violated the rules of the Bai family. From today onwards, he is expelled from the Bai family. The Bai family patriarch's voice rang out. Before this, he had grounded Bai Yunjin. But the latter had used the excuse of entertaining Mo Shi to leave the hall of confinement. Now, he was brazenly standing on Mo Shi's side against the Bai family. Patriarch, Bai Yunjin's face turned pale. He lowered his head and struggled in his heart. Go. Mo Shi glanced at Bai Yunjin and turned to leave. Did I say you could leave? Fang Chun stepped forward and blocked Mo Shi's path. Leave the necklace and you can leave. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mo Shi frowned. Fang Chun shrugged, as if he would not let him leave if he did not give him the necklace. Good, very good. Mo Shi was furious. He clenched his fists again and wanted to fight to the death with Fang Chun. Although the Mo family's fist technique is strong, in your hands it is simply an insult. Fang Chun sneered, and at the same time, he threw out a punch, giving him a taste of his own medicine. This punch contained a trace of the power of the immortal star core. Its power was not inferior to the Mo family's fist technique. Moreover, he used the chaos sword body as the foundation, and the fist shadow was filled with sword chi. Dong! Mo Shi did not have Fang Chen's abnormal defense, and under the punch, he was directly sent flying. With a bang, his body hit the ground. Hand over the necklace. Fang Chen looked down at Mo Shi from above. Damn it. Mo Shi fought back crazily, but without exception, he was easily suppressed by Fang Chun. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Bai family was dumbfounded. This is the demeanor of a general. He can make the enemy fall into a desperate situation with a raise of his hand. Who would have thought that even Mo Shi would be so ruthlessly suppressed? Today's battle let the world know that even under the Great Tribulation realm, there are people who can resist the Mo family's fist technique with pure physical strength. Yes, Fang Chun is destined to use Mo Shi as a stepping stone to reach the highest stage of the Zhenwu realm. The senior members of the Bai family could already imagine what kind of shock the entire Jinwu realm would have when the news spread. Rumble. After a long while, Imo Shi's body was covered with blood, and he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Fong Chen glanced at him and played with the necklace in his hand. If you had handed it over earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer this pain. At this time, many senior members of the Bai family came to Fong Chen and greeted him. Only Bai Yunjin was stunned on the spot, and he did not know what to do. Bai Yunjin, take Imo Shi and leave the Bai family. The Bai family patriarch ordered. With the help of Bai Yunjin, Imo Shi stood up with difficulty and gradually walked out of the Bai family. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Imo Shi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Imo, what should we do now? Bai Yunjin asked in a low voice. Let's find a place to stay first. I need to recover. Imo Shi said. Although he hated Bai Yunjin, he needed the latter's help now. The Bai family is nothing. If you want to leave, then so be it. Wait until my injuries are healed, then I'll bring you to join the Imo Fist sect. Imo Shi said. As for Fong Chen, he stole the necklace. The Imo Fist sect will not let him leave alive. A genius like him will not miss the trip to the Zhenwu mountain range. When the time comes, I will tear him to pieces. Imo Shi and Bai Yunjin slowly left. Under the light of the setting sun, the two of them looked so lonely. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3068. After everyone from the Bai family left, Fong Chen took out the necklace and observed it carefully. Buzz. As soon as he touched it, he felt a familiar power coming from the necklace. It was the immortal star power, the exclusive power of the immortal emperor. It is indeed the immortal star power. Fong Chen was secretly happy, and his face was full of smiles. With a thought, the immortal star core in his body rotated quickly, and the majestic immortal star power emerged from his body and enveloped the necklace completely. Whoosh! However, when the immortal star power touched the necklace, something strange happened. Under Fong Chen's gaze, a buckle appeared on the necklace. The buckle opened with a click, and a small hole appeared in front of Fong Chen's eyes. What is this? Fong Chen's soul consciousness covered the necklace under the protection of the immortal star power. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, he felt his head shake, and the world was spinning, as if his whole body was about to collapse. It hurts. He subconsciously covered his head with his hands and grimaced. However, the piercing pain only lasted for a minute, and then it quickly dissipated. At this time, Fong Chen was shocked to find that there was a map in his mind. It was a spiritual map, and it was transformed by the immortal star power. Was it left by the immortal emperor? Fong Chen's heart raced, and his heart was burning. He carefully looked at the spiritual map in his mind. On the map, there were specks of starlight twinkling. Countless tiny red lines, each line representing a path. And these lines only pointed in one direction. The lines in all directions all pointed to one place, and the answer was self-evident. The inheritance left by the immortal emperor was at the place where all the lines converged. Fong Chen told the immortal scepter the information of the spiritual map. The latter pondered and said that it didn't know. I was severely injured, and I haven't recovered yet. I can't remember some of my memories, the immortal scepter said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was a little disappointed. However, since it is a map transformed by the immortal star power, it can definitely be proved that it was left by the master. The immortal scepter analyzed. As for why Imo Shi and the Imo Fist sect didn't discover it, they probably don't know the secrets of this necklace. The necklace contained the power of the immortal star and the secret of the immortal emperor. If he wanted to activate the necklace, he would have to collide with the power of the immortal stars. Fong Chen also unintentionally activated the necklace. Thinking of this, Fong Chen clenched his fists. He was even more convinced that he would be able to obtain the immortal emperor's supreme inheritance during this trip to the true Martial Mountain Range. The immortal star map has been engraved in your mind. You can now absorb all the immortal star power in the necklace, said the immortal scepter. Fong Chen nodded and held the necklace tightly. Rumble. Vast power surged around Fong Chen. The The immortal star power in the necklace was instantly absorbed by Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, the immortal star power was completely absorbed. At this moment, Fang Chun clearly felt that the immortal star power in his body was getting stronger. I didn't expect such a small necklace to contain so much immortal star power. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. He could feel that he was not far from condensing the second immortal star core. I must condense the second immortal star core during this trip to the true Marshall Mountain Range. Fang Chun glanced at the necklace in his hand. It was dim, without the support of the immortal star power. It was just an ordinary emperor-level decoration without much use. Fang Chun casually threw it into the Sumeru ring. Fang Chun needed to consolidate the immortal star power that he had just absorbed. He sat cross-legged and began to consolidate the immortal star power in his body. The day of the opening of the Sealed Dragon Mountain had finally arrived. Little friend Fang, the Sealed Dragon Mountain was built by our ancestor, Venerable Bai. There are opportunities inside. Many people of our Bai family have entered, but none of them have found them. If you can find them, you'll be a great benefactor of our Bai family. The Bai family's ancestral teachings had once said that if they could find the opportunities left in the Sealed Dragon Mountain, the Bai family would have a chance to rise. If the descendants of the Bai family couldn't find them, they could find some talented people to help. Once a martial artist outside the Bai family found them, the Bai family would have to respect them as if they were their ancestors. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will do my best to find them, Fang Chun said with a smile. Remember, after entering the Sealed Dragon Mountain, you must be careful, the Bai family's patriarch reminded him. Fang Chun nodded. Then, the Bai family's patriarch flicked his finger. A bright light flashed and disappeared into the Bai family's forbidden area. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard, and the Sealed Dragon Mountain opened. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Fang Chun flashed and entered. Patriarch, do you think he can succeed? Many elders came to the Patriarch's side. The Sealed Dragon Mountain is our Bai family's ancestral land. Only the bloodline of our Bai family can train there. I don't understand why the ancestral teachings allow outsiders to help us find them. Some elders were puzzled. The other elders looked thoughtfully at the gradually closing Sealed Dragon Mountain. Everyone, our Bai family has existed for countless years, but it has always been declining. Our Bai family needs to change and seek new things. If we want to rise, the Sealed Dragon Mountain is the key. The Patriarch muttered, I have personally studied the ancestral teachings left behind by Baizun. I am sure that Fang Chun is the person our Bai family is looking for. Hearing this, the elders did not say anything else. In the Sealed Dragon Mountain, although it was called a mountain, it was actually a vast desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the soil was boiling hot. Stepping in the desert, one could not see the end of it. This is the Sealed Dragon Mountain? As soon as he entered the Sealed Dragon Mountain, Fang Chun felt the blood in his body become restless. What's going on? Fang Chun's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately discovered that the restless blood was the Heavenly Sealing Bloodline, one of the more than 50 special bloodlines. Heavenly Sealing Bloodline? Dong dong dong. The Heavenly Bestowal Bloodline circulated automatically. Traces of bloodline power were emitted from Fang Chun's body, flowing through his feet and spreading into the desert. At the same time, the whole world trembled. Fang Chun raised his head and discovered that a jade-green illusory pool had appeared in the blue sky. Could it be that the Bai family's bloodline is related to the Heavenly Sealing Bloodline? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. Why hadn't he sensed anything related to the Heavenly Bestowal Bloodline in the Bai clan over the past few days? Of course, there was also a possibility that the Bai family had declined to the point that there was no one with a pure bloodline, or even that their bloodline power had been cut off. Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Fang Chun vaguely felt that the jade-green pool was calling out to him. He leaped into the air. The closer he got to the jade-green pool, the more restless the Heavenly Sealing Bloodline became. Sealed Dragon Mountain, Heavenly Sealing Bloodline, Jade-Green Pool. All signs indicated that the Heavenly Sealing Bloodline was related to the Bai family. Who is that? Suddenly, Fang Chun's pupil shrank as he looked at the Jade-Green Pool in shock. He vaguely saw an illusory figure. The figure had white hair and white robes. He turned around and smiled brightly at Fong Chun before instantly disappearing. Senior White? Fong Chun was disappointed. Could it be that all of this was left behind by Senior White? Whoosh! Fong Chun did not even think about it and directly rushed into the jade green pool. Buzz! The heavenly sealing bloodline had completely entered a state of madness, and the jade green pool was boiling. Fong Chun was immersed in it as if he had entered a dream. Dong! The jade green pool quickly closed and floated in the air above the desert. At the same time, the entire sealed dragon mountain shook, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. After millions of years, someone has finally come. An old sigh spread throughout sealed Dragon Mountain. In the outside world, in the Bai family city. Rumble. The shaking of sealed Dragon Mountain attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless experts floated in the air and stared at the forbidden area. Isn't that the forbidden area of our Bai family? Why is it shaking? Could it be that our Bai family's ancestor is still alive? Ancestor White, it must be Ancestor White. Some of the younger generation who did not know what was going on shouted loudly. Only the Bai family's patriarch and the other elders had a dignified expression. Fong Chun had just entered Sealed Dragon Mountain, and there was such a commotion. The situation seemed to be a little strange. Maybe little friend Fong has already obtained an opportunity. Some elders whispered as if they were comforting the patriarch. The Bai family's patriarch looked at Sealed Dragon Mountain with his deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3069. Sealed Dragon Mountain. In the blue sky, the jade-green pool gradually faded, and one could only vaguely see its wrinkled shape. However, among them, Fong Chun was cultivating with his eyes closed. Ever since he entered the jade-green pool, all his doubts were cleared. The shadow he saw outside the pool was revered White Shadow. The heavenly sealing bloodline was also passed down by revered White. However, due to the passage of time, the heavenly sealing bloodline was no longer present in the Bai family. Sealed Dragon Mountain contained the heavenly sealing bloodline left by revered White, and it was triggered by Fong Chen's heavenly sealing bloodline. Thus, the jade green pool appeared, and he entered it. Buzz! At this moment, the heavenly sealing bloodline was constantly absorbing the water in the jade green pool. As time passed, the power of the bloodline became stronger and stronger. I see. After a long time, Fong Chen grinned. He didn't expect the heavenly sealing bloodline to be able to fuse with the sealing technique and increase the power of the sealing technique. A few days later, the jade green pool shook, and all the water inside was absorbed by Fong Chun. Dong! A deafening sound came from Fong Chen's body. Immediately after, Fong Chen's body turned into a ray of light and flew out of the jade green pool. Crack! At the same time, cracks appeared in the jade green pool, and it shattered at a speed invisible to the naked eye, until it completely disappeared. In midair, Fong Chun stood still, carefully sensing the restless heavenly sealing bloodline in his body. Dong dong dong. He slowly raised his hands, and the extremely dense heavenly sealing bloodline was completely activated by him, gathering in his palms. Sealed Dragon Formation. Fong Chen shouted, and the Sealed Dragon Formation was set up. At the same time, his hands pressed down, and the power of the heavenly sealing bloodline was injected into the Sealed Dragon Formation. Crack! The aura around the Sealed Dragon Formation suddenly rose, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached its peak. So strong. Fong Chun looked down and muttered. The power in the jade green pool originated from revered White. After he soaked himself in the heavenly sealing bloodline, his heavenly sealing bloodline was completely activated. Thus, the restrictions he set up became exceptionally powerful. Just as Fong Chun was deep in thought, he suddenly felt something strange. His eyes widened in disbelief. After a few more tries, he finally understood the profoundness of the heavenly sealing bloodline. It can seal the chi and blood of martial artists? Fong Chen's heart trembled. Was this the core of the heavenly sealing bloodline? Fang Chun fell into a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. The heavenly sealing bloodline was much stronger than he had imagined. Vitality was a part of one's life. If one were to suddenly seal off one's opponent's vitality in the middle of a battle, it would cause the opponent to panic and lose the ability to continue fighting. In this way, wouldn't he be in an invincible position? Of course, Fang Chun also knew that if he was too strong, he would not be able to seal it. However, at least this was a method. With this method and time stop, if I encounter the tribulation supremacy of the thieving demon again, I won't be in such a sorry state. Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said in a deep voice, "Whoosh!" At that instant, a brilliant ray of light burst out from the distance. Fang Chun wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that he could not. His body was imprisoned. What's going on? Who else could imprison him in Seal Dragon Mountain other than revered White? Whoosh! The resplendent light flashed and disappeared, entering Fang Chun's forehead. In an instant, his body regained its freedom. At the same time, a wild power emerged in his mind. Fang Chun's expression changed, and he quickly absorbed it. After a while, the power in his mind was completely absorbed. Middle stage, Holy Venerate Realm. Fang Chun was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through after absorbing the power in his mind. Thank you, Senior Revered White. Fang Chun already knew that the bright light was given to him by Revered White. Senior, please don't worry. I will definitely pass the heavenly bestowal bloodline inheritance to the Bai family. Fang Chun cupped his fists toward the void. Buzz. In the void, there seemed to be a faint sound of gratified laughter. In the next moment, the sky and earth spun. Seal Dragon Mountain was getting farther and farther away from Fang Chun, until Seal Dragon Mountain disappeared in front of his eyes. In the void, Fang Chun was surprised to find that countless eyes were staring at him. Fang Chun was a little embarrassed. Little friend Fang. The senior members of the Bai family quickly came in front of Fang Chun. They were more concerned about what had happened in Seal Dragon Mountain and why there was such a commotion. How is it? The Bai family patriarch stared at Fang Chun. Fang Chun adjusted his emotions slightly and said, "Patriarch, let's talk in private. Come with me." The Bai family patriarch waved his sleeve and directly brought Fang Chun to his courtyard. "I've already set up a formation around here. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation," the Bai family patriarch said. Fang Chun nodded and then said slowly, "Patriarch, have you ever heard of the heavenly bestowal bloodline?" Of course. The Bai family patriarch was shocked, and then a trace of light flashed in his eyes. "Did you obtain the power of the heavenly bestowal bloodline in Seal Dragon Mountain?" Fang Chun nodded and then shook his head. Senior Revered White left the heavenly bestowal bloodline in Seal Dragon Mountain, and now I have brought it out. Fang Chun opened his palm, and a drop of blood essence condensed from the heavenly bestowal bloodline appeared. He handed it to the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch looked at the blood essence, and his body trembled. The blood essence of the heavenly bestowal bloodline. He was wild with joy and released the suppression in his heart for countless years. Fang Chun didn't say anything and let the Bai family patriarch release the blood essence. After a long time, the Bai family patriarch came back to his senses and nodded apologetically to Fang Chun. The heavenly bestowal bloodline is the strongest bloodline of our Bai family, passed down from our ancestor, Revered White. Unfortunately, after Revered White's death, the Bai family patriarch became weaker and weaker with each generation. In our generation, the power of the heavenly bestowal bloodline is completely gone. The Bai family patriarch said, "I have always hoped to restore the Bai family to its former glory, but unfortunately, I am powerless." The heavenly bestowal bloodline was too important to the Bai family. With this blood essence, our Bai family will definitely regain the heavenly bestowal bloodline. The Bai family patriarch clenched his fists and said confidently, "Young friend Fang, you're the benefactor of our Bai family. If there is anything in the Bai family that you like, just take it." The Bai family patriarch said straightforwardly, "If you need help in the future, the Bai family will definitely not hesitate to help." Fong Chun and the Bai family patriarch talked for a long time. Basically, it revolved around the heavenly bestowal bloodline. In fact, Fong Chun thought that they were just taking what they needed. However, in the eyes of the Bai family patriarch, Fong Chun was his savior. The hope of the Bai family's rise was in the heavenly bestowal bloodline's blood essence. In the following time, the Bai family patriarch began to refine the blood essence. Fong Chun was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he waited to prevent any accidents from happening to the Bai family patriarch during the refining process. However, the process went smoothly. In just 3 days, the Bai family patriarch had finished refining the blood essence. When Fong Chun saw the Bai family patriarch again, the latter's face was glowing and his aura was vigorous. Fong Chun could even faintly sense a trace of the heavenly bestowal bloodline's power. Young friend Fong. The Bai family patriarch cupped his fists towards Fong Chun. Patriarch, since you have successfully refined the blood essence, I can rest assured. Fong Chun pondered for a moment and said, the purpose of my trip to the true martial world is the ruins of the true martial mountain range. I've stayed long enough in the Bai clan, so I'll take my leave today. I'll send a few elders to go with you. Young friend Fong, said the clan leader of Bai clan. Fong Chun shook his head. There were too many people around, so it was better for him to act alone. Seeing this, the Bai clan leader said, if that's the case, then I won't ask you to stay. If you run into any trouble, you can tell me the name of the Bai clan. Maybe it will come in handy. After bidding farewell to the Bai family patriarch, Fong Chun headed towards the true martial mountain range. Looking at Fong Chun's departing figure, the Bai family patriarch's eyes burned with passion. Such a monstrous talent will definitely stir up a storm in the true martial mountain range, said the clan leader. The more he interacted with Fong Chun, the more he discovered that his potential was shocking. Such a prodigy could be ranked in the top 10 or even higher among the younger generation in the entire Eastern region. In the near future, your name will definitely spread throughout the entire Eastern region. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3070. The true martial mountain range was the most dangerous place in the true martial domain. It was filled with endless dangers. Normally, no one would dare to come here alone. However, during this period of time, there were countless cultivators fighting to be the first to enter. At a glance, the entire mountain range was lush and green. It had just rained, and the raindrops fell on the green leaves, emitting a fragrant scent. Looking at this scene, it was impossible to associate it with the legendary true martial mountain range. Whoosh! Droplets of water continued to fall from the towering trees, drenching the ground. The air was fresh, and everything was so quiet. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, a rough man rushed over from afar. He stopped in his tracks and stood in the open space, looking around. Is this the true martial mountain range? The man's face was filled with disdain. People say that the true martial mountain range is so dangerous. Seeing it today, it's simply undeserved. Roar. However, just as the man finished speaking, the terrifying roar of a beast suddenly rang out from the silent mountain range. Before the man could even react, he felt a terrifying gust of air rushing toward him, following which a massive creature swarmed forward and pressed the man under its body. Crack! A miserable cry came out of the man's mouth. In a flash, his body was broken and blood splattered all over the ground. Dong! The man fell into despair. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. In the end, his head was swallowed by the huge monster. A living being who had underestimated the true martial mountain range was killed by the monster in the next moment. Roar! The huge monster looked around with its big eyes. When it found no traces of other human cultivators, it reluctantly left the place. Whoosh! Heavy rain fell from the sky, and the blood on the ground was washed clean in the blink of an eye. The bloody scene quickly returned to its original lush state. The terrifying incident just now had disappeared in the dust of history. Danger was everywhere in the true martial mountain range. The man just now had died because he was too arrogant. Whoosh! Not long after the monster left, Fong Chun quietly appeared. As expected of the true Marshall Mountain Range, Fong Chun pursed his lips. He had seen that step clearly from not far away. Although he wasn't afraid of the demonic beast, he didn't want to complicate matters. After all, this was the true Marshall Mountain Range. Once he attracted the attention of nearby demonic beasts, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, there were too many cultivators entering the true Marshall Mountain Range. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Starlight Mountain Range. In Fong Chen's mind, the immortal star power transformed into a spiritual map. He quickly found where he was. There's a Xiaohei dot on the map. That should be where I am, right? Fong Chen murmured. He discovered that he was on one of the red paths that led to the Starlight Holy Land. I'm currently in the northern part of the true Marshall Mountain Range. Just follow this path and keep going forward. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun determined the direction and began to move quickly. Hoo. Fong Chun pushed his speed to the limit. With his attainments in the space-time doctrine, almost no one below the universe god level could catch up with him. His figure constantly shuttled through the void. During this period, he met many cultivators heading to the Starlight Holy Land. However, he ignored them. Swoosh! In the forest, a looming shadow flashed past at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The two men who were walking were suddenly stunned. They immediately asked, "Big brother, did you see that?" The thin man asked with his eyes wide open. "What did you see?" The fat man looked around vigilantly and asked, "I just saw a black shadow flash by. That speed is simply unimaginable." The thin man was shocked. Could it be that even universe gods have been attracted to the remains this time? Impossible. The fat man immediately denied. Although there are countless opportunities in the remains, there isn't anything that would make a universe god go crazy. The experts from the 9 realms in the eastern region are basically tribulation masters. There are only a few holy venerables. Did I see wrongly? But his speed is too fast. There are countless strange people in the world. Those who are good at speed can be found everywhere. The big brother said, "Let's go. Don't think too much. The remains have been open for some time. We have to hurry up and not let others beat us to it." This was just a small interlude in Fong Chen's swift movement. There were countless similar incidents like this. Fong Chen's speed was so fast that only great tribulation masters could barely catch a trace of him. It was impossible for junior tribulation masters to catch him. This also allowed Fong Chun to travel quickly. He met countless cultivators, but there were no conflicts. During this period, he even met some cultivators who were besieging other cultivators. These cultivators came from the 9 realms in the eastern region. "I wonder if anyone from Boundless World came?" Fong Chen muttered. After traveling continuously for about 5 days, Fong Chen finally arrived at the Starlight Holy Land. Swoosh! Fong Chen's figure rushed out of the dense forest. In front of him was an endless wasteland. Fong Chun stopped in the wasteland. According to the spiritual map, the Starlight Holy Land should be here. Here? Fong Chun frowned and looked around. He did not find anything. "Little brother, are you also here to look for the remains?" Suddenly, a slightly wretched man appeared out of thin air. "You are?" Fong Chun asked in confusion. "I'm a cultivator from True Martial Domain. You can call me Tribulation Master Hu." The man smiled and said, "I have seen many cultivators during this period. Most of them could not find the true entrance of the remains. They found it with my guidance." The entrance of the remains? Fong Chen's eyes flickered when he heard this. His dark eyes stared at Tribulation Master Hu, waiting for the latter to speak. Sure enough, this wretched-looking Tribulation Master who said, "Little brother, I don't think you are from True Martial Domain. You should be from the other 8 realms, right?" Fong Chen nodded. "I will not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point." Tribulation Master who said, "Only I know the entrance of the remains. If you want to enter the remains, you need my guidance." Tribulation Master who rubbed his fingers, indicating that Fong Chun needed to give him some benefits. Only then would he guide Fong Chun. "Only you know the entrance of the remains?" Fong Chun obviously did not believe it. His spiritual sense spread out and swept across the entire land. The aura of space and time wandered to every corner of the land. After a while, Fang Chun had a new discovery. Immediately, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. My request is not high. Give me a half-step martial emperor weapon. I need to add a tribute ability or something of equal value. Tribulation Master, who said frankly, Sorry, I don't need your guidance. Fang Chun shook his head and rejected Tribulation Master, whose request. He turned and walked forward. Without my guidance, you will never find the entrance of the remains. Tribulation Master, who sneered. Before you, there were many people who thought they could find it. But after wasting some time, didn't they come to me obediently and beg me? It's just a little trick. Do you really think I can't see through it? Fang Chun flicked his finger. The rich aura of space and time condensed into a ball. Under the wave of his finger, it suddenly burst out. Dong! The ball exploded in the void. Then, the terrifying aura of space and time quickly spread out. At this moment, there was a change in the void. Under the pervasive aura of space and time, there were signs of cracks appearing. Open! Fang Chun let out a low growl and suddenly separated his palms. At the same time, a golden and dazzling void gate appeared in midair. Countless stars twinkled around the void gate. It was like the stars in the sky. How is this possible? Originally, Tribulation Master Hu thought that after Fang Chun hit a wall, he would come to him and ask for help. At that time, he could take the opportunity to increase the price. But now, things were completely beyond his expectations. This guy actually found the entrance of the remains with his own strength. Most importantly, he was just a little guy in the Saint realm. How'd he do it? Tribulation Master, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Chun turned his head and grinned at Tribulation Master Hu. Then he strolled into the void gate. In fact, when Tribulation Master Hu first appeared, Fang Chun had doubts about him. Later, he found that Tribulation Master Hu had a powerful space-time treasure on him that could shield his aura. As for the entrance of the remains, it was just a little trick that Tribulation Master Hu used. With Fang Chun's attainments in space-time, how could he not find it? Of course, what Fang Chun did not know was that Tribulation Master Hu was notorious in the true martial domain. Everyone called him the Tribulation Lord of Deception. Could it be a warrior from the Void Realm? After a long time, Tribulation Master Hu woke up from his shock and stared at the golden void gate, muttering. With such a high attainment in the void, other than the Void Realm warriors, he could not think of anyone else who could see through his tricks. In the true martial mountain range, blood and slaughter were everywhere. After Fang Chun entered the Starlight Holy Land ruins, Shun Jianshun, who was known as the strongest genius in the true martial domain, also came to the true martial mountain range. Senior Brother Shun. The black-robed man saw that Senior Brother Shun was unhappy and immediately said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, the black-robed man took a step forward and came to the battlefield in front. You are all Tribulation Masters, yet you are bullying me with numbers. The black-robed man questioned, "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in our business? Hurry up and get lost, or we will kill you in minutes. Since you dare to meddle in our business, we will kill you too." Several Tribulation Masters were very angry when they were interrupted while besieging the enemy. They attacked at lightning speed and surrounded the black-robed man. Boom! The black-robed man threw out a few punches in succession. The violent power hit several people and immediately sent them flying. "Who are you?" "We are from the Heavenly Tribulation Sect." "Is the Heavenly Tribulation Sect very strong?" Shun Jianshun, who was not far away, carried a long sword on his back and said disdainfully. Chapter 3071. That's right. Is the Heaven Calamity faction that strong? The black-robed man sneered. Fear appeared in the eyes of the tribulation supremacies of the Heavenly Tribulation Sect. They wanted to retreat. The black-robed man in front of them was too strong. He could force them to retreat with one punch. Even the sect master of the Heaven Calamity faction might not be able to withstand such strength. Since Brother has interfered, the Heaven Calamity faction will give you face and let this matter pass, the leader said. However, this person has killed many of our disciples. He must die. Scram! The black-robed man was somewhat displeased. He struck out with his palm, and the leader was instantly sent flying. My senior brother hates bullying others with numbers. If you don't scram, none of you will survive when my senior brother attacks, the black-robed man scolded sternly. The tribulation supremacies of the Heaven Calamity faction were furious and prepared to fight to the death. However, at this moment, one of the tribulation supremacies whispered into the leader's ear, "Great Elder, why do I feel that the man with the sword on his back is somewhat familiar?" In the true martial realm, there are very few forces that dare to look down on the Heaven Calamity faction. However, this man with the sword on his back still mocked us after hearing our introduction. This means that the force behind him is very strong. The tribulation supremacies analyzed. The tribulation supremacy analyzed. Coupled with the fact that he carries a sword on his back, I seem to think of someone. The tribulation supremacies widened their eyes and looked at each other. A person's name appeared in their minds at the same time. The chosen one, Shun Jianshun. Thinking of this, their pupils constricted. They hurriedly said, "This is the fault of the Heaven Calamity faction. We will leave now." After the tribulation supremacies left, the besieged cultivator said, "Thank you for saving us, seniors." However, by the time he raised his head, the two of them had already disappeared without a trace. In addition, in other parts of the true Marshall Mountain Range, many prodigies swarmed toward the Starlight Sacred Land. Shinjinshin also can't help but make a move. It was a man clad in armor, and his entire body was shrouded in powerful soul Dao energy. The light that shot out from his pitch-black eyes was breathtaking. 100 years ago, I fought with you and lost to you by a single move. For the next 100 years, I cultivated in seclusion and tasted all the pain in the world. The armored man said calmly, "Today, 100 years from now, I'll take advantage of the opening of the ruins to fight you and avenge the humiliation of 100 years ago." With that, the armored man disappeared into the void. The news that Shun Jianshin had entered the true Marshall Mountain Range spread like wildfire. Every martial artist was incomparably shocked after hearing Shun Jianshin's name. What? Did Shun Jianshin come in? It seems that all the top heavens prides of the younger generation of the Nine Realms have come for this trip to the remains. Yeah, this is going to be a good show. While a storm was brewing in the outside world, the Starlight Holy Land was unusually quiet. Fangchun appeared on a mountain peak. This place was shrouded in starlight and was very comfortable. Starlight Holy Land. When he had entered this place, Fangchun had already sensed that the red dot on the spiritual map was completely compatible. Sure enough, the Immortal Emperor had been here before. The immortal star core in his body had resonated. This meant that there must be the legendary immortal star power in the Starlight Holy Land. "Kid, get down from this mountain." Suddenly, a reprimanding voice sounded. Fangchun turned his head and saw a one-horned man glaring at him from the edge of the mountain. "What? Don't you want to get lost?" Before Fangchun could speak, the one-horned man attacked. Buzz. The horn on his forehead exuded a violent power and came in front of Fangchun at lightning speed. The horn was extremely sharp and pierced towards Fangchun's body. Crack! Caught off guard, Fangchun's body was motionless. However, when the horn came into contact with Fangchun's body, it stopped abruptly and was unable to move forward. Single horn attack. The one-horned man roared and gathered all the power in his body into the horn, wanting to pierce through Fangchun's body. Boom! Fangchun punched out and forced the one-horned man to retreat. Thump! Thump! The one-horned man staggered. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Fangchun. "Who are you?" the one-horned man asked. Fangchun. "Never heard of you." The one-horned man shook his head. The other party was clearly just a saint venerable, but how could he burst out with the strength of a tribulation venerable? "This mountain is my place of cultivation. If you leave quickly, I won't bicker with you." "What if I don't leave?" Fangchun looked down and said indifferently. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The one-horned man attacked again, exuding an extremely powerful power, and tangled with Fangchun. However, Fangchun suppressed him with just one punch. Bang! The one-horned man's body crashed to the ground and was stepped on by Fong Chun. "With your strength, you dare to do evil?" Fong Chun said. "Ah!" The one-horned man screamed miserably, his heart filled with fear. Fong Chun had just arrived and didn't know much about the Starlight Sacred Land, so he wanted to get some useful information from the one-horned man. "Tell me everything you know about the ruins," Fong Chun said. "If that's the case, I can consider letting you go." "Really?" The one-horned man looked at Fong Chun with hope, extremely excited. Fong Chun moved his foot away and let the one-horned man get up. The one-horned man's cultivation was only at the minor tribulation venerable realm. In Fong Chun's eyes, he was no different from an ant. But Fong Chun's actions made the one-horned person's heart tremble. It must be a powerful expert who deliberately disguised his aura. The one-horned man thought to himself. He didn't believe that Fong Chun's true cultivation was at the Saint Venerable realm. This is the Starlight Sacred Land, which is what the outside world calls the ruins. The one-horned man said, "It is said that this sacred land is related to the immortal emperor, who was once the strongest expert in the primordial chaos." The immortal emperor. These 4 words were enough to attract everyone. The Starlight Sacred Land is very strange. The air is filled with an extremely fierce, murderous aura. If you want to survive, you have to absorb the aura of the starlight hidden in the void. The one-horned man said, "In other places, you can't absorb it. Only on each mountain peak can you comprehend and absorb it." Fong Chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Starlight Sacred Land to be so strange. After sensing it slightly, he knew what the aura of the starlight that the one-horned man was talking about was. Whoosh! Fong Chun casually grabbed and forcibly pulled out a ball of starlight from the void. "This is the aura of the starlight?" Fong Chun asked. Seeing this scene, the one-horned man's eyes lit up and his heart trembled. Countless warriors had to go through untold hardships to comprehend and absorb the aura of the starlight. But this guy in front of him could grab it casually. "Yes, this is the aura of the starlight." Fong Chun curled his lips. This was just an ordinary aura of the starlight that had been tainted by the immortal star power. He didn't expect it to become a life-saving item for everyone in the Starlight Sacred Land. Continue. In the Starlight Sacred Land, there are a total of 1,000 mountains. Warriors who enter here will basically occupy a mountain peak and comprehend it wholeheartedly. They will try their best to absorb a large amount of the aura of the starlight and then explore the no man's land. After the one-horned man's explanation, Fong Chun roughly understood. It is said that the air in the no man's land contains a strong corrosive force. Once a warrior enters, his physical body will be corroded in minutes, and the aura of the starlight can isolate the corrosive force. The one-horned man said, "Of course, if one wants to walk unimpeded in the no man's land, the amount of aura of the starlight is beyond imagination. So, the inheritance treasures are all in the no man's land?" Fong Chun asked. The one-horned man nodded. In the Starlight Sacred Land, other than 1,000 mountains, there is only the no man's land. In the Starlight Sacred Land, fights for the mountains were happening all the time. This mountain peak was originally occupied by the one-horned man after he defeated 38 people with great difficulty. He didn't expect Fong Chun to beat him to it. "Seeing that your performance is quite good, I will spare your life first," Fong Chun said. "You can cultivate on this mountain peak first and keep me informed of the latest news in the Starlight Sacred Land." "Don't worry, I will definitely do it." Hearing this, the one-horned man was secretly delighted. He was very grateful to Fong Chun. Generally speaking, no one was willing to share a mountain with others. It was already very good that Fong Chun spared his life. He didn't expect him to stay on the mountain peak to cultivate. "By the way, there's one thing that I think you should know," the one-horned man suddenly said. "What is it?" "Shun Jianshun is also here." Chapter 3072. Shun Jianshun was the strongest of the younger generation in the true martial domain. Moreover, he was also a sword principal cultivator. His attainments in swordsmanship had reached the point of perfection. He was obsessed with cultivation and would not appear in the Jianghu under normal circumstances. But now he had appeared because of the Starlight Holy Land relic. This meant that he attached great importance to the Starlight Holy Land relic. Shen Jianshen is a strong opponent, Fang Chen murmured as he lowered his head and looked down at the vast land. He had learned from the One-Horned Man that Shun Jianshen was very powerful, and his comprehension of sword principle had reached an extremely high level. It is said that Shun Jianshen had already passed the second calamity and became a second calamity tribulation supremacy. However, he has not made a breakthrough for hundreds of years. The One-Horned Man said, "Once, there was an expert in the complete minor tribulation supremacy who thought that Shun Jianshen was unworthy of his reputation and threatened to challenge him. Shun Jianshen had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation and came out of seclusion to meet his opponent. The final result shocked everyone. Shun Jianshen killed the expert in the three calamity tribulation supremacy with just one sword strike. He did not defeat him, but killed him. From this point, it could be seen how powerful Shun Jianshen was." Whoosh! Just as Fang Chan was thinking, a dazzling light suddenly appeared beside him. This light was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the side of the mountain where Fang Chan was located. That is, Fang Chan was shocked. He saw a terrifying sword chi in the light. Within the terrifying sword chi, there was a figure. Shun Jianshen. Fang Chen subconsciously called out, "Yes, it is him. Who else could have such achievements in sword principle other than Shun Jianshen?" A look of astonishment flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. His eyes were burning as he stared ahead until Shun Jianshen's body disappeared from his sight. He entered the no man's land. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. Shun Jianshen was indeed the strongest of the younger generation in the true martial domain. With such strength, it was no wonder that he was respected by the world. What was that? The One-Horned Man obviously did not know what had just happened and asked in confusion. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "All right, I'm going to cultivate. If there's nothing special, don't disturb me." In the Starlight Holy Land, the aura of the starlight covered the entire land. Fang Chen was sitting in a lotus position on a mountain peak. Starlight aura constantly surged around him. Rumble. Thanks to the immortal star core, the starlight aura formed a huge vortex above Fang Chen's head. This vortex contained a surging aura of starlight. It turned into a beam of light that swooped down and enlightened Fang Chen. "Isn't this too strong?" The One-Horned Man at the side widened his eyes in disbelief. He had come to the Starlight Holy Land for a period of time, but had never seen such a powerful martial artist. Ordinary martial artists would be very careful when they absorbed the aura of starlight, fearing that their bodies would not be able to withstand it. And this guy in front of him was so ferocious. Can his body take it? The One-Horned Man stood up and stared at Fang Chen. Dong, dong, dong. In the sky, the starlight vortex rotated rapidly. Violent beams of starlight drilled into Fang Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's body was filled with a vast amount of starlight aura. The change on the mountain peak attracted the attention of many martial artists who were cultivating on the surrounding mountains. What's happening on that mountain peak? Why is there so much starlight aura gathered together? Gosh, what a terrifying starlight vortex. What's going on? On the various mountains, many martial artists looked over. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. There's someone under the starlight vortex. At their level, although the voice was very low, it spread around in an instant. Many people's gazes turned to look at him. Who is that person? Is he not afraid of death? He's too strong. How can his physical body be so strong? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Fang Chen being bombarded by the beams of starlight. Rumble. At this moment, the starlight vortex in the sky finally stopped rotating. At the same time, the last beam of starlight drilled into Fang Chen's body. At this time, the starlight aura in Fang Chen's body was completely saturated. "Come in." The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he shouted in a low voice. The starlight vortex in the sky was forcibly absorbed by him. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. Whoosh, whoosh. After absorbing the starlight vortex, the immortal star core in Fang Chen's body kept vibrating and was abnormally active. It's time to go to the no man's land. Fong Chen's dark eyes shot out a golden luster. He looked up at the no man's land in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the movement on the mountain peak had completely quieted down. The martial artists on the surrounding mountains were deep in thought. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures came together and climbed up the mountain where Fong Chen was. Brother, I just saw you absorb the starlight aura. It's really a good technique. I admire you. Yes, if we can also have your technique, we don't have to worry about entering the no man's land. May I ask, which realm are you from? There was a faint smile on the faces of the 3. However, there was a hint of murderous intent hidden in the depths of their eyes. What's the matter? Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently. His consciousness had already sensed many martial artists on the surrounding mountains. Many of them had murderous intent towards him. It was probably caused by the powerful technique he had displayed. In that case, he decided to make an example of them. Brother, the 3 of us are the descendants of the Void Realm's Wong family. I hope you can give us face and give us your technique. Don't worry, our Wong family will naturally not let you suffer. As long as you are willing to share this technique, our Wong family will definitely give you a great treasure. And if you're interested in going to the Void Realm to develop, our Wong family will definitely help you. The 3 of them chuckled and used the name of the Void Realm's Wong family to pressure Fong Chen. The Wong family is really shameless. Seeing that others are weak, you want to rob them? At this moment, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared and sneered. Hey Ling, this is a deal between us and this brother. What does it have to do with you? Seeing Hey Ling, the 3 of their faces suddenly changed. Hey Ling, can't stand the ugliness of your Wong family. Hey Ling sneered. The 3 of them wanted to speak, but were interrupted by Fong Chen. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Please go back, Fong Chen said. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you know how powerful my Wong family is in the Void Realm? How ignorant. Hearing that, Fong Chen's face turned completely cold. Get lost. There was a roar, followed by 3 crisp sounds. Dong. The 3 Wong family members who were incomparably arrogant before had been directly blasted off the mountain by Fong Chen. Trash like you dare to threaten me? Fong Chen's voice rumbled. For Kong Chanyue's sake, I won't kill you. If I see you again, don't blame me for being rude. This sudden turn of events caused He Ling to be stunned. Soon after, he grinned and clapped his hands in approval. Amazing. He Ling was full of admiration for Fong Chen. Brother, how should I address you? Fong Chen. Although the 3 insects of the Wong family are weak, Brother Fong was able to blast them away with a raise of his hand. It's enough to see how powerful Brother Fong is. He Ling said, I'm really envious of Brother Fong's potential and means. In response, Fong Chen shrugged. The 3 Wong family members got up from the ground and were extremely shocked. He's too strong. We can't afford to offend this person. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them fled in panic. Fong Chen's attack directly shocked many warriors on the surrounding mountain peaks. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? I've never heard of such a person in the realm of true force. He should be from other realms. From his means just now, I can see that his physical body is extremely strong. Could he be from the boundless realm? Those who originally wanted to attack Fong Chen had already given up on this decision. For a moment, everyone looked at the mountain peak where Fong Chen was at with incomparable envy. On the mountain peak, the one-horned man was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. On the side, He Ling was asking Fong Chen for advice. Brother Fong, you said before that you would do for Kong Chanyue's sake. Do you know him? He Ling asked. I guess so, Fong Chen said. He felt that He Ling's personality was straightforward, so he didn't drive him away. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3073. The strongest sky pride in the Void Realm was Kong Chanyue. Fong Chen had seen him before. Kong Chanyue had great attainments in the Void Dao and was considered a strong opponent. However, the gap between He Ling and Kong Chanyue was too big. Hearing that Fong Chen knew Kong Chanyue, He Ling's eyes flickered and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he shook his head gently and turned to leave. Many martial artists in the surrounding mountains shook their heads when they saw this. Even He Ling was unwilling to be enemies with this guy. How could they defeat him? He Ling in the Void Realm is famous for his bad temper. Why didn't he make a move? Are you kidding me? He Ling may be violent, but he knows his limits. Listening to that guy's tone, it seems that he doesn't even care about Kong Changyue. What's a mere He Ling to him? Fang Chun ignored everyone's discussion and looked at He Ling's disappearing figure and shook his head gently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He Ling's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he penetrated the void and returned to the mountain where he was. Puffed. As soon as he returned to the mountain, He Ling flicked his sleeve, and a huge seal immediately shrouded the mountain. Immediately after, he could no longer control the injuries in his body. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he sat on the ground, panting. He's too strong. Just now, when He Ling was silent, he secretly tried to use the Void Dao to fight against Fang Chun. However, before he could use it, his opponent directly countered it and even silently injured him. If he didn't disdain to kill me, I would have died long ago. He Ling's heart palpitated. His eyes flickered with a fiery light. I didn't expect that there would be someone outside the Void Realm who could cultivate the Void Dao to such a level. Even Kong Changyue doesn't have much of a chance of winning, right? Thinking of Kong Changyue, He Ling was looking forward to it. If Kong Changyue and Fang Chun were to fight, who would win? Kong Changyue seems to have come to the Starlight Sacred Ground. If he knew that there was such a sky pride in the Void Dao, he would definitely be tempted. After shocking the world and shocking the surrounding people, he left the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surroundings were filled with fog as Fang Chun quickly traveled through it. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the Starlight Sacred Ground. At this moment, he could clearly feel a resistance. We've arrived at the no man's land. Fang Chun's heart stirred. Immediately, the aura of starlight permeated his body. At the same time, the immortal star core also vibrated, and the immortal star power quietly enveloped Fang Chun. Voila! Fang Chun easily took this step and stepped into the no man's land. Is this the no man's land? Fang Chun could clearly feel the pressure on his body increasing. His Chaos Sword body was fully activated, raising his defense to the maximum. What a wonderful feeling. Fang Chun looked around and found that the immortal star power was very active, quickly absorbing the aura in the air. There's someone ahead. In the fog, Fang Chun saw a figure. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a sharp fist aura suddenly shot towards him. Dong! In a hurry, Fang Chun threw out a punch. When it collided with the fist aura, there was a deafening sound. Thud! 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 Fang Chun took a few steps back and steadied himself. He could clearly see the figure in the fog. Interesting. The man was wearing a golden robe. When he looked at Fang Chun, the corner of his lips curled up, and there was a look of ridicule on his face. No wonder you dare to come here when you're only a middle-stage supreme sage. It turns out that you have some skills. The man in the golden robe laughed. Hand over the aura of starlight on you. If you want it, come and get it yourself, Fang Chun said. You're courting death. Hearing this, the man in the golden robe struck at lightning speed. However, in the face of his strong attack, Fang Chun was fearless. Trash. After spitting out the two words, he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! Dazzling sword radiance with unparalleled power split the void and hit the man in the golden robe. Crack! The man in the golden robe's attack was instantly shattered. At the same time, there was a storm in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. No! The man in the golden robe screamed miserably. The hidden star sword quickly fell and split him in half. Hiss! Fang Chun opened his palm, and a large amount of starlight aura was absorbed into his body. Let's go. After putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chun's figure flashed and entered the depths of the no man's land. After he left, several figures appeared in front of the man in the golden robe's body. Who was that person? Why is he so powerful? He killed Jin Bai with one strike. His strength is at least that of a two disasters minor tribulation supremacy. In the 9 great domains of the eastern region, who else among the younger generation can have such a powerful sword talent other than Shen Jianxin? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In the depths of the no-man's land. The deeper Fang Shan went, the more he found that the starlight aura he had absorbed before began to change in this special environment. It's all turned into immortal star power? Fang Chen's face showed a touch of joy. Dong! Dong! The immortal star power in his body suddenly surged. Condense. He began to try to condense the second immortal star core. Boom! After all the starlight aura in his body had been converted into immortal star power, together with the immortal star power he had absorbed before, Fang Shan began to condense the second immortal star core. Hiss! Hiss! With the experience of condensing the first immortal star, this time was not too difficult for Fang Shan. In the blink of an eye, the immortal star core had appeared. However, at this critical moment, the immortal star power was not enough. It's still not enough. Fang Chun was a little anxious, but suddenly he saw starlight in the distance. That's a ball of immortal star power. Fang Chun immediately found the ball of light in front of him. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he continuously shuttled through the void and came in front of the ball of light. Absorb. Without saying anything, he grabbed the ball of light and absorbed the immortal star power inside. Stop! Just as Fang Chan finished absorbing the immortal star power in the ball of light, a furious voice suddenly came. How dare you steal my ball of immortal star power? You're courting death. A ferocious-looking man flashed and came in front of Fang Chun. Boom! He threw out a punch, and a powerful fist shadow directly hit Fang Chen's body. Get lost! Fang Chun roared and slashed out with his sword. Crack! Sparks flew in all directions as the hidden star sword collided with the thick and heavy metal and came to a standstill. Rip! The ferocious-looking man was forced back by Fang Chen's sword. Who are you? Fang Chan did not speak, and he carefully looked at the ferocious-looking man. The immortal star power in the ball of immortal star power must have been left by the immortal emperor. Fang Chun was now condensing the second immortal star core, and he urgently needed the immortal star power. He did not have time to waste with the ferocious-looking man. Without saying a word, he went deeper into the no-man's land to look for the ball of light. You stole my ball of light, and now you want to leave? The ferocious-looking man sneered, and he was burning with anger. He took out his saber and went straight to Fang Chun. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chun performed the 7th move of the invincible sword art. Combined with space-time Dao, he instantly imprisoned the ferocious-looking man in the void. Oh no! Seeing this, the ferocious-looking man quickly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A vast power emerged from his body and directly destroyed the time stop. Let's go. The ferocious-looking man seemed to have felt Fang Chen's strength. He did not want to fight anymore and turned to leave. Continue to absorb. Fang Chun did not chase after him. Instead, he was looking for the ball of light. The condensation of the star core has reached the most critical moment. According to my estimation, I can succeed with one more ball of light. At this critical moment, Fang Chun did not want to be distracted. Deep into no man's land, the fog was thick and the stars were bright. Crash! The ferocious-looking man's figure flashed and landed on the ground. Who the hell is he? The ferocious-looking man frowned. Time stop. Such a means has appeared. Thinking of this, the ferocious-looking man clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with a burning look. This is a very important piece of information. I think Brother Hao will like it. After that, the ferocious-looking man took out his communication jade pendant and told the other party about the battle between him and Fang Chun. At the same time, at the other end of the no man's land, a man had just killed an enemy when he suddenly heard the news from the communication jade pendant. Time stop? And it's from a holy venerable? Speaking of this, the man smiled eerily. Master once told me that if I can devour the flesh and blood of the person who has time stop, I will definitely be able to achieve great success. The man thought that his chance had come. Last time he had failed. This time, no matter what, no one could stop him. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3074. Starlight Holy Land, deep into no man's land. Vast fog shrouded the entire no man's land. The air contained extremely powerful immortal star power. At the same time, some star power light clusters appeared occasionally. At this moment, Feng Chun was shuttling through the no man's land at high speed, constantly looking for star power light clusters. For him now, the immortal star power hidden in the air was not very useful. Only star power light clusters could help him condense the second star core. Star power light clusters. After defeating the ferocious man, Feng Chun ran for about 15 minutes and finally saw a star power light cluster. Just as he was about to grab it, he was surprised to find that the star power light cluster was moving quickly, as if it was deliberately avoiding him. That is, Feng Chun was stunned. At this moment, the voice of the immortal scepter came. There is a remnant spirit in that star power light cluster. What? Feng Chun cried out in surprise. Just whose remnant was hidden in the cluster of astral power? Was it left by the immortal emperor? Soon, Feng Chun denied this idea. If it was the remnant spirit left by the immortal emperor, the immortal scepter would definitely know. I will attract the star power light cluster. You deal with the remnant spirit in the star power light cluster, the immortal scepter said in a deep voice. Okay. Soon, Feng Chun and the immortal scepter reached a consensus. The immortal scepter let out a long whistle. Immediately, complex runes flashed around it, and a terrifying immortal aura instantly spread out. The immortal scepter's strange movement instantly caused the immortal star power in the surrounding void to rush toward it. At the same time, the star power light cluster, which was running away, kept struggling. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not resist the attraction of the immortal scepter. Hiss! In a flash, the star power light cluster was attracted to the immortal scepter. Space-time, sword explosion. Feng Chun was already prepared. He held the star-hidden sword and slashed. In order to ensure that the remnant spirit could be killed to the greatest extent, Feng Chun secretly activated the immortal star core. His attacking power suddenly increased by several times. A resplendent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword in the sky. It seemed as if it was going to split the heaven and earth. Stop! The cluster of starlight seemed to be in a state of panic, and a hoarse voice echoed out from within. However, Feng Chun didn't stop at all. The hidden star sword was still swooping down with a powerful sword power. Stop! I can tell you the secret of No Man's Zone. The remnant consciousness in the cluster of star power obviously felt Feng Chun's killing intent and hurriedly shouted, Voila! After hearing the words, No Man's Land, the hidden star sword instantly froze in the void. The violent sword principle aura poured down and dissipated in the void. The sword chime resounded throughout the world, as if it was responding to the remnant consciousness in the cluster of star power. I've already confined the cluster of star power. At this moment, the voice of the immortal scepter came. Feng Chun nodded and looked curiously at the cluster of star power. Who are you? Why are you in the cluster of star power? Feng Chun asked the question in his heart. I'm a general under the real martial domain lord. I once followed the domain lord to explore the No Man's Zone. In the end, I died here. A remnant consciousness hid in the cluster of star power and lived on. What? Hearing this, Feng Chun exclaimed. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the cluster of star power. His heart was in turmoil. The real martial domain lord came to the starlight, sacred ground before? Feng Chun asked hurriedly. His face became solemn. Even the real martial domain lord came here before. Didn't that mean that there was a treasure in the starlight's sacred ground that could attract the attention of a domain lord? Thinking of this, Feng Chun's heart was burning with passion. Perhaps the immortal emperor had left an important inheritance here. At the same time, he also thought of the death of the remnant consciousness in front of him. The real martial domain lord could be said to be the strongest domain lord in the eastern region. He was the ruler of the eastern region. Even the domain lords of the other 8 domains had to greet the real martial domain lord personally. From this point, one could see how strong the real martial domain lord was. However, This person had died while following the real martial domain lord. What did this mean? Could it be that there was a great danger hidden in the Starlight's sacred ground? A long time ago, so long that I almost forgot about the time, the remnant consciousness said. At that time, the real martial domain lord had just stepped into the domain lord realm. His strength wasn't that strong. I followed him to conquer the Starlight's sacred ground. Who would have thought that there would be a change in the middle? The Starlight's sacred ground isn't as simple as it seems. There's an extremely evil existence that was suppressed in the depths of the no man's zone. If you touch the seal, you will definitely meet with a calamity. After listening to the remnant consciousness, Fong Chen's heart tightened. The battle back then was too tragic. Even the real martial domain lord couldn't escape unscathed. As the subordinate of the domain lord, I resolutely blocked in front of him to buy time for him. The remnant consciousness said. In the end, the domain lord escaped, but I died. Fortunately, because of a strand of good fortune, my remnant consciousness hid in the cluster of star energy. That guy was too terrifying. If he was allowed to escape, the entire eastern region would be turned into ashes. Fortunately, he was restricted in the no man's zone and couldn't break out of the cage. He couldn't even destroy the cluster of star energy. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. The remnant consciousness recalled the tragic battle back then and sighed with emotion. He didn't expect that after so many years, he would actually meet a human cultivator. For so many years, my remnant consciousness has been dissipating. Fortunately, there's the energy in the cluster of star energy to maintain it. That's why I can persist until now. The remnant consciousness continued. Your cluster of star energy is my life. If you can be magnanimous after I escape from the Starlight's sacred ground, I will definitely reward you greatly. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart moved. He was considering whether to save the remnant consciousness or not. If he could lose the domain lord of true martial because of this, it would be too worth it. However, he had to seriously consider whether what the remnant consciousness said was true or not. How can you prove that what you said is true? Fong Chen shrugged and asked, how about this? Do you have a space-type treasure? The remnant consciousness said, it has to be at least of the Emperor realm. Whoosh! Fong Chun moved his mind, and Mount Dongming appeared in front of him. Mount Dongming followed beside him and improved day and night. It was now a space-type treasure at the half-step Emperor realm. Put me in this space-type treasure, and then everything will be clear, Yi Futian said. Fong Chun followed the remnant consciousness's instructions and sent the cluster of star energy into Mount Dongming. Then, he entered it himself. Whoosh! The cluster of star energy wriggled, and the remnant consciousness floated out. My name is Qi Zhan. How should I address you, brother? The remnant consciousness turned into a shadow and bowed slightly. Fong Chun. Thank you, Brother Fong, for saving my life. Then, Qi Zhan waved his hand and flicked his finger. A dazzling ray of light shot out. Seeing this ray of light, Fong Chen's pupils constricted. Can you prove my identity now? Qi Zhan asked. Yes, Fong Chun said. Qi Zhan had just used the domain lord of true martial realm's famous technique, the universe true martial finger. As the strongest domain lord in the eastern region, Fong Chun had heard all the legends of the domain lord of true martial realm. Naturally, he had heard of the universe true martial finger. Even though Zhang Xian had never seen it before, he was still able to deduce something from the rumors. No one could display the charm of the universe true martial finger. Qi Zhan in front of him could only imitate a trace of it. It seems that this person has a high status in the domain lord of true martial realm's heart. The fact that he could teach his technique to others was enough to prove everything. Although the air in the no man's land contains star energy, it also contains that guy's evil aura. Once my remnant consciousness leaves the cluster of star energy, it will be instantly disintegrated, Qi Zhan said. Fong Chen nodded. So that was it. However, he was more curious. What was the terrifying existence that had once forced the domain lord of true martial realm to retreat? Brother Fong, how about we make a deal? Qi Zhan said with a smile. He flicked his finger and sent the cluster of star energy to Fong Chun. I can help you find a cluster of star energy. At the same time, I can guarantee that as long as you are in the domain of true martial realm, you will be protected by the domain lord of true martial realm. What you need to do is to use this space-type treasure to bring me out. How about it? Chapter 3075. Qizhan looked at Fang Chun. He felt that his offer was attractive enough. Under normal circumstances, the other party would definitely accept it. You don't have to worry about my relationship with the Realm Lord. Although we are master and servant, we are actually brothers. Otherwise, the Realm Lord wouldn't have imparted the universe's true martial finger to me, Qizhan said slowly when he saw Fang Chun deep in thought. How can you help me find a star power light cluster? Fang Chun asked. In fact, he valued Qizhan's understanding of the starlight's sacred ground and the no man's land. Countless experts from the 9 great boundaries in the eastern region flocked to the starlight sacred ground this time. It was extremely difficult to get the last inheritance treasure. With Qizhan's help, it might be easier. I have been in the star power light cluster as a remnant consciousness. As time passed, my remnant consciousness absorbed a trace of the star power and was tainted with its aura. As long as it is within a certain range, I will be able to sense the star power light cluster, Qizhan said. Fang Chun nodded. He couldn't refuse Qizhan's offer. Okay, I promise you. Fang Chun grinned. With Qizhan and the Immortal Scepter's help, it would be easy to find the star power light cluster. Whoosh! Fang Chun made a grabbing motion with his hand and grabbed the cluster of astral power in his palm. Condense! Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The last of his immortal star power merged into the star core. Dong! His body shook and a vast power whizzed out. The entire dark cave mountain was shaking. Ripples flickered in the sky as if the heavens and earth were about to be pierced through. Qizhan's eyes widened when he saw this. There seems to be a huge source of star power in his body. What is that? He saw the existence of the immortal star core through Fang Chun's body. However, he didn't know what this thumb-sized thing was. No wonder he dares to barge into the starlight's sacred ground when he is only a holy venerate. Qizhan smiled bitterly. In a flash, the second star core was condensed. Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes. His body was enveloped by astral power. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The whole world seemed to change color. At this moment, he could feel that the power in his body had reached its peak. It was as if he could split the heavens and earth apart with a single punch. Immortal Star Core. Fang Chun's eyes were full of passion. Every time he condensed an immortal star core, his attack power would increase countless times. He had only condensed the second one, and he already felt that his power was boundless. He could not imagine how powerful the Immortal Emperor was when he had condensed 9 immortal star cores and cultivated the immortal hand. Isn't that the true destruction of heaven and earth? Fang Chun murmured. Congratulations, Brother Fang. Your strength has increased. Qizhan smiled and congratulated Fang Chun. The stronger the latter was, the greater his chances of leaving the Starlight Holy Land. Someone is approaching. Just as Fang Chun was about to speak, he suddenly felt someone approaching from the outside world. Voila! He instantly appeared outside Immortal Cave Mountain and saw 2 figures in a mist. He took a closer look and saw that one of them was the ferocious-looking man that he had defeated before. Beside him, there was an expert with an even stronger aura. Brother Hao, he's over there. The ferocious-looking man saw Fang Chun and pointed at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious-looking man and Brother Hao were not far away from Fang Chun. Kid, you're dead this time, the ferocious-looking man said arrogantly. Brother Hao frowned and stared at Fang Chun as if he was trying to see through him. After a long while, he relaxed his brows and asked, You're the guy who has time stopped? Why? After being defeated by me, you found someone to help you? Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and ignored Brother Hao. You still don't know how dangerous your situation is, right? The ferocious-looking man sneered. With Brother Hao here, no one can save you today. Go and capture him for me, Brother Hao said coldly. If he dares to resist, I'll destroy his cultivation. Boom! The ferocious-looking man attacked again, and a powerful force emerged from his palm. Dong! 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 The sky shook. When the ferocious-looking man gathered all his strength, he suddenly slammed his palm toward Fang Chun. Trash will always be trash. Fang Chun smiled indifferently and threw out a punch. Dong! The fist and the palm collided, and a deafening sound exploded. The ferocious-looking man's body retreated a little. Then he stomped his foot and continued to rush toward Fang Chun. You do have some skills, but if that's all, you're not qualified to make me. Chen Hao, take action. Brother Hao sneered. If someone was here and saw Brother Hao, they would definitely be dazed. Because he was Chun Hao, the strongest sky pride in the black underworld territory, recognized as the demon with the most potential in the extreme Yin lineage. It was to the extent that Chun Hao, with his unique comprehension ability, had created an unprecedented feat. The black underworld territory was most proficient in the extreme Yin Dao, and the black underworld territory master was one of the best in the extreme Yin Dao. Chun Hao, on the other hand, had shown great talent since he was young, and the North Black Underworld Territory Master took him in as his last disciple. Moreover, a few hundred years ago, Chun Hao used a unique method to merge the extreme Yin lineage and the Void lineage together, forming a brand new lineage. This lineage was called the Void Extreme Yin lineage. It was built on the foundation of the extreme Yin Dao and the Void Dao, and it was a perfect combination. Even the Black Underworld Territory Master was shocked, thinking that it was a stroke of genius. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. It was a product of the era, a unique mark of the era. Since then, he nurtured Chun Hao with all his might. In order for him to have greater attainments in the Void Extreme Yin lineage, he didn't hesitate to incur the wrath of the Void world and captured the disciples of the Void lineage. In the Black Underworld Territory, Chun Hao is synonymous with the Heaven's Chosen One. The Black Underworld Territory Master once said that Chun Hao's future achievements would definitely be above his. At this moment, Chun Hao looked at Fang Chun as though he had seen his prey, and he licked his dry lips. He clearly remembered that his master once said that if he wanted to go further in the Void Extreme Yin lineage and have a breakthrough, he would have to devour someone who had the ability to stop time. In the immemorial chaotic world, anyone who had the ability to stop time was basically a sector master and above. Some people, even the Black Underworld Territory Master, didn't dare to provoke. Hence, Chun Hao could only place his hopes on a Saint God level martial artist. After going through untold hardships, he finally found one. No one can save you from my hands. Chun Hao laughed eerily. Bang! Just then, a loud sound rang out. Chun Hao looked up and saw that the hideous man was defeated by Fang Chun. Stop! Seeing that Fang Chun's star-hidden sword was about to pierce the hideous man's head, Chun Hao raised his hand and punched out. You can't stop me, Fang Chun said coldly. The star-hidden sword drew a strange trajectory and successfully went around Chun Hao's fist and stabbed into the hideous man's head. At the same time, he activated the chaotic sword body and gathered all his strength on his fist and punched out. The two fists collided, and the surrounding void exploded as though the ground was about to be overturned. A powerful aura tore through the sky. Two different forces devoured each other. This scene caused Chun Hao to be stunned. Soon after, he stomped his foot and his body retreated a few steps. Fang Chun's fist light, which contained the immortal star power, missed its target and hit the ground. Integrated with the star force, Chun Hao was surprised, as he didn't expect this guy to have such monstrous potential. If I give you more time, you might really become a threat to me. Unfortunately, you've been targeted by me. Chun Hao didn't care about the hideous man who was heavily injured and on the verge of death. To him, a martial artist who had the ability to stop time was the most important. Everything else was meaningless. To put it bluntly, the hideous man was just a dog. Now that he had completed his mission, it didn't matter anymore. Brother Hao, save me. The hideous man felt his life force disappearing. He raised his hand with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, You become useless. Chun Hao said coldly, You'll only suffer more torture if you live. Why don't you sleep in the starlight, holy land, forever? No, brother Hao. Seeing this, the hideous man's pupils shrank, and he shouted desperately. However, Chen Hao's palm was already on his head. Seeing this, Fang Chun shook his head. To achieve your goal, you'll do whatever it takes. After achieving your goal, you burn the bridge and kill your own subordinate, Fang Chun said. Although I want to kill him, your actions make me feel even more ashamed. Chapter 3076. It had to be said that Chen Hao was able to reach where he was today because of his ruthlessness and decisiveness. However, Fang Chun hated this kind of person the most. Chen Hao's palm was full of blood. He looked at Fang Chun mockingly. Why would he need to explain his actions to others? Because he was the Black Turtle Territory's genius, Chen Hao. Just this point alone was enough. At this moment, Chen Hao only saw Fang Chun as a prey. A prey would always be a prey. No matter how strong he was, he would never be able to escape from the hands of the hunter. As for the prey killing the hunter, it did not exist for Chen Hao at all. Over the years, as long as Chen Hao set his eyes on his target, no one would be able to escape. The person in front of him today was no exception. You can't even protect yourself, and you're still pretending to be calm. Interesting. Chen Hao sneered, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Do you think you can kill me? Fang Chun shrugged and asked instead of getting angry. Chen Hao shook his head and said, Looks like you still don't know what I'm capable of. Chen Hao from the Black Turtle Territory was one of the top geniuses in the entire eastern region. Some people even said that Chen Hao's Voidine lineage was a pioneer in the Black Turtle Territory. He could even compete with Xun Jianxun from the true martial domain. Chen Hao from the Black Turtle Territory. Fang Chun naturally heard about some of Chen Hao's deeds. However, he was still fearless. People say that you, Chen Hao, can compete with Xun Jianxun from the true martial domain. Today, I would like to see if you live up to your reputation. Buzz. As soon as Fang Chun finished his words, he activated the chaotic sword body. Vast sword aura filled his body and raised his physical defense to the highest level. At the same time, the hidden star sword quickly appeared in his palm. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chen Hao licked his dry lips as a sinister smile appeared on his face. He raised both of his hands and waved them in the air. In the next moment, an extremely cold void aura filled the air. The temperature of the entire area suddenly dropped. At the same time, Chen Hao's body flickered and disappeared in the void. Void extreme lineage. Fang Chen murmured. Everyone knew that Chen Hao had merged the void lineage and the extreme lineage to form the void Dao of extreme. However, they didn't know that Fang Chun had created his own invincible swordsmanship from scratch, creating a new era. Void extreme demonic hand. Chen Hao, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Fang Chun. At the same time, he roared loudly. The dense qi that permeated the air rapidly gathered in his palms. His palms were filled with boundless strength as they swooped downwards. Space-time, sword explosion. Seeing Chen Hao's attack, Fang Chun decisively used space-time sword burst. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and pierced towards Chen Hao's palm as fast as lightning. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the sword light pierced through Chen Hao's palm, instantly breaking apart his void extreme demonic palm. Dong! Chen Hao was at a disadvantage in the first exchange of blows. After feeling the threat of the hidden star sword, Chen Hao quickly retreated. When he stabilized his body, he suddenly found that his palm was full of blood. There was a bloody mark on his palm. Why didn't you use time stop? Chen Hao asked gloomily. In his opinion, what Fang Chun was most proud of was probably his ability to stop time. However, he didn't use it when dealing with him, which was simply too arrogant. Why should I use it? Fang Chun shrugged. You? Chen Hao was completely enraged by Fang Chun's words. Good, very good, Chen Hao said coldly. Since he had the ability to stop time, his attainment in the Void Dao was not weak. Therefore, Chen Hao directly gave up using the Void ability to deal with Fang Chun and focused on the extreme ability. His Void extreme demonic hand was unleashed once again. Die! Chen Hao shouted in a low voice, and a terrifying, killing intent shot out from his dark eyes. When his big hand was about to touch Fang Chun, something strange happened. The hidden star sword automatically used the invincible sword technique, and Fang Chun clenched his fists and continuously swung them. Dong! 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 Chun Hao's big hand blocked the attack of the hidden star sword, but it could not block Fang Chun's punch. Chun Hao was caught off guard, and his body was sent flying by Fang Chun. I'm going to kill you." Chun Hao quickly got up from the ground and shouted crazily, falling into a state of madness. "A little ant dares to hurt me." Chun Hao's body was surrounded by an extremely strong extreme Yin aura, and his expression began to change. His hands quickly formed a seal in front of his chest, and in the blink of an eye, a mysterious Yin ball appeared. Mysterious Yin explode. Chun Hao stomped his foot, and his body shuttled through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chun in an instant. This was his strongest attack, and no one in the younger generation had ever forced him to use it. Originally, he had prepared this move to deal with Shun Jianshun, but after exchanging blows with Fang Chun, he felt that the latter was difficult to deal with. A wholly venerate martial artist dared to enter the depths of the no man's land without any scruples, so he must have something to rely on. "The stronger you are, the more my cultivation will increase after I devour you." Looking at the faint void aura around Fang Chun, Chun Hao licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Buzz!" The two immortal star cores in Fang Chun's body vibrated rapidly, and vast immortal star power was rapidly infused into the hidden star sword. "So what if you were a supreme talent? I'll kill you with my sword." The seventh move of the invincible sword technique, space-time sword explosion. In the cloudy sky, a bright and dazzling sword light appeared out of nowhere. It tore the space apart, pierced through the heavens and earth, and pierced towards Chun Hao at lightning speed. The entire no man's land seemed to be trembling when the sword was unleashed. There had never been such a shocking power in the world before. Even Qi Zhan, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, felt his heart palpitate. What a powerful force, Qi Zhan murmured. He could feel that Fang Chun's strength had increased by a few hundred times in just a few seconds, which was absolutely unimaginable. Explode. Chun Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill Fang Chun. He believed that as long as he punched, Fang Chun would definitely die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His big hand pressed down, and at the same time, the extreme Yin Qi exploded, forming a powerful vibration wave. Crack! However, such a magnificent attack did not last long, and it was pierced through by a sword light that descended from the heavens. The two immortal star cores brought Fang Chun a powerful attack, and Chun Hao could not withstand it at all. Condense. Chun Hao also realized that something was wrong, and he clenched his fists, trying to hold the terrifying sword light, but he could not do it. He could feel that the terrifying sword light was destroying his body. "I can't go on like this." Chun Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness, and he immediately used his other hand to smash his palm that was pierced through by the sword light. Poochie! Blood splattered across the sky, and Chun Hao's miserable cry resounded between the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Chun Hao endured the pain and quickly disappeared into the void. Trying to escape? Fang Chun sneered and slashed out with his sword again. In the distant sky, the void was torn apart and a sword light loomed. Then, blood splattered across the sky, and Chun Hao disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chun frowned, as if he was not satisfied with Chun Hao's escape. With such a heavy injury, even if he escaped, he would not live for long. In the darkness, there was an uproar. The battle between Fang Chun and Chun Hao was too intense, and it attracted the attention of many martial artists. When they saw Chun Hao escape, they were shocked. Black Turtle Territories, Chun Hao was defeated? Oh my God, who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? He's too strong, and it's simply unimaginable. Could he be Shun Jianshun? Some of the martial artists who had not seen Shun Jianshun before associated him with Shun Jianshun. He's not Shun Jianshun, but he's a monster comparable to Shun Jianshun. Soon, The news spread in the no-man's land. Most of the martial artists who entered the Starlight's sacred ground were on the mountain peak outside, absorbing the aura of the starlight. The martial artists in the no-man's land were basically the geniuses of the various large domains. When they heard the news, they were all shocked. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3077. What? Chun Hao from the underworld territory was defeated by a strange man? A man holding a sword asked in surprise in a corner of the no-man's land. Moreover, he's a sword cultivator? At this point, the sword-wielding man's lips curled into a sly smile. It seems that Shun Jianshun won't be alone. This man's potential is too monstrous. He's only a holy venerate, but his attack power is comparable to that of a complete minor tribulation venerable. Even Chun Hao is no match for him. I'm afraid that only a great tribulation venerable can suppress him, another man said. Moreover, the martial artists who are secretly observing him have found that the starlight aura on him is too strong. In this regard, even Shen Jianshun is inferior to him. The man holding the sword was slightly surprised. He put away the long sword in his hand and said, "He must have some unspeakable secret on him. If we can capture him." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The news of him defeating Chun Hao with a single sword strike was like a storm spreading rapidly. Everyone in the no-man's land knew about it. Even the experts from the other 8 realms were curious about who this person was. As the protagonist, Fong Chun did not have the time to care about others. He was busy looking for starlight balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After absorbing the starlight balls in front of him, Fong Chun felt a little strange. The immortal emperor left so many starlight balls in the no-man's land. There must be some secret, Fong Chun murmured. In just 3 days, he had absorbed about 9 starlight balls, and the immortal star power in his body was getting stronger. As far as I know, there are a total of 108 starlight balls in the no-man's land. If all of them are absorbed, the inheritance treasure will appear. Qi Zhan revealed a secret. Is the news reliable? Fong Chun asked hurriedly. However, you have to be careful. Although there are powerful restrictions suppressing that guy for countless years, I can't guarantee that he won't rush out, Qi Zhan reminded him. Fong Chun nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As soon as his voice fell, Fong Chun felt a slight spatial fluctuation. Then, he found that on a small hill not far away, 2 men were discussing how to find the astral light cluster. Heaven Mountain Palace? Fong Chun frowned as his gaze fell on their collars. There was the symbol of the Sky Mountain Palace there, on a small hill. How unlucky. We just found a ball of light, and it was snatched away by someone else, one of them said helplessly. Who asked him to be so strong? Another person said, if it wasn't for the Hidden Star Palace Lord, our boundless world's younger generation wouldn't be so destitute. That damned fellow. After killing Xiahou Yuan, the rest of us are simply not worth mentioning before the geniuses of the 8 great domains. Thinking of Fong Chun, the 2 of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Don't worry, that fellow is not far from death. It is said that our palace master has contacted the other palaces recently and persuaded them to besiege the Hidden Star Palace together. When the Hidden Star Palace is destroyed, the Hidden Star Palace Master will be imprisoned by our Heaven Mountain Palace and will never be able to reincarnate. Voila! Fong Chun suddenly appeared on the small hill and looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Who are you? The 2 of them immediately became alert and looked at Fong Chun vigilantly. Brother, we are disciples of the boundless world's Heaven Mountain Palace. May I ask who you are? The 2 of them felt the powerful aura on the person before them and immediately reported their names. Weren't you guys still discussing me just now? Why did you guys not recognize me when I appeared? Fong Chun looked at the 2 of them with ridicule and said slowly, You are the Hidden Star Palace Master. The 2 of them looked at each other. Then their pupils suddenly shrank and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Why are you here? The 2 of them were very shocked. Wasn't the Hidden Star Palace Master in the boundless world? Why did he appear in the true martial domain? Unfortunately, the 2 of them still wanted to say something, but there was no chance. Die! Fong Chun blasted out a punch. Immediately, a martial artist who was close to him was directly annihilated in body and soul. The other martial artist was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a plop. Hidden Star Palace Master, please be magnanimous and let me go. I am willing to do anything for you. As long as you let me go, I will do anything. How many people from the Heaven Mountain Palace came here this time? Fong Chen asked. A total of more than 30 people. The Law Hall Master is leading the team, the person said with a trembling body. Fong Chen nodded lightly. Very good. The person was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. However, what welcomed him was Fong Chen's punch. Kacha! His head shattered and his body exploded. Heaven Mountain Palace? The corner of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Since it is already a matter of life and death, it doesn't matter if I kill a few more disciples of the Heaven Mountain Palace, Fong Chen muttered. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void, looking for the disciples of the Heaven Mountain Palace. Not long after he left, a ripple appeared in the void, and the sword-wielding man arrived. I'm late. Behind him, the black-robed man checked the two corpses and said, the blood is still warm. It seems that he has not gone far. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword-wielding man was extremely fast as he chased after Fong Chen. At this moment, Qi Zhan, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, sent a voice transmission to Fong Chen. Someone is following you. Fong Chen had also noticed it, but he did not pay attention to it. The latter's strength was not even comparable to Chen Hao's, so how could he be a threat to him? Brother, please wait. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, a voice sounded. Fong Chen was a little puzzled and stopped in his tracks. In the blink of an eye, the sword-wielding man and the golden-robed man appeared in front of Fong Chen. Brother, I am Jianyu. The sword-wielding man smiled and said, I heard that you severely injured Chen Hao of the Black Turtle Territory with a single sword strike. I'm a little curious, so I've been looking for you. I want to ask you about the Tao of the sword. Fong Chen shrugged. Everyone's Tao of the sword is different. Mine may not be suitable for you, and yours may not be worse than mine. As long as you follow the obsession in your heart, one day you will have a different harvest. Hearing this, Jian Yu's eyes lit up. He was even more certain that he had found the right person. Brother, to be honest, I have been troubled by this realm for many years, and I have been unable to touch a higher level of the Tao of the sword. I hope that you will not be stingy with your guidance on the account that we are both sword cultivators, Jian Yu said very sincerely. The black-robed man beside him said, Brother Jian Yu is a sword fanatic. If you don't agree to his request, I'm afraid he will continue to bother you unless you kill him. Ha! We are both sword cultivators. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He looked at Jian Yu with admiration and then said, Well, no one is a match for me in the Tao of the sword. Although our Tao of the sword is different, we can still learn from each other. Make your move. Okay. Jian Yu held the long sword in his hand and instantly entered battle mode. He swung his hand, and the long sword spun 9 times in the air before returning to his hand. At the same time, a terrifying sword Tao aura spread out. Seeing this, Fong Chen was a little surprised. Man and sword as one, Fong Chen murmured. Although he was surprised, Jian Yu's move was not too threatening. Swoosh! Fong Chen performed the 7th move of the invincible sword technique, space-time sword explosion. This was the invincible sword Tao that he had created. It was his own Tao. As soon as the invincible sword Tao appeared, Jian Yu shook. What a powerful sword Tao! Jian Yu exclaimed, but he did not forget to attack. Dong! The 2 long swords quickly collided, and sparks flew in all directions. Soon, they separated. Thump! Thump! Jian Yu's body staggered a little. After stabilizing his body, his eyes were full of passion. This is the perfect sword Tao. This is the sword Tao that I have been pursuing all my life. In his mind, he recalled the fight with Fong Chen and felt that his understanding of sword Tao seemed to have improved a lot. Your understanding of sword Tao is very unique, but you have only achieved the man and sword as one. When you truly achieve the man and sword as one, you will understand that sword Tao is much simpler than you think. From simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. Buzz! Jian Yu's mind trembled, and he seemed to have an epiphany. He cupped his fists at Fang Chun. My name is Jian Yu, which means the jade of the sword. However, compared to brother, I am simply ashamed. Brother's understanding of the sword, Dao, makes me blush with shame. Today, I will not hesitate to teach you. It is very important to me. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Chapter 3078. Chun Hao from the Black Underworld territory was one of the top geniuses in the eastern region. Some people even said that he had the chance to compete with Shun Jianxun in the future. From this point, it could be seen how highly everyone thought of Chun Hao. However, Chun Hao had been defeated by Fang Chun in his first battle in the Starlight Holy Land. This news was too shocking. Everyone's expression changed when they heard it. However, there was one person who could not accept this fact. On a towering mountain in the Starlight Holy Land. This mountain looked very ferocious from afar. On the mountain peak, there was an extremely powerful and crazy power that made people feel afraid to approach it. At this moment, two figures were sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize them. These two people were Mo Shi from the Mo Fist sect, who had been defeated by him, and by Yunjin, who had been expelled from the Bai family. Brother Mo by Yunjin's face was a little gloomy. He had just returned from outside and heard something that he could not believe. Do you think this is true? Bai Yunjin looked at Mo Shi and asked in a low voice. Buzz! Violent power surged from Mo Shi's body. The complicated patterns on the surface of his skin exuded a dazzling and shocking power. Crash! After hearing Bai Yunjin's words, Mo Shi slowly opened his eyes. It had been some time since he had been severely injured by Fang Chun. Now, after entering the Starlight Holy Land, he had obtained a trace of opportunity. Not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also increased. Now, he had regained his former confidence. He was the only successor of the Mo family's fist technique, the strongest genius of the Mo Fist sect, Mo Shi. Chun Hao from the Black Underworld territory is very powerful. I almost had no chance to fight back against him. How could a mere Fang Chun defeat Chun Hao with one sword? Mo Shi sneered. Obviously, he did not believe the news that Bai Yunjin had heard. Moreover, although everyone is talking about it, they do not know the name of the mysterious expert who defeated Chun Hao. Maybe he is Shun Jianxun? Bai Yunjin opened his mouth and stopped talking. There's no need to say anything more. With my current strength, if that Fang Chun dares to appear, I will definitely make him die a tragic death. After he finished speaking, Mo Shi slowly stood up. His pitch-black eyes looked towards the gray no-man's zone. He clenched his fists and said, Now, it's time to enter the no-man's zone. For this trip to the Starlight Holy Grounds, the Mo Fist sect had also sent a large number of disciples. However, Mo Shi wanted to take the lead and enter the no-man's land to look for opportunities. Therefore, he no longer waited for the disciples of the Mo Fist sect. Let's go. Bai Yunjin followed behind Mo Shi. His eyes flickered, but in the end he made a decision. He had already been kicked out of the Bai clan, and no one cared about him. It was Mo Shi who had given him a chance to prove himself again. He couldn't give up this opportunity. No man's land. Mo Shi and Bai Yunjin were extremely fast. They were surrounded by a vast starlight aura. The no man's land is just so. Mo Shi, who was moving quickly, laughed coldly. It was said that the no man's land was the most dangerous place in the Starlight Holy Grounds. Even Great Tribulation venerables could die there. But now, he had been in there for a few days and had not encountered any danger. There's someone. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a hazy figure in front of him. Why does this person look so familiar? Bai Yunjin, who was beside him, was also a little surprised. However, when he looked carefully, he was shocked to find that the hazy figure in the distance was actually Fang Chun. It's him. Bai Yunjin was burning with anger as he roared in a hoarse voice. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Mo Shi smiled sinisterly, and a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He jumped up and rushed towards Fang Chun. Today, the no man's land will be your burial ground. When Mo Shi discovered Fang Chun, the latter also discovered him. Fang Chun stopped and watched Mo Shi and Bai Yunjin approach. I didn't expect to meet them here. The corners of Fang Chun's mouth curled up, revealing a touch of indifference. Fang Chun. Mo Shi moved sideways, blocking Fang Chun's path. He glared at Fang Chun, the veins on his forehead bulging. He said angrily, "That day in the Bai family, you used despicable means to injure me. Today I, Mo Shi, am here for revenge." Fang Chun shook his head gently and said indifferently, "I gave you a way out, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Return my necklace to me, and then kill yourself here. I can leave you a complete corpse." Mo Shi stretched out his hand and asked for the necklace. The necklace was the most important treasure of the Mo Fist sect. He had to get it back at all costs. Fang Chun shrugged. "I've already refined the necklace. You're courting death." Hearing Fang Chun's words, Mo Shi was furious and immediately attacked. Mo Fist technique. Mo Shi roared and instantly used the Mo clan's fist technique. "I've given you a chance. You asked for it." A cold light flashed in Fang Chun's eyes. Then his whole body shook and he punched out. Dong! When his fist collided with Mo Shi's fist, it instantly exploded. A violent energy swept across the ground and completely enveloped the two of them. Not far away, Bai Yunjin anxiously looked at the battlefield. He was faintly worried. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a figure flew out from the violent energy and landed heavily on the ground. "Brother Mo!" Bai Yunjin cried out when he saw this. Pucci! Mo Shi, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at Fang Chun. "You, the one who defeated Chun Hao, is you." However, before he could finish his sentence, his origin spirit shattered. No! Bai Yunjin felt despair in his heart. With just one punch, Mo Shi was killed. How powerful was Fang Chun? Plop! Bai Yunjin couldn't care less. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Chun. "Senior Fang, please let me go for the sake of the Bai family. Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Fang Chun didn't care about killing Bai Yunjin. His body flashed, and he turned to leave. Bai Yunjin struggled in his heart. He took Mo Shi's body and quickly returned from the no man's land. "If you don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will blow deep." Qizhan transmitted his voice in Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chun shook his head. Bai Yunjin was nothing. Bai Yunjin is naturally nothing. But have you ever thought that Mo Shi, who was killed by you, also has a force behind him? What Bai Yunjin tells the Mo Fist sect about this? Qizhan said. After all, he had been there before. Jianghu was dangerous, and he had to be careful. Mo Fist sect. Fang Chun murmured. When he absorbed enough star power and condensed the third immortal star core, he wouldn't be afraid of even a great tribulation supremacy. A mere Mo Fist sect was nothing. Besides, wasn't there Qizhan? Don't I still have you? Mo Fist sect is a force of the true force domain. Could it be stronger than the lord of the true force domain? Fang Chun laughed. Qizhan was a little speechless. You've absorbed a lot of star power recently. There are almost no star power light clusters around. It's time to go deeper. Qizhan said. There are many geniuses from the 8 realms in the no man's land. You should be careful. You've defeated Chun Hao. It's very likely that you'll attract the hatred of other geniuses. Although you're not afraid of them with your current strength, you still have to be careful. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. In the following time, Fang Chun kept looking for star power light clusters. During this time, he encountered some disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace. Without exception, they were all killed. At the same time, he also received a piece of news. The god of Sky Mountain. Fang Chun's lips curled up in disdain. Xiahou Yuan is dead. How dare he call himself the strongest genius in the boundless world? What a joke. He learned from the people of the Sky Mountain Palace that after Xiahou Yuan's death, the god of Sky Mountain had become the strongest person on the new genius list. He would take this opportunity to kill more disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace and shake their foundation. When he returned to the Hidden Star Palace, it would be the time for an all-out war. Oh no! Suddenly, Qi Zhan sent a voice transmission with a hurried expression. I sensed a trace of that terrifying guy's aura. What? Hearing that, Fang Chun was also shocked. He asked hurriedly, "What's going on? Could it be that he has escaped?" If that guy had escaped, it would be a disaster for them. Chapter 3079. In the battle back then, Qi Zhan's physical body was destroyed, and his primordial spirit was also crippled. Only a trace of his remnant consciousness remained in the Star Force Light cluster, struggling at death's door until today. After countless years of anticipation, he finally waited for the person who could save him from the abyss of suffering. Fang Chun was the only person who had the chance to take him out of the Starlight Sacred Land, so he naturally had to protect the former. He had been in the No Man's Land for countless years, and was very sensitive to everything here, although that aura was very thin, so thin that it could almost be ignored. But Qi Zhan still felt it. His face suddenly changed, and his illusory figure tensed up to the extreme. "Let's go," Qi Zhan hurriedly said. "Whether that guy has escaped or not, the No Man's Land is incomparably dangerous now. Let's leave as soon as possible." Without saying a word, Fang Chun executed the space-time escape technique and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. A few days later, Fang Chun safely walked out of the No Man's Land and returned to the mountain peak. Huff, huff, huff. Not long after he arrived, the One-Horned Man also arrived. He was panting, and his forehead was full of sweat. His face was slightly pale, as if he had suffered a great shock. "What's going on?" asked Fang Chun. In the depths of the No Man's Land, there is a terrifying existence rioting. It only emitted a wisp of aura, but it caused the entire No Man's Land to shake. All the martial artists within a radius of 10,000 miles were all imprisoned, and some of the weaker martial artists directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. "It's too terrifying." The One-Horned Man told Fang Chun what he had seen in one breath. Then, he sat on the ground, unable to calm down from the shock in his heart. As expected, a strange light flashed in Fang Chun's eyes, and he quickly got in touch with Qi Zhan. "Senior, is that terrifying guy really going to escape?" asked Fang Chun. In Dark Cave Mountain, the illusory Qi Zhan shook his head gently, his face a little solemn. "That shouldn't be the case. According to my knowledge, he was heavily injured in the battle all those years ago, and he's been recuperating in secret since countless years ago. The riot this time must be because it sensed a large number of human martial artists entering and wants to devour their flesh and blood to heal its own injuries." Qi Zhan said, "Although he is unable to escape for the time being, the matter seems to be somewhat troublesome." Fang Chun fell into deep thought. He could not understand why the immortal emperor would keep this terrifying guy here instead of killing him. Could it be that this is also a test? Unable to figure it out, Zhang Xin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. "For the next few days, don't enter the No Man's Land," Qi Zhan warned. "That guy will not stop devouring the flesh and blood of human martial practitioners unless he is suppressed by the rules." Fang Chun nodded. Sure enough, in the next few days, miserable screams could be heard from the No Man's area. A large number of martial artists escaped from a No Man's Land in a sorry state. In fact, even Shen Jianchen had to avoid him. The tremor lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, a long sword tore through the sky. Vast power swooped down and enveloped the 1,000 mountains in the starlight sacred ground. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the sky dumbfoundedly. "It's Shen Jianchen," someone shouted out. In fact, even if he did not say it, others already knew. "I am Shen Jianchen." In the sky, the huge sword transformed into a shadow. He spoke slowly, and his thunderous voice filled the entire starlight sacred ground. "We entered the starlight sacred ground to search for opportunities. But now, in the depths of the No Man's Land, there is a ferocious and evil existence that is mercilessly slaughtering human martial artists." Shen Jianchen was publicly acknowledged as the strongest prodigy in the eastern region. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Sector Lord realm. His prestige was very high to begin with, and at this moment, his words were echoed by many. Although many of the warriors present come from different 8 great domains, we are all from the eastern region. If we don't join forces, we will only be defeated by that evil existence. Speaking up to here, Shun Jinshin's voice became heavy. If we want to obtain opportunities, we have to kill the evil existence that is blocking our path. Otherwise, we will return empty-handed and might even be buried here. Shun Jinshin shrugged and said, "So, now is the time for you to make a choice. If you're afraid of death, you can withdraw now. If you agree, we will join forces to fight against the evil existence." After Shun Jinshan finished speaking, the entire Starlight Sacred Ground was filled with enthusiastic applause. "That's right, we have to rise up and resist. I agree with Brother Shun." Many martial artists echoed his sentiments. On the mountain peak, Fang Chun raised his head and looked at the sky. He felt an extremely powerful sword intent from Shun Jinshin. That sword intent seemed to be able to penetrate through the past, present, and future. It was extremely powerful. What a powerful sword intent, Fang Chun murmured. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. As expected of Shun Jinshin, he was able to move the emotions of everyone with a single sentence. Other than a few martial artists, almost no one was willing to withdraw. Some forces had suffered heavy losses and wanted revenge. So soon, everyone reached a consensus. In that case, please come to my place for a chat and discuss the details of fighting against the evil existence together. Since Shun Jinshin took the lead, he naturally had to be the leader this time. However, no one objected. This was because Shun Jinshin had enough prestige and authority to speak. On the mountain peak, where Shun Jinshin was, the top experts of the 8 realms emerged one after another. Of course, only a very small number of martial artists were qualified to reach the mountain peak. They were all recognized as peerless geniuses. "Let's go too." Qizhan transmitted his voice. Fang Chen nodded. He also wanted to take this opportunity to meet the geniuses of the various realms. Of course, the most important purpose was to meet the legendary Shun Jinshin. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain peak, the foot of the mountain was already crowded. Everyone was looking at the mountain peak, waiting for the end of the meeting. Fang Chen came in a low-key manner and prepared to climb the mountain. However, at this moment, someone saw him. "Stop!" A man in red blocked in front of Fang Chen. "A mere holy venerate dares to climb the mountain peak. Do you want to die?" Fang Chen stopped and frowned slightly. Shun Jinshin invited everyone to discuss important matters. "Why can't I climb the mountain peak? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Look at this place. How many people are not qualified to climb the mountain peak? That's right. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think Shun Jinshin is someone you can meet whenever you want? Even ordinary junior tribulation supremacies are not qualified to climb the mountain peak. You're only a holy venerate. Get lost as far as you can." Some of the surrounding warriors were also mocking Fang Chen. Some of them were even threatening him with vicious words. "Hurry up and get lost. Don't spoil my good mood. Otherwise, I will smash your head." Fang Chen shook his head gently and sighed. Some people would only look at the surface and not the inside. If it was an ordinary holy venerate, would they dare to enter the Starlight Sacred Land alone? He bypassed the obstacles and continued to move forward. "Very well. It seems that you did not take my words seriously. In that case, go to hell." The person who had just threatened Fang Chen directly attacked. He was a one calamity junior tribulation supremacy. Facing a holy venerate, he did not hold back and directly punched out. "Die." He growled as his fist whistled out. Everyone was watching a good show and looked at Fang Chen mockingly. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a turn. Bang! Fang Chen stood quietly and did not even turn his head. When the fist of the junior tribulation supremacy touched Fang Chen, it was directly sent flying. The most shocking thing was that when he fell to the ground, everyone found that he had lost his vitality. What did this mean? The rebound force of the physical defense was enough to kill a one calamity junior tribulation supremacy. Wasn't this too strong? How is this possible? Everyone gasped in shock, especially the few people who were trying to stop Fang Chen. They were all trembling. Who the hell is he? Many people were puzzled, and their hearts were full of doubts. However, no one dared to stop Fang Chun and let him reach the peak of the mountain. After a long time, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Could he be the legendary mysterious expert who severely injured Chun Hao with a sword?" As soon as this was said, the entire foot of the mountain was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked. If the person who had severely injured Chun Hao was really him, then they were the closest to death they had ever been. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Chapter 3080. But the martial artists who did not set foot on the mountain peak were basically some average level of strength. Almost all the top geniuses of the 9 realms had arrived at the peak. Everyone on the peak had seen what had happened at the foot of the mountain. Humph, people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. A strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sneered, "It's fine if you're weak, but you want to reach the top in one step?" In his opinion, Fang Chun wanted to ascend to the top of the mountain because he wanted to use this opportunity to befriend the geniuses. This guy is interesting. He's only a saint venerable, but he can unleash such powerful strength. Many top geniuses agreed with Fang Chun, while others disagreed. Thump! Thump! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had reached the peak. He looked over and found that there were more than a dozen warriors standing on the peak. When he saw the man in a blue robe in the center with a long sword on his back, his pupils constricted. If he guessed correctly, this man should be the legendary Shan Jianshin. "Boy, we're here to discuss how to fight against the demon. Why are you here? Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." The person who spoke was the man with thick eyebrows who had mocked Fang Chun before. He was Li Qihua, the genius of the Scarlet Sun realm. He had a powerful flame, secret technique. When everyone saw Li Qihua speak, they were all watching the show. Only Shan Jianshin seemed to know Fang Chun's identity. He wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth, he remained silent in the end. This was because he was also very curious about Fang Chun's attainments in swordsmanship. Shan Jianshin was the one who led the discussion about how to fight against the demon. He didn't seem to say that those who are weak can't come up, did he? Fang Chun asked. However, although Shan Jianshin didn't say it, everyone thought that it was an unspoken rule. There was no need to say anything. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Li Qihua and Fire Mania laughed wildly. "I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to leave or not?" Li Qihua was a little angry. Even in the Scarlet Sun world, he was considered one of the top sky prides. Other than the sky prides with the innate flame body, who else could be his match? Yet now, he was being ridiculed by a wholly exalted brat. He was furious. "You want to scram if you're weak?" Fang Chun shrugged. "If that's the case, then I think you're too weak. Please get off the mountain and don't disturb our discussion." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stared at Fang Chun dumbfoundedly, somewhat absent-minded. After a brief moment of silence, someone sneered, "Brat, you dare to provoke Li Qihua. You're dead meat." Li Qihua's primordial fire can instantly burn you to ashes. When you mock others, have you ever thought that others can mock you too? Fang Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was not afraid of Li Qihua at all. When you think others are weak, they also think you are weak. So, don't judge others with your ignorance. If you do, you will only suffer. Fang Chun's words completely enraged Li Qihua. "Good, very good." Li Qihua suddenly raised his palm, and a terrifying flame instantly emerged from his palm. Primordial fire. The eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Li Qihua's primordial fire was very unique and rarely seen. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my primordial fire." Li Qihua smiled eerily. He suddenly pushed out his palm, and the fire-type bloodline in his body completely erupted. Seeing the purple primordial fire in front of him, Fang Chun gently shook his head. "The primordial fire that you're so proud of is nothing in my eyes." At this moment, Fang Chun gave people the impression that he was arrogant and conceited. Even the top sky prides of other worlds did not dare to underestimate primordial fire. What was a mere wholly exalted warrior? Shan Jianshin had been watching Fang Chun. He was waiting for the latter to display his exquisite swordsmanship. Is he going to use his swordsmanship? Shan Jianshin murmured. However, Fong Chen's actions were beyond his expectations. This was because Fong Chen's body was also emitting a majestic flame. The temperature of the surrounding area suddenly rose. Stupid. He wants to use flames to deal with Li Qihua? This guy is simply an idiot. The Scarlet Sun realm is best at flames. Isn't he trying to hit a stone with an egg? There should be a limit to his claptrap. Otherwise, he will lose his life. Many people shook their heads when they saw Fong Chen use flames to fight against Li Qihua. Flames? Li Qihua, who was attacking, sneered when he saw the flames on Fong Chen's body. Then, he continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. He wanted to use the primordial fire to suppress Fong Chen with absolute strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, wherever the primordial fire passed, the space was torn and the air was instantly evaporated. The commotion on the mountain peak was so great that the people at the foot of the mountain also noticed it. They are fighting. It seems that the person just now is fighting with Li Qihua. Is Li Qihua the person who has the primordial fire? This guy wants to use flames to defeat Li Qihua? For a moment, countless voices of discussion spread. In fact, some of the top geniuses on the mountain peak had already recognized Fong Chen's identity, but they did not say anything. They wanted to see how strong the mysterious warrior who could seriously injure Chun Hao from the underworld realm was. He defeated Chun Hao with his swordsmanship, which means that he has great attainments in swordsmanship. But now, instead of using his best swordsmanship, he is using flames. What was he thinking? Many geniuses thought secretly. In the battle circle, the power of the fire source bloodline had been accumulated in Fong Chen's palm. When the power of the bloodline merged with the flames, it burst out with the most powerful force. Boom! Fong Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Flames shot out in all directions. Dong! Li Qihua used the primordial fire that he was proud of to hit Fong Chen's fist hard. When the two collided, there was a deafening sound. The mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and many geniuses retreated. Vaguely, they could see two figures confronting each other in the sea of fire. Ha ha! My primordial fire is invincible. You are dead meat. However, before Li Qihua could finish his words, he felt that something was wrong. How is this possible? His face suddenly changed as he cried out involuntarily. At this moment, he felt that his primordial fire had a trace of fear. Moreover, the flames on Fong Chen's body were devouring his primordial fire. Oh no! Li Qihua's heart trembled. His body flashed, and he wanted to retreat. Dong! Seeing that he was retreating, Fong Chen punched out again and directly sent Li Qihua flying. The fire source bloodline was a top fire-type bloodline. In addition, it had been purified and reached the highest level in history. Even the fire demon perfected Lord was only at this level. It could be said that the fire source bloodline was the ancestor of all flames. Playing with fire in front of the fire source bloodline? Wasn't this courting death? Rumble. Fong Chen retracted his palm, and the flames gradually dissipated. The sea of fire on the mountain peak also dissipated in the void. Everyone turned their heads and was shocked to find that Li Qihua's body was charred, and he fell to the ground on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked beyond words and couldn't speak. The atmosphere in the void was frozen to the extreme. Shen Jianxin looked at Fong Chen with a solemn expression. The sword Dao was already amazing enough, and now the fire Dao was also so powerful. Resisting the primordial fire was an incredible thing. After a short silence, everyone finally came back to their senses. Oh my God! Is he so strong in the fire Dao? That's the primordial fire, and he resisted it so easily. With such a powerful fire Dao, Li Qihua's loss is not unjustified. Many people sighed, as expected of an expert who could injure Chun Hao with a sword. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Shen Jianxin took a step forward and extended his hand to Fong Chen. He smiled and said, "Let's get to know each other. I'm Shen Jianxin." Fong Chen glanced at Shen Jianxin and also extended his hand. He shook hands with him and said, "Fong Chen." Being able to defeat Chun Hao means that Brother Fong's attainments in the Sword Dao are extremely strong. And now, Brother Fong used the Fire Dao to devour the primordial fire and injure Li Qihua. This is incredible. A person who was proficient in 2 daos and had high attainments in both was enough to shock everyone. What? He's the mysterious expert who injured Chen Hao? Some people who didn't know what was going on exclaimed. Chapter 3081. Being able to defeat Li Qihua was enough to show that Fang Chen's strength was qualified to reach the top of the mountain. At that moment, the gazes with which the crowd looked at Fang Chen became deep and profound. They were all thinking that this guy must be hiding some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated for him to be able to defeat Li Qihua, who is a junior tribulation supremacy, with just the cultivation of Saint Venerable. Although most of the people present were stronger than Li Qihua, they did not dare to say that they had one. However, Fang Chun had seriously injured Li Qihua with the Tao of Flames. This was much stronger than they had imagined. Brother Fang's attainments in the Tao of Flames are really impressive. Yes, with Brother Fang's potential, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the 9 great realms of the eastern region. Everyone approached Fang Chun and chatted with him with smiles on their faces. The scene at this moment was a sharp contrast to the previous scene. Li Qihua endured the injuries in his body and stood up with difficulty. He walked to a corner and looked at Fang Chun with resentment. Damn it, how can this guy's flames be so strong? Li Qihua thought to himself. Thinking back to the battle just now, Li Qihua suddenly thought of a problem. When I was fighting with him just now, I could clearly feel that a powerful force was erupting from his body, which caused his flames to devour my primordial fire. Li Qihua pondered. To be able to devour my primordial fire so strongly, unless he has a powerful flame bloodline. Thinking of this, Li Qihua's eyes were burning with passion. He licked his dry lips, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Among the 9 great realms of the eastern region, the Scarlet Sun realm was best at the Tao of Flames. As a top genius of the Scarlet Sun realm, Li Qihua naturally knew what was needed to cultivate the Tao of Flames to the extreme. It was the power of the bloodline. If one could possess the best flame bloodline, their attainments in the Tao of Flames would definitely reach a higher level. He had once heard the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord say that there were countless types of fire bloodlines in the world, but there was only one that could be called the ancestor of fire. My primordial fire has an extremely strong burning ability. Even a great tribulation supremacy wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, this fellow is only a holy venerate. Not only can he block it, but he can also devour my origin fire. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Li Qihua's heart was burning. He had long forgotten the scene of him being defeated by Fang Chun. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was what kind of fire bloodline Fang Chun possessed. Fire origin bloodline? Li Qihua said to himself, I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. What if his bloodline really is the fire origin bloodline? Thinking of this, Li Qihua secretly activated his communication jade pendant and sent the message to another peerless sky pride in the Crimson Sun realm. You're in the limelight now, but won't be long before you become a ghost under my fire. After sending the message, Li Qihua sneered. His dark eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He glanced at Fang Chun indifferently and turned his head away. After Shan Jianxin and Fang Chun exchanged a few words, they began to discuss the matter of fighting against the demon. Everyone, as far as I know, the demon in the depths of the no man's land seems to be restricted and can't walk out of the no man's land. Practice has proven that as long as we don't get close to a certain range, there won't be any danger, Shan Jianxin said. However, he's in the depths of the no man's land and is blocking our path to find opportunities. Therefore, we have to work together to get rid of him. Brother Shun, if you have any good ideas, just say it. We'll obey unconditionally. Some sky prides expressed their opinions. While everyone was discussing, Fang Chun stood at the side and seriously sized up the many experts of the 9 realms. An hour later, the discussion ended. Shun Jianshun looked around and said slowly, In 3 days, we'll set off together and enter the depths of the no man's land to kill the demon. Okay, no problem. Let's meet again in 3 days. Soon, everyone had left. When Fang Chun was about to leave, Shun Jianshun called out to him, "Brother Fang, please wait." Fang Chun turned his head and looked at Shun Jianshun with a strange expression. Shun Jianshun smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Fang is a peerless sword cultivator and that you were able to severely injure Chun Hao of the Black Underworld territory with one strike. I'm itching to spar with Brother Fang." Fang Chun nodded and agreed to Shun Jianshun's request. "Brother Fang, please make your move." Shun Jianshun took out his long sword from behind his back. Buzz! Terrifying sword qi emanated from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword and was extremely powerful. Swish! Shun Jianshun didn't hesitate and suddenly slashed out with his sword. This sword was as fast as lightning, as if it was going to split the entire sky. The terrifying sword qi condensed into a terrifying sword light in the void. This sword light contained Shun Jianshun's unique concept of sword principle. Seeing this, Fang Chun didn't panic at all. Instead, his eyes were burning with passion, and he swung his sword. Dong! The two sword lights collided with each other as fast as lightning. The void was torn apart, and thick thunderbolts fell from the sky. The whole earth was trembling. In the distant horizon, countless cultivators were watching in secret. He's too strong. No wonder he was able to severely injure Chun Hao with one strike. With this level of sword principle cultivation, it won't take long for him to be comparable to Shun Jianshun. However, there were also some people who were shaking their heads. Maybe he's qualified to be compared with Shun Jianshun now. While everyone was discussing, the trembling earth returned to its calm state. When the two sword lights in the void dissipated at the same time, a look of surprise flashed across Shun Jianshun's face. He didn't expect Fang Chun's swordsmanship to be so superb. Good, very good. After being stunned for a while, Shun Jianshun's face revealed an excited smile. He hadn't fought so happily for a long time. Moreover, he was fighting with a peerless swordsman. This was definitely a good opportunity to test each other's sword principle. Brother Fang's understanding of sword principle has surprised me. Shun Jianshun nodded slightly at Fang Chun. Then he held his long sword in front of his chest and said slowly, "The next strike will be my strongest sword move. Brother Fang, be careful." He had practiced hard to reach the pinnacle of sword principle. However, today, he finally comprehended the sword move of his dreams. This sword move was called Full Moon in the Water. Since he comprehended this sword move, there is almost no one among the younger generation in the vast eastern region who could rival him. He was very excited to meet Fang Chun and couldn't wait to display this sword move to witness his combat strength. Fang Chun's face was also somewhat solemn. He knew that Shun Jianshun was about to use his trump card. Buzz! The chaotic sword body was activated and the sword-shaped runes flickered. The hidden star sword let out a sword cry. Invincible sword qi surrounded Shun Jianshun, and the entire sky seemed to be incomparably oppressive. Full moon in the water. Shun Jianshun shouted in a low voice. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and, at the same time, his figure flickered. Ripples appeared in front of him. These ripples turned into a long river at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Shun Jianshun was in a long river. Every time he waved his long sword, the river would shake. This was how the name Full Moon in the Water came about. Swoosh! When a long river shook to the extreme, Shun Jianshun's expression changed. Then, a towering water column rushed towards him and quickly merged with his long sword. This was Shun Jianshun's strongest attack, and also his strongest sword move. So powerful, even Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim that Shun Jianshun was indeed a sword principle genius. If an ordinary person encountered this sword move, they would be unable to resist. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chun also did not hesitate to display the seventh move of the invincible sword principle, space-time sword explosion. This was also his most powerful sword move so far. Dong! The space-time sword was looming in the void. It was impossible to catch it. Condense! Shun Jianshun shouted and slapped the long sword. Immediately, he caught the trace of the hidden star sword. Dong! The strong sword principle aura swooped down and the two swords collided with a deafening sound. Crack! Sun Jianshan's attack was obviously more powerful. A clear sound was heard, and the sword radiance in front of the hidden star sword showed signs of cracking. At the same time, Sun Jianshan's long sword pressed down hard and forced the hidden star sword to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two stopped attacking at the same time. They stood quietly on the mountain peak and looked at each other. Everything seemed to have quieted down. Chapter 3082. Brother Fong. After a long time, Sun Jianshan spoke slowly. His face was very solemn. He couldn't imagine that his trump card had been blocked by the guy in front of him. Of course, Sun Jianshan knew that although he had used Plenilune in the water, he hadn't used his full strength. If this was a life-and-death battle, he was confident that he could kill his opponent. However, he didn't know that Fong Chun hadn't used his full strength either. His trump card wasn't the invincible sword technique, but the immortal star core. Once he used the immortal star core, his attack power would increase by several times. That was his true strength. However, at this moment, the two of them were sparring, so Fong Chun naturally wouldn't use the power of the immortal star core. Your attainments in sword principle are the strongest I've seen in all these years. Sun Jianshan said, I worked hard to create this move, moon gazing in the water, but it was blocked by Brother Fong. Dare, I asked Brother Fong, what is the name of the sword art you used? Invincible sword technique, space-time, sword explosion. Fong Chun said softly as he put away the star concealing sword. What invincible sword technique? I'm really invincible. I've learned a lot. Sun Jianshan cupped his fists and said, I've learned a lot from this sparring with Brother Fong. I won't keep you here. See you in 3 days. Fong Chun nodded and left the mountain peak. In the distant sky, countless warriors who were watching secretly were shocked. How is it possible? Fong Chun actually blocked Sun Jianshan's attack? It's incredible. Is his strength as strong as Sun Jianshan's? No wonder he dared to ignore Li Qihua and even severely injure Chen Hao. He's really arrogant. Of course, there were some voices of opposition. This is just a sparring. Sun Jianshan naturally won't use his full strength. Otherwise, Fong Chun would be nothing. That's right. I've seen Sun Jianshan kill a Great Tribulation venerable expert with one sword. That's right. If it's a life-and-death battle, Sun Jianshan will definitely win. After returning to his own mountain, the one-horned man ran over with a face full of excitement. Brother Fong, you're amazing, the one-horned man said excitedly. That was Sun Jianshan. The person in front of him was actually able to fight Sun Jianshan to a draw. It was truly unbelievable. In response, Fong Chun only smiled calmly. Everyone was discussing who was more powerful between Fong Chun and Sun Jianshan. In a hidden corner of the Starlight Holy Land, the pale-faced Li Qihua sat cross-legged as if he was waiting for someone. Voila! The void flickered as a figure descended from the sky. He's here. Li Qihua slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, Are you telling the truth? The newcomer was wearing a fiery red robe. His body was enveloped in a layer of powerful flames. He was the most monstrous genius of the Scarlet Sun realm's younger generation, Supremacy Heavenly Sun, who is even more powerful than Li Qihua. The power of the flame bloodline in that person's body is very strong. It can devour my primordial fire, making me unable to retaliate at all. His cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Holy Venerate realm, Li Qihua said slowly. After hearing Li Qihua's words, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's pitch-black eyes shot out a dazzling light. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go, Li Qihua said. Supremacy Heavenly Sun fell in a deep thought. The importance of the Fire Origin bloodline to the Scarlet Sun realm was self-evident. If he could obtain it, stepping into the Great Tribulation Supremacy realm, or even the Sector Lord realm, wouldn't be a problem. He could even lead the Scarlet Sun realm to surpass the true martial domain and become one of the top forces in the ancient chaos. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. I'll take action tonight. After saying that, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Looking in the direction where supremacy heavenly sun disappeared, Li Qihua smiled sinisterly. His murderous aura spread out. Feng Chun, tonight will be the day you die. In the pitch-black night, stars twinkled in the sky. The entire land was covered in a layer of silver. The chilly wind blew, as if there were evil spirits howling, giving people a very terrifying feeling. The one-horned man had already fallen asleep, while Feng Chun sat at the edge of the mountain peak, looking into the depths of the no-man's land. "Senior, do you think they can succeed?" Feng Chun asked. After a moment of silence, Qi Zhan said, "With your strength, it's too difficult to defeat that demon. Right now, your only hope is to see how much of that demon's strength has been depleted over the countless years. Only then will you have a chance. But don't worry, I have some understanding of that demon. 3 days later, you'll go together. If the situation doesn't seem right, I will guide you to escape immediately," Qi Zhan said. Feng Chun nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned slightly. The Scarlet Sun realm? Feng Chun felt a trace of fire seeping through the cold void. Apart from the Scarlet Sun realm, who else could control fire to such an extent? Thinking of this, Feng Chun slowly got up and looked up at the sky. The people of the Scarlet Sun realm had come for revenge. "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" Feng Chun asked. Crash! A fiery red light flashed in the void and turned into a cage that completely enveloped the entire mountain. The next moment, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy in a fiery red robe appeared. "Heavenly Sun Supremacy?" Feng Chun asked. "Kid, since you know it's me, you should know why I'm here." The Heavenly Sun Supremacy carefully sized up Feng Chun and could clearly feel the fire bloodline in his body becoming restless. This meant that Li Qihua's guess was most likely correct. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy's eyes burned even brighter at this thought. Revenge for Li Qihua? Feng Chun shrugged. What's a mere Li Qihua? The Heavenly Sun Supremacy said proudly, "I'm here today for the fire bloodline in your body. If you obediently hand over the power of your bloodline, I can spare your life." The Heavenly Sun Supremacy directly stated his intentions without any pretense. The Scarlet Sun realm is most proficient in the Tao of fire, and the fire bloodline is supreme in the Scarlet Sun realm. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy of the younger generation in the Scarlet Sun realm is here to ask for the power of the fire bloodline. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Don't give me that. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy sneered. My fire cage has already sealed this place. Even if I kill you, no one will know. Moreover, I have 100 ways to make you obediently hand over the power of the fire bloodline. So don't waste your time trying to escape. It's useless. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was extremely conceited and looked coldly at Feng Chun. Can I take it that you're indirectly admitting that the fire bloodline in the Scarlet Sun realm is inferior to the one in my body? Feng Chun retorted. You. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was furious and glared at Feng Chun. Don't be so glib. Do you think you can anger me by saying this? Whether the fire bloodline in the Scarlet Sun realm is strong or not is not up to you, but the world. Your vision is too narrow, so you can't imagine what the world of the strong is like. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy said condescendingly, I, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy, am here tonight and will not give up until I achieve my goal. Of course, you can also consider joining the Scarlet Sun realm. In that case, you and I can be brothers. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy changed the topic and tried to rope in Feng Chun. Cup of my fists, I don't want to join the Scarlet Sun realm. As for the power of the fire bloodline in my body, if you have the ability, you can take it yourself. Feng Chun shook his head. Good, very good. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy sneered. Do you think you could be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Li Qihua's primordial fire? If I attack, you will be reduced to ashes. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy had naturally heard of the battle between Feng Chun and Shun Jianxin. However, that was only a spar and could not prove anything. Just as the Heavenly Sun Supremacy was about to attack, Feng Chun suddenly asked, Have you thought about the consequences if you fail today? The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was stunned for a moment before he said, I I am naturally confident in my attacks. How can I fail because of your words? Seeing that the heavenly sun supremacy was determined to kill him, Feng Chen also had the intention to kill. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then, in the following battle, I will kill you at all costs. Feng Chen's voice reverberated in the air. There is a special kind of authority in his voice. However, the heavenly sun supremacy only had one thought in his mind, and that was to strip Feng Chen's fire bloodline and merge it with his own blood. Chapter 3083. Boom! Purple flames surged from heavenly sun supremacy's body. These flames contain an extremely cold aura that made one shudder. I'll let you have a taste of my heavenly sun cold fire. Heavenly Sun's sovereign growled as he pressed his palm down. Terrifying flames rapidly gathered in his palm as he swiftly struck out with his palm. Wherever Heavenly Sun Supremacy's palm passed, the void froze and came to a standstill. Feng Chen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Heavenly Sun Supremacy to possess such a powerful flame. The Heavenly Sun Coal Fire is one of the most ancient flame orthodoxies. Once hit by it, unless you have an Emperor Primordial Spirit, you will be severely injured even if you don't die. Zhan, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, urgently reminded Feng Chen. A primordial spirit of the great Emperor realm was unattainable for supremacy gods. Even a monster like Feng Chen's primordial spirit was only at the great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for him to step into the great Emperor realm. Some people could reach the Emperor realm very quickly, but they would be stuck at the threshold for their entire lives, unable to step into the great Emperor realm. Therefore, the only way to prevent one's primordial spirit from being frozen by the heavenly sun cold fire was to keep it away. Buzz! The power of the fire origin bloodline surged out. With a thought, Feng Chen condensed a palm print in front of him in the blink of an eye. This palm print blocked in front of Feng Chen, firmly enveloping him and forcefully resisting the attack of the heavenly sun cold fire. Boom! The entire ground was trembling, and the surrounding flame cage was swaying unsteadily, as if it would shatter at any moment. The fire origin bloodline barely blocked the heavenly sun cold fire's attack, but it wasn't enough. If he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, he would still be defeated. Fire origin bloodline. Heavenly Sun Supremacy could finally confirm that Feng Chen possessed the legendary fire origin bloodline when he saw Feng Chen activate the power of his bloodline. He licked his dry lips as a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. Heavenly Sun Cold Fire, freeze everything. As Heavenly Sun's supremacy roared, the power within the Heavenly Sun Cold Flame completely erupted. The extremely cold flame directly enveloped the palm formed by the fire origin bloodline and then devoured it. Crack! The moment the fire origin bloodline palm imprint Bay swallowed it, it announced that Feng Chen had failed to block it. It's useless. Seeing that Feng Chen was still struggling, the Heavenly Sun Sovereign sneered and increased his strength. He controlled the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire and crazily attacked Feng Chen. Everything is over. The Heavenly Sun Sovereign seemed to have already seen Feng Chen's death. He would strip the fire origin bloodline from Feng Chen's body and merge it into his own blood to become the supreme ancestor of flames. There's only one expert in the Tao of fire, and that is me, Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. Heavenly Sun Supremacy's heart was filled with excitement. Seeing the Heavenly Sun cold fire approaching, Feng Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The Heavenly Sun cold fire is indeed very strong, but the person controlling it is only SOSO. Just as Feng Chen finished speaking, the extremely vast power of the black hole bloodline suddenly erupted. The terrifying bloodline power formed a terrifying black hole in front of him. What is that? The moment the black hole appeared, Supremacy Heavenly Sun felt his heart tremble, and he exclaimed. However, it was already too late. The Heavenly Sun cold fire carried endless power and rushed into the black hole. Nothing in this world can stop the freezing of the Heavenly Sun cold fire. At this point, Supremacy Heavenly Sun couldn't care less anymore. He roared furiously and pushed the heavenly sun-cold fire to the extreme, trying to freeze the terrifying black hole from the inside. Hiss! The black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. After so many years, Fangchun had completely merged with the black hole bloodline. In terms of bloodlines, the fire origin bloodline wasn't the strongest. The black hole bloodline was Fangchun's trump card. The black hole in front of him was formed by the bloodline power and contained the terrifying power of the black hole. Black hole annihilation. Fangchun was like an unparalleled expert. He gently lifted his finger and had the aura of a ruler. Just as he finished speaking, the heavenly sun-cold fire in the black hole shattered and was annihilated. At the same time, the terrifying power of the backlash sent Supremacy Heavenly Sun flying. Pucci! Supremacy Heavenly Sun spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground with a pale face. Supremacy Heavenly Sun hurriedly checked his body and was shocked to find that a strange power was corroding his organs. No! In a moment of desperation, Supremacy Heavenly Sun desperately pushed the heavenly sun-cold fire to freeze it. However, it was to no avail. No, I will not allow this to happen. I, Supremacy Heavenly Sun, am the supremacy of the fire path. Supremacy Heavenly Sun had already entered a state of madness. He gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. Crash! Supremacy Heavenly Sun opened his hands and slowly stood up. At the same time, the entire world froze. You should be proud to be able to force out my heavenly sun cold fire heart. Supremacy Heavenly Sun's face was ferocious as he said crazily, Today, I will use the heavenly sun cold fire heart to freeze you so that you will never be reincarnated. This is a good chance, Qi Zhan exclaimed in dark cave mountain. The heavenly sun cold fire heart is the source of the heavenly sun cold fire. If you can obtain it, you can possess the heavenly sun cold fire. Hearing this, Fangchun was also tempted. That was the heavenly sun cold fire. In its ultimate state, it could freeze everything in the world. Black hole annihilation. Fangchun attacked first. The crazy devouring power of the black hole bloodline instantly erupted and enveloped the entire world, including Supremacy Heavenly Sun and the Heavenly Sun Cold Fireheart. It's useless, ha ha ha. Supremacy Heavenly Sun laughed crazily. In the center of his palm, there was a small white flame that gave people an incomparably frightening feeling. This was the Heavenly Sun Cold Fireheart. At this moment, it was releasing a cold aura that seemed to want to freeze everything. Freeze! Supremacy Heavenly Sun threw away all distracting thoughts and focused on killing Fangchun. Hiss. In the beginning, the Heavenly Sun Cold Fireheart was able to resist the devouring power of the black hole bloodline. However, as time passed, it was unable to resist. In just a few breaths, Supremacy Heavenly Sun discovered this scene. How is this possible? He desperately activated the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart, but it was to no avail. The black hole bloodline was too strong. With his strength, he could not resist it at all. Crack! The black hole bloodline began to suppress the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart. If it was a great tribulation supremacy or a sector lord controlling it, I would not be able to do anything, Fangchun murmured. Then he waved his hand, and the black hole bloodline erupted to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart. Crash! Then the black hole bloodline drilled into Fangchun's body. No, how is this possible? Supremacy Heavenly Sun was shocked to find that his connection with the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart had been cut off. He could not accept this fact and screamed crazily. However, what greeted him was death. Die! Without the help of the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's fighting strength was greatly reduced. He could not compete with Fangchun at all. Crack! Flesh and blood splattered, and his primordial spirit shattered. At this moment, one of the Scarlet Sun Domain's prodigies was dead and injured. Supremacy Heavenly Sun was dead. Li Qihua was injured. Hiss! The flame cage that enveloped the mountain peak gradually dissipated with the death of Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. The dark night light shone on the ground again. A cool breeze blew past, and the mountain peak regained its calm. No one in the entire Starlight Sacred Ground knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had just died at the hands of Fong Chun. Crash! Fong Chun waved his hand, and a wisp of flame burned the last of Supremacy Heavenly Sun's body. Then he sat cross-legged and merged into the darkness. Cave Ming Mountain, you have the fire origin bloodline. It's easy for you to absorb the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart, said Qizhan. Whether it was the Heavenly Sun cold fire or the fire origin bloodline, the essence was still the Tao of fire. Therefore, there was no such thing as mutual restraint. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. It seemed that cold and hot should restrain each other, but in fact, they reinforced each other. Under Qizhan's guidance, Fong Chun successfully integrated the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart into the fire origin bloodline. Hiss! During this process, the Heavenly Sun cold fire changed. Fong Chun was pleasantly surprised. He found that the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart had become stronger after the baptism of the fire origin bloodline. With a thought, a small white flame appeared in the center of his palm. There were specks of red light mixed in the middle. Chapter 3084. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky was clear and there were no clouds in sight. Many prodigies gathered in front of the No Man's Land, preparing to enter the depths of the No Man's Land to kill the demon. Many of them smiled and nodded at Fong Chun when they saw him. Only Li Qihua was an exception. He stared at Fong Chun fiercely from a distant corner. Of course, he was actually rejoicing in his heart. Although you severely injured me, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to become the strongest prodigy in the Scarlet Sun realm. Li Qihua thought to himself. Li Qihua already knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had died 3 nights ago. When he first received the news, he was very shocked and angry at the same time. However, after thinking about it carefully, he calmed down. He had been unable to stand out in the Scarlet Sun realm because Supremacy Heavenly Sun was above him and had always suppressed him. However, this was an opportunity. If the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had been killed, he would definitely be furious. At that time, Fong Chun would die and he would become the focus of the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord's training. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Scarlet Sun Realm won't let this matter rest after killing Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. Just wait for your death. One could imagine how big of a commotion this news would cause when it reached the Scarlet Sun Realm. Even if the other party was Shun Jianshun, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord would still come to the true martial field to demand an explanation. Moreover, the person who had killed Supremacy Heavenly Sun was just a nobody. Everyone, today's battle will determine whether we can obtain opportunities in the No Man's Land, Shun Jianshun said loudly. Therefore, I hope that everyone can be prepared. After saying a few simple words, Shun Jianshun raised his arms and shouted. Many martial artists entered the No Man's Land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. Many martial artists swarmed into the No Man's Land. A team in the southwest looked cautiously at Fong Chun, who was standing side by side with Shun Jianshun. When it's time to kill the demon, find a chance to kill Fong Chun. The Sky Mountain Palace's disciples were surprised when they recognized Fong Chun. Unfortunately, the Starlight Sacred Land was isolated from the outside world, and they couldn't send news back. Otherwise, they would have sent a message to the Sky Mountain Palace's land. The strength of the Hidden Star Palace Master is very strong. We must make sure that our preparations are foolproof. Otherwise, it's easy for us to fail. Another person said, "Don't worry. When we kill the devil later, those experts will definitely be at the forefront. As long as they are restrained by the devil, they will definitely leave behind an opening." The first time he met Fong Chun, he invited Fong Chun to join him as an envoy of the Heaven Mountain Palace. From that moment on, the hatred between them was irreconcilable. After killing you, the Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. At that time, my Heavenly Mountain Palace will definitely rise, the Hall Master of Law said with a sinister smile. Everyone was fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the depths of the no-man's land. However, at this moment, Shun Jianshun suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Boom! Demonic chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came whistling from the distant horizon. Many warriors quickly dodged. Of course, there were some weaker warriors who couldn't dodge in time and were attacked by the demonic chi. Crack! Those warriors who were hit by the demonic chi exploded. The demonic chi has found us. Full speed ahead. Shun Jianshun roared. His body turned into a bright sword light and shuttled through the vast demonic chi, leading many warriors forward. Fang Chun was more relaxed for the others. That was because Qi Zhan had a very thorough understanding of that demon. Before the demonic chi got close, he already knew in advance. In addition, Fang Chen's attainments in space-time were very strong. He was basically no threat. "Senior, has the demonic chi found us?" Fang Chen asked. "He has already found us. This is just an appetizer. When we reach the depths of the no-man's land, he will definitely attack," Qi Zhan said. In the blink of an eye, after a few breaths, Shun Jianshun stopped and floated in midair. At the end of his sight was a moving mountain. "What is that?" Some people shouted subconsciously. Fang Chen's pupils constricted. Was a moving mountain the legendary demonic chi? The demonic chi is suppressed in this starry, sacred mountain. Qi Zhan said, "Over the years, his aura seems to have weakened a lot. Maybe this time, you can really succeed." Kill. Led by Shun Jianshun, many warriors displayed their strongest killing moves and rushed toward the demonic chi. Rumble. The vast attack landed on the mountain and directly blew it up. Roar. A deafening roar came from the mountain. The demonic chi was angry. "All of you must die." Streaks of black light shot out from the dilapidated mountain peak. These rays of black light turned into ripples in the void and quickly rushed into the crowd. Crack! The warriors who were entangled by the black ripples died on the spot, their bodies charred black. Attack the foot of the mountain. Fang Chen quickly moved closer to Shun Jianshun and said in a low voice. Shun Jianshun's eyes flickered when he heard this, but he didn't hesitate and roared. Everyone gathered their firepower and attacked the foot of the mountain. Roar. The demon let out an angry roar as the demonic chi in the mountain grew denser. Set up the array and follow the original plan. Shun Jianshun took the lead and went to the broken mountain. He became one with his sword and displayed the most brilliant attack. At the same time, the top prodigies of the other realms attacked together. Courting death. The mountain moved and spikes broke out from the ground and attacked Shun Jianshun and the others. According to the original plan, everyone who knew about arrays would work together to set up the array. Rumble. At that instant, a powerful formation appeared, temporarily trapping the mountain within it. Starry aura explode. In the next moment, Shun Jianshun used all his strength to extract the starry aura from his body and exploded it. The others followed suit. The monstrous starry aura gathered together and exploded. That terrifying power was something that even sector lords didn't dare to face directly. Boom, 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 boom. The broken mountain was flattened. The green rock that sealed the demonic chi appeared in everyone's sight. In the green rock, there was an evil old man with disheveled hair. His face was ferocious, and he was struggling madly, trying to rush out. "You all have to die for ruining my plans." The green rock floated in midair and shot out. Dong! One of the prodigies was caught off guard and was hit by the green rock. He instantly exploded and died. Continue to attack. The plan succeeded, and the demonic chi was about to be eliminated. Whoosh! Just as the demonic chi killed a few cultivators, it suddenly attacked Fang Chun. Not good. Fang Chun didn't choose to fight the demonic chi head-on. Instead, he quickly fled. Right now, the people of the Sky Mountain Palace have been waiting for this opportunity. Die. When Fang Chun fled, the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace who were lying in ambush swarmed forward, and all their attacks landed on Fang Chun. Ha ha ha. Let's see if he could survive this time. The actions of the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace angered many people. You all are courting death. Boom! Before Fong Chun could make a move, someone attacked and killed the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace. I am from the Sky Mountain Palace in the boundless world. The Hall Master of the Law Hall was killed before he could even finish his words. Although the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace were killed in an instant, Fong Chun was affected. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi caught up. Die! With an unparalleled force, the green rock crashed into Fong Chun. Buzz! At the critical moment, the Chaos Ore body was fully activated and enveloped Fong Chun. Even so, Fong Chun was still sent flying. Dong! His body landed heavily on the ground. His breathing was chaotic, and he spat out blood. Just as Qing Shi was continuing to attack Fong Chun, Shun Jianshun led his men to launch a second attack and attacked Fong Chun. What's going on? Fong Chun was puzzled. The demonic Qi has discovered me, so he wants to kill you immediately, Qi Zhan said. While Qi Zhan was speaking, the demonic Qi started to kill. The array broke and cultivators died, tragically in the hands of the demonic Qi. For a moment, the battlefield was out of control. Many sky prides were injured. Even Shun Jianshun, who was at the forefront and had the strongest combat power, was covered in blood. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3085. Within the Bluestone, the demon's attack had reached an incredible level. Only a few top geniuses, including Shun Jianshun, could barely resist it. The other warriors couldn't do it at all. Retreat! Someone in the crowd shouted. Many warriors retreated one after another. Die! The Bluestone hit Shun Jianshun and sent him flying. However, it also bought more time for the other warriors. Whoosh! 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 After hitting Shun Jianshun, the Bluestone attacked Fong Chun again. Boom! When the Bluestone hit Fong Chun, it instantly exploded. The entire ground was shrouded in thick smoke. The battlefield instantly fell silent. What's going on? Even Shun Jianshun suddenly got up and stared at the big pit on the ground. Did they die together? Shun Jianshun murmured. His divine consciousness couldn't sense Fong Chun's aura. This meant that Fong Chun was already dead. Is the demon dead? The remaining geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. The demon was finally dead. Although the result wasn't satisfactory, they didn't care about Fong Chun's death. Fong Chun died in order to kill the devil. From now on, he is my good brother, Shun Jianshun. If anyone dares to insult him, don't blame me for being rude. Shun Jianshun's voice resounded throughout the land. Everyone was shocked and nodded. Since the demon was dead, the only thing left was to look for opportunities. In the depths of a no-man's land, the supreme treasure of inheritance would appear. In a mysterious place, Fong Chun sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was surrounded by rolling immortal star power. Whoosh! 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 In a moment, his injuries had healed and his face was much rosier. Are you okay? Qi Zhan asked. Fong Chun nodded and then looked at the Bluestone not far away. Senior, what's going on? Fong Chun asked in confusion. At that time, he only felt the immortal star core in his body suddenly rush out, followed by an explosive force. The next moment, he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange place. He was very confused. It should be caused by the star energy in your body, Qi Zhan muttered. He was not the successor of the immortal emperor, so he naturally did not know about the existence of the immortal star core. This was because this was Fong Chun's unique power. Immortal star core? Fong Chun murmured as he looked inside his body. The immortal star core was still floating quietly. There was nothing strange about it. Wong. A message appeared in Fong Chun's mind. Then, Fong Chun's eyes lit up. He instantly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I see. Fong Chun clenched his fists, secretly delighted. Just as Qi Zhan had guessed, the immortal star core had taken action at the critical moment. It had suppressed Qing Shi and brought him here. This should be the place where the immortal emperor left his inheritance, right? Fong Chun murmured. The immortal scepter suddenly appeared. The demon is temporarily sealed. We need to quickly find the thing our master left behind. All right. The immortal scepter led the way. Soon, they found a stone door in the rugged cave. The stone door looked ordinary at first. However, when the immortal star energy released by the immortal scepter touched the stone door, a line of small words instantly appeared. You can only open this door by condensing 2 immortal star cores. This was the handwriting left by the immortal emperor. 2 immortal star cores? Feng Chun was delighted. He immediately activated the 2 immortal star cores and placed his palms on the stone door. Creak! The heavy stone door slowly opened. A dazzling light came from behind the stone door. What's that? Feng Chun saw that in the stone room, in addition to the star energy light cluster, there was a scepter. My origin. Seeing this, the immortal scepter was very excited. Swoosh! It turned into a long rainbow and came in front of the scepter. Hiss! 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 The immortal scepter began to merge with its origin. And in Feng Chen's mind, there was an ancient voice. I left this star energy for the successor. Only by absorbing all of it can you activate the immortal scepter in its ultimate state. The ancient voice seemed to come from the distant past. In a moment, the immortal scepter had completely absorbed the origin. Buzz! Cheerful laughter came from the immortal scepter. After countless years, I finally found the origin. From now on, I will be restored to myself. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light burst out from the immortal scepter. At the same time, a vast amount of star energy rushed into it. Is this the Emperor Realm? Feng Chun exclaimed and looked at the immortal scepter, dumbfounded. On the scepter, complex patterns flickered. Each pattern seemed to contain an unimaginable power, and the aura emitted from it made one's primordial spirit palpitate. Other than an Emperor Realm weapon, what else could do this? Yes, after absorbing the origin, I have recovered to the Emperor Realm. The immortal scepter said. However, it is still difficult for you to control me and release the power of the Emperor Realm with your current strength. The star energy light cluster in the stone room was left by the old master for you. After you absorb it, you can barely condense the 3rd immortal star core. You can temporarily control me to release the ultimate power. Feng Chun nodded and suppressed the joy in his heart. He began to absorb the star energy light cluster. A month later, Feng Chun condensed the 3rd immortal star energy. His strength had skyrocketed, and his cultivation had reached the late stage holy venerable realm. At this time, he could finally control the immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm. However, the power of an Emperor Realm weapon was too strong. Feng Chen's strength was limited, and he could not control it too many times. Controlling it once will consume all of my strength, and the immortal scepter needs to accumulate power. This process is very long. Feng Chen curled his lips and said, in this state, I can only use it once a year at most. The immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm was Feng Chen's trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he would not use it easily. Let's deal with the demon first, the immortal scepter said. Feng Chen nodded. Holding the immortal scepter, he returned to the place where the demon was sealed. The demon in the stone struggled desperately, as if it wanted to break through the restraints. Seeing Feng Chun, the demon was even more threatening. I will kill you. A demon like you is a danger to the world. You should not exist. As soon as he finished speaking, the scepter smashed down. The stone shattered, and the demon fell. The whole process was smooth. The demon did not even have the slightest strength to resist. This was the terrifying attack power of the immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm. Too strong. Qizhan was shocked and tongue-tied. During this period, other than Feng Chun, the other geniuses had more or less obtained some opportunities in the no man's land. They were wholeheartedly cultivating and accepting the inheritance. Of course, there were still some martial artists who were still running around, looking for opportunities. The entire Starlight Sacred Ground seemed to have returned to its original peace. However, outside the Starlight Sacred Ground, there was an undercurrent. Countless experts were hiding in the true Martial Mountain Range, waiting for the geniuses to appear. The 2 geniuses of the Scarlet Sun Realm will definitely obtain the inheritance. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord was secretly proud. However, He did not know that the Heavenly Sun Realm Lord had fallen, and Li Qihua was severely injured. On the other side, the Black Underworld Realm Lord had also come. Chen Hao's strength is obvious. Even Shen Jianxin may not be able to defeat him. Whenever he thought of Chen Hao, the Black Underworld Realm Lord was very excited. What would it be like to cultivate the Void Extreme Yin lineage to the extreme? Buzz. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the void. However, the several realm lords who came here in person trembled. How can we refuse the invitation of the true martial realm lord? After speaking, the several realm lords disappeared and headed to the core of the true martial realm. Peace returned to the true martial mountain range. As time passed, the aura in the true martial mountain range became more and more oppressive. At the entrance of the Starlight's sacred ground, starlight shot out in all directions, as though it would open at any moment. I wonder what's the situation in the Starlight's sacred ground? At this moment, Starlight's sacred ground, no man's land. A shocking sword light shot up into the sky. It's Shun Jianxin. It seems like he has broken through. Too strong. The sword intent on his body is enough to kill me. It's only a matter of time before such an expert enters the realm of realms. Many people saw the dazzling sword light in the sky and immediately thought of Shun Jianxin. At the same time, rays of light with different auras shot up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above the no man's land was dazzling. Kiki, Chen Hao, have finally cultivated a peerless evil technique. In a dark corner, Chen Hao stood. His body was filled with an incomparably evil aura. Chapter 3086. Even Fong Chun did not expect that when he used the immortal Emperor's scepter to kill the demon, the remnant consciousness of the demon would escape and enter Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao was no longer the genius of the underworld territory, but an evil cultivator. From today onwards, I am the evil cultivator Chen Hao. Chen Hao's face was ferocious, and his body emitted an evil aura. His eyes were scarlet and filled with a terrifying light. He had merged with the demon's remnant consciousness, and his strength had become abnormally strong. Buzz. He clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the earth to tremble. His aura quickly rose to the peak. Great Tribulation Supremacy. He, Chen Hao, had gone through a lot of hardships and even gave up his own heart to finally take that step and become a Great Tribulation Supremacy. There are 9 difficulties for a Great Tribulation Supremacy, but they are not difficult for me, Chen Hao. After I leave the Starlight's sacred ground, I will find a secluded place to undergo the tribulation, Chen Hao said eerily. After merging with the demon's remnant consciousness, Chen Hao's hatred for Fong Chun was even greater. Fong Chun, it's all because of you that I ended up like this. The Starlight's sacred ground will be your burial ground. Chen Hao, swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Monstrous demonic aura flickered, and Chen Hao's body disappeared into the void. In the following period of time, countless martial artists in the Starlight's sacred ground obtained opportunities and were extremely proud. However, it was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying demon silently appeared. Evil cultivator Chen Hao, who used cruel means to attack his comrades. In a secluded place in the depths of the no man's land, 2 disciples of the underworld territory had just received the inheritance, and they had smiles on their faces. Haha, I didn't expect to get such an inheritance this time. This trip is really worth it. Yeah, it's a pity that senior brother Chen Hao's whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to obtain the supreme inheritance. The 2 of them talked about Chen Hao as they walked. Speaking of Chen Hao, the 2 of them felt that it was a pity. I believe that senior brother Chen Hao will not be defeated. He will definitely return. That's right. Senior brother Chen Hao is a 1 in a million peerless genius of our Black Turtle territory. He created the Void Extreme Yin lineage and even obtained the favor of the Black Turtle territory lord. What would a mere Fong Chin amount to? Voila! Just as the 2 of them were talking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them. The 2 of them turned around abruptly, and when they saw who it was, their eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, Chun Hao. The two of them cried out in surprise. However, Chun Hao was expressionless. His body faintly emitted an evil aura. Senior brother Chun Hao, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look too good. Could it be that your injuries haven't healed yet? After saying this, the disciple realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly shut his mouth. An eerie smile appeared on Chun Hao's face. Since you want me to rise again and climb to the top, then you will have to pay a price. Chun Hao laughed sinisterly and said in a deep voice, Let me think. What should I pay? Chun Hao pretended to think. Why don't I use your lives as a sacrifice? Senior brother, Chun Hao. Seeing Chun Hao suddenly attack, the two disciples cried out in surprise and retreated. However, how could they be a match for Chun Hao? Crack! Chun Hao opened his big hands and instantly captured the two disciples. He then tore them apart and killed them instantly. Then he sucked the blood of the two of them dry. The world is mocking me, Chun Hao. However, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the former Void Extreme In lineage genius, Chun Hao. From today onwards, he was no longer the Void Extreme In lineage genius that everyone respected. He was the evil cultivator, Chun Hao. He wanted to use everyone's blood to pave the way for himself. This was just the beginning. In the following period of time, many disciples of different forces were more or less killed by Chun Hao. For a time, the news of the demon's reappearance was endless. The demon's reappearance? In the depths of a no-man's land, Feng Chun was a little surprised. He knew better than anyone that he had killed the demon with the immortal scepter. The demon is dead. Qizhan also said, there must be someone behind this. Let's go and take a look. Feng Chun found some clues from the crowd's discussion and started to track down the so-called demon. As the strongest genius of the true martial field and the leader of the younger generation in the eastern region, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch such a thing happen. Any demon should be killed. Shun Jianshun ordered, and many martial artists started to search for the demon. After hearing this news, Chun Hao's heart was filled with killing intent. Shun Jianshun, you want to kill me? Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after, Chun Hao found Shun Jianshun. At this time, Shun Jianshun was in a hidden place, looking for the demon's tracks. Shun Jianshun. Chun Hao looked calm and walked slowly. Chun Hao. Seeing Chun Hao, Shun Jianshun was a little surprised. He thought that after being defeated by Feng Chun, Chun Hao wouldn't be able to recover. He didn't expect him to walk out of the haze so quickly. What are you doing here? Shun Jianshun asked. I'm here to borrow something from you. Chun Hao smiled devilishly and said, What is it? Shun Jianshun didn't care and asked directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura burst out from Chun Hao's palm. Following this, he threw a punch forward at lightning speed. Dong! Shun Jianshun was caught off guard and pulled out his sword to block. The powerful force passed through the long sword and shook his body. Ding! 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 Shun Jianshun's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Chun Hao angrily. Chun Hao, what are you doing? I want to borrow your life. Chun Hao's face was ferocious and revealed his true face. You. Seeing Chun Hao's current appearance and feeling the evil aura on him, Shun Jianshun instantly understood. You're the rumored demon? Shun Jianshun asked. So what if I'm a demon? When I reach the peak, who in the world dares to call me a demon? Chun Hao said, I heard that you, Shun Jianshun, want to kill me, so I'm here to find you. Chun Hao of the Xuanwu territory, a monstrous genius who has the potential to reach the World Lord realm, is willing to degrade himself and become a demon. What a joke. Shun Jianshun said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All of this was forced by you. Speaking until here, Chun Hao fell into madness. Rumble. Violent energy whizzed out, and the entire space was shrouded in demonic aura. Chun Hao and Shun Jianshun, the two peak prodigies, fought together. No one knew what was going on here. However, not long after, a shocking piece of news spread. Shun Jianshun fought with the demon in the depths of the no-man's zone for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he was defeated and disappeared. When this piece of news spread, It caused the people who were receiving the inheritance in the no-man's zone to panic. Fong Chun, who was moving, quickly stopped in his tracks. "What's going on?" Fong Chun frowned. He racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out who the demon that fought with Shun Jianshun was. "Senior, I know what you want to know. I can tell you with certainty that there are no other demons in the no-man's zone other than the one you killed," Qi Zhan said. Could it be that someone obtained the inheritance of the demon and went crazy? Fong Chun suddenly thought of this point. It's highly possible, but who in the younger generation can defeat Shun Jianshun? Fong Chun shook his head. In the distant horizon, evil cultivator Chun Hao stood on the clouds and was shrouded in demonic aura. His scarlet eyes were looking into the distance. That was where Fong Chun was standing. "Fong Chun, it's time to fight to the death," Chun Hao said sinisterly. "Even Shun Jianshun, who is known as the strongest prodigy, was defeated by me. Why do you have to compete with me?" Chun Hao was originally full of hatred for Fong Chun. At this moment, with the influence of the demon's remnant consciousness, Chun Hao forgot everything after seeing Fong Chun. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this person. "Fong Chun," Chun Hao said slowly. When the voice came out, it immediately alarmed Fong Chun. The latter turned around abruptly and was a little shocked when he saw Chun Hao. "You're the demon that fought with Shun Jianshun," Fong Chun said in a deep voice. "Yes, it's me." Chun Hao and Fong Chun faced each other in the air. Their piercing, cold voices slowly spread out. Chapter 3087. When Fong Chun faced off against Chun Hao, he already knew what was going on. Chun Hao cultivated an evil technique and became an evil cultivator. Shun Jianshun wanted to kill me, but was defeated by me in the end. He fled, and his whereabouts are unknown. Chun Hao said eerily, "What are you going to use to block my attack today?" Just as Fong Chun was about to speak, he felt a familiar aura. "He has the remnant consciousness of the demon on him," Qi Zhan exclaimed and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "That day, when you killed the demon, his remnant consciousness escaped and merged with this person. That's why he hates you so much." Soon, Qi Zhan understood what had happened. At the same time, he hated Chun Hao. Merged with the demon's remnant consciousness? Fong Chun's lips curled up and revealed a strange smile. "Fong Chun, today, no one will be able to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Hao directly attacked, and a monstrous demonic aura burst out from his body. "Kill!" Chun Hao roared, and his entire appearance seemed to have changed. The evil cultivator Chun Hao had completely revealed his true appearance. Invincible Sword Principle. Facing Chun Hao, Fong Chun was fearless and displayed the invincible sword principle. He swung the hidden star sword 7 times in a row, and each sword represented a move of the invincible sword principle. There were a total of 7 moves, and when they were performed together, their power reached the peak. Crack! Chun Hao clenched his fists, and a vast demonic aura shrouded his fists. He suddenly punched out and smashed the first sword light that approached him. At the same time, he quickly blasted out countless fist shadows. The battle here was too big and earth-shattering. Soon, it attracted many martial artists in the No Man's Land. Look, there's a shocking battle in the depths of the No Man's Land. Who is fighting? What a terrifying demonic aura. Could it be that someone is fighting with the demon? The sky prides of the various realms hid in the dark and quickly approached the battlefield. When they saw the appearance of the person who was fighting, they cried out involuntarily. "That's Fong Chun. How can it be? Didn't he die with the demon? Why are you here? He's too strong." Every strike of his seems to be able to trigger a change in the rules. Everyone's hearts trembled. The potential that Fong Chun displayed was too tyrannical, leaving them in the dust. However, when they saw the person fighting Fong Chun, they were even more dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine it. Why is the demon fighting Fong Chun so familiar? Chun Hao the Black Turtle Territory. Damn it, did Chun Hao join the devil? Judging from the demonic aura emanating from his body, he must have cultivated a demonic art. For a moment, everyone was incomparably furious. As a human martial artist, it was natural for him to hate the devil. But now, Chun Hao had openly practiced an evil technique and became a heretical cultivator. To think that a heaven's pride of the underworld territory would do such a heartless thing. Damn it. Many people in my sect have died at the hands of Chun Hao. He wants to pay with blood. Many people became restless, wanting to help Fong Chun. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they still chose to watch from the side. Because at this moment, the battle between the two was too earth-shattering, and they couldn't get close at all. Evil demonic hand. Chun Hao, who had fought fiercely with Fong Chun, didn't seem to want to waste any more time. He shouted in a low voice and spread out his big hand, resonating with the terrifying demonic aura in the sky. It's all over. The evil demonic hand was the devil's life's work, and its attack power was extremely strong. If it wasn't for his remnant consciousness, Chun Hao wouldn't have been able to control it. Practicing an evil technique, you must die. Fong Chen's cold voice also spread rapidly between heaven and earth. Seeing that Chun Hao's demonic hand was about to reach him, Fong Chun took out the immortal scepter. To completely destroy the devil, he had to use the immortal scepter in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, the remnant consciousness would definitely escape again. This time, Fong Chun didn't want to give him any chance. Kill. Fong Chun forcibly activated the power in his body and madly injected it into the immortal scepter. Dong! 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 A thunderous sound came from the immortal scepter, and then a terrifying aura quickly spread out. At this moment, everyone who was secretly watching was stunned and speechless. Crack! The immortal scepter, with its supreme strength, pierced through the demonic hand and bombarded Chun Hao's body. No! Seeing this, Chun Hao's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. I hate. After saying these two words, Chun Hao's body instantly collapsed and was completely destroyed, along with his primordial spirit. The remnant consciousness was also directly refined by the immortal scepter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, a violent wind blew. Seeing that the devil had completely fallen, Fong Chen's body was extremely weak, and he sat on the ground, panting. He could only use the immortal scepter once a year. In this short period of time, he had used it twice in a row. This time, he had used up all his strength and even injured his internal organs. Fong Chun is injured. He's too strong. Even Chun Hao couldn't resist. Just as everyone was shocked, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the crowd. Fong Chun died. The person who came was Li Qihua. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Sensing that Fong Chen's aura was weak, he attacked without hiding anything. Despicable. Some people cursed it secretly, while others tried to stop him. However, Li Qihua came prepared. With a wave of his hand, primordial fire burned the sky, temporarily blocking everyone. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fong Chun. Buzz! The hidden star sword stood in front of Fong Chun, and a terrifying sword Dao aura shrouded its master. The sword trembled, and a furious sword cry sounded. Stop! At this moment, a ray of light shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. Everyone didn't even see any trace of Fong Chun, but he was already gone. Who saved Fong Chun? Someone exclaimed. Who else could it be? The others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Who else could be so amazing other than Kong Changyue of the Void Realm? Damn it, Kong Changyue, you and I are irreconcilable. Li Qihua was furious that Kong Changyue saved the fat meat in his hand. In a hidden place, the void rippled, and Kong Changyue suddenly appeared and put Fong Chun on the ground. Brother Fong, are you okay? Kong Changyue put his palm on Fong Chen's back, and an endless stream of power was injected into his body. After a while, Fong Chen's face eased a little. Thank you, Fong Chun said with difficulty. I didn't expect Chun how to cultivate an evil technique, Kong Changyue said angrily. Even if Brother Fong didn't do it, I would have done it and killed him. Before this, Fong Chun didn't see Kong Changyue and thought that he didn't come. He didn't expect Kong Changyue to save him at the critical moment. Brother Fong, don't worry. With me here to protect you, you can rest assured and recover from your injuries, Kong Changyue continued. Fang Chen nodded and didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. At the same time, the news of Chun Hao hiding in the evil path and becoming an evil cultivator quickly spread. Countless martial artists were denouncing Chun Hao. However, when they learned that Chun had been killed by Fang Chun, they were extremely happy and excited. Evil cultivator Chun Hao deserves to die. He betrayed mankind and willingly became the lackey of evil cultivators. Killing 9 generations of his family is already a light punishment. I will report this matter to the Realm Lord and ask him to go to the Underworld Realm to ask for an explanation. Yes, the Underworld Realm should be responsible for this matter. Countless discussions were heard. As time passed, the opening of the Starlight Holy Ground was getting closer and closer. Half a month later, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. His injuries were almost healed. Brother Fang is worthy of being a genius. Such recovery ability is amazing, Kong Changyue said with a smile. Due to some matters, he had delayed his arrival for a long time. After hearing about Fang Chen's deeds, he admired him even more. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Brother Kong. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Kong Changyue shrugged and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Brother Fang has made a great contribution this time. Although you killed Chun Hao, the Underworld Realm Lord won't dare to target you." Fang Chen nodded. After leaving the Starlight Holy Ground, Brother Fang, what do you plan to do? Kong Changyue asked. Return to the boundless world, Fang Chen said. Don't you plan to explore the other dangerous places in the true Martial Mountain Range? Fang Chen shook his head. He had been away for a long time. He didn't know how the Hidden Star Palace was doing. He needed to return as soon as possible. Chapter 3088. The trip to the Starlight Sacred Ground lasted for half a year before it finally came to an end. On this day, the Starlight Sacred Ground trembled and the fog in the No Man's Land quickly dispersed. The entire No Man's Land looked brand new. Are we leaving? Many people looked at the sky with a smile. They had experienced too much in the Starlight Sacred Ground. It wasn't easy to survive. At the same time, they were very grateful to Fang Chen. If not for him, they would have died in the hands of Chun Hao. Dawn. Just as everyone was waiting, thick dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Then, the dark clouds exploded. It was as bright as a mushroom cloud. A terrifying aura spread out. In the end, the Void Gate appeared. Let's go. Martial artists swarmed forward like a swarm of bees. A moment later, the Starlight Sacred Ground was empty. In the true Martial Mountain Range, when the last person left, the Void Gate closed. This also meant that the Starlight Sacred Ground was officially closed. No one knew when it would appear again. They're out. The most emotional one was Qizhan. He was very excited and couldn't wait to contact his good brother, the true Martial Realm Lord. However, at this moment, countless powerful auras descended. Many martial artists trembled and kept retreating. Realm Lord, someone exclaimed. The first person to appear was the Black Underworld Realm Lord. Beside him, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord also appeared. After that, the Sky Heart Realm Lord and the others appeared. Fang Chen glanced around. There were a total of 4 Realm Lords. Their eyes swept across everyone as if they were looking for their own Realm Lords. Where's Chun Hao? The Black Underworld Realm Lord glanced at everyone and found that Chun Hao wasn't there. Everyone looked at each other and didn't dare to speak. Tell me, what happened? Why isn't Chun Hao here? The Black Underworld Realm Lord was a little angry. He reached out his hand and grabbed a weak martial artist and asked sternly, Lord Realm Lord, speak. Under the gaze of the Black Underworld Realm Lord, this person stuttered and told the story. Presumptuous. With a slap, the Black Underworld Realm Lord killed him. Speak. The Black Underworld Realm Lord grabbed another person and asked him. This person was so scared that he trembled and fainted. What happened? The Black Underworld Domain Lord was furious. Black Underworld Ruler, Shun Jianshun, whose face was slightly pale, took a step forward and said, They are telling the truth. Even if you ask them 1,000 times, the answer will be the same. Impossible. How could Chun Hao be a heretic? You must have plotted to kill him. The Black Nether Domain Lord was infuriated. He raised his hand and slapped towards Shun Jianchen. What does it count as for a world overlord to deal with a junior? In front of Shun Jianchen, a green-robed sector lord appeared and blocked the attack of the Black Underworld sector lord. Clear Dust Realm Lord. The Black Underworld territory lord raged. They are lying. How can the geniuses of my Black Underworld territory be slandered as evil cultivators? That's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask them, Shin Jianshan said firmly. That's right. This is what everyone saw. In order to pursue unparalleled strength, Chun Hao abandoned himself and became an evil cultivator. He even killed the innocent. Many people were mercilessly killed by him. Even Brother Shun was heavily injured by him. Kong Zhengyue said, You are lying. If what you said is true, then if Chun Hao wanted to start a massacre, who would be able to walk out of the Starlight Sacred Ground alive? The Black Underworld Domain Lord raged. If it wasn't for Brother Fong, we would all be dead, Kong Zhengyue said coldly. At the crucial moment, Brother Fong took action and killed Chun Hao. Boom! The aura of the Black Underworld Domain Lord grew stronger. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Fong Chun. You killed Chun Hao. He is an evil cultivator, Fong Chun said calmly without any fear. Who do you think you are? Even if Chun Hao is an evil cultivator, I should be the one to kill him. The Black Underworld Domain Lord vented his anger on Fong Chun. Boom! He slapped out with his palm. Extreme energy shot towards Fong Chun. Dong! 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 The Clear Dust Domain Lord helped Fong Chun to block the attack of the Black Underworld Domain Lord. Black Underworld Domain Lord, Chun Hao is a genius of your Black Underworld Domain. However, he betrayed the human race. Shouldn't you give the true Martial Domain Lord an explanation? The Clear Dust Domain Lord was a little angry. I will explain this matter to the true Martial Domain Lord. But today I must kill him. No one can stop me. The Black Underworld Domain Lord and the Clear Dust Domain Lord confronted each other, wanting to kill Fong Chun. Swoosh! The void was torn apart as a voice came from afar. Fong Chun killed an evil cultivator. What crime did he commit? Hearing this, everyone's heart palpitated. This was the voice of the true Martial Domain Lord. Even he was alarmed. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at the Black Underworld Domain Lord. The latter slowly retracted his palm that was raised in the air. True Martial Domain Lord. The Black Underworld Domain Lord spoke to the void. I will investigate this matter to the bottom. When the time comes, I will look for you to explain. After speaking, he glared fiercely at Fong Chun and flew away. After the Black Underworld Domain Lord left, the pressure on everyone lessened. Kong Changyue turned his head and nodded lightly at Fong Chun. Many thanks, Senior. Fong Chun clasped his fists. No need to thank me. I have already heard about what happened in the Starlight Sacred Ground. For the sake of the big picture, you didn't hesitate to risk your life. This is a fearless spirit. It is worthy of praise. The Clear Dust Domain Lord said. Boom! The moment the Black Underworld Domain Lord left, a fiery red light appeared on the body of the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. The flames soared into the sky, and the temperature in the air rose to the extreme. Scarlet Sun Domain Lord, what are you doing? The Clear Dust Domain Lord asked. Dong dong dong. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord walked step by step towards Fong Chun. You killed the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord. As soon as these words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Even the other domain lords were stunned. This guy's cultivation was only at the Paragon realm. How'd he do all this? Everyone, including Shun Jianshan, was at a loss. The Scarlet Sun Domain's strongest genius, the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord, was killed by Fong Chun in the Starlight Sacred Ground? Wasn't this news too shocking? Everyone's gaze turned towards the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. When they saw Li Qihua at the side, they understood. Thinking about it, the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord was avenging Li Qihua and was killed by Fong Chun instead. Thinking of this, Shun Jianshan's mouth twitched. He was speechless. What happened? The Clear Dust Domain Lord was also stunned. What? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord was aggressive. Li Qihua has already told me everything. Don't try to deny it. Fangchen glanced at Li Qihua and said slowly, "That's right. The Heavenly Sun Domain Lord was killed by me. Li Qihua provoked me verbally and was severely injured by me. The Heavenly Sun Domain Lord came to seek revenge and threatened to kill me. I retaliated, but who would have thought that he was so weak?" Fang Chen's words were merciless. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord was infuriated. "Clear Dust Domain Lord. Chun Hao is an evil cultivator. Fang Chen killed him. It's reasonable for you to stop the Black Underworld Domain Lord. But now, he killed my Scarlet Sun Domain's genius for no reason. I hope you won't interfere in this matter." As he spoke, the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord came in front of Fang Chen. His terrifying aura suppressed Fang Chen, making him unable to move. How can the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord be so magnanimous? Fang Chen was not afraid of the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. Pretentious. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord sneered and was about to attack. No matter what the reason was, the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord was the future of the Scarlet Sun Domain. Someone had to be responsible for his death. Domain Lord. Kong Changyue and Shun Jinshen looked at the Clear Dust Domain Lord, waiting for him to attack. However, the Clear Dust Domain Lord was in a difficult position. Die! The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord attacked, his palm devouring heaven and earth, burning space and time. Fang Chen stood there quietly, unmoved. Everyone felt pity for him and shook their heads one after another. Whoosh! A brilliant ray of light flashed across the sky and arrived before Fang Chen, encapsulating his figure. Dong! The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord's attack was blocked by the resplendent light. True Martial Realm Lord, what is the meaning of this? The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord was furious. Voila! A tall figure slowly walked out of the void. The strongest expert of the Eastern region, the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm Lord, had actually personally arrived. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. It's normal for the younger generation to fight against each other. Heavenly Sun Revered's skill was inferior, so it's nothing much for him to die in the hands of little friend Fang. The True Martial Realm Lord slowly said, "Could it be that only your Scarlet Sun Realm's disciples are allowed to kill, and no one else is allowed to kill them?" Boom! The True Martial Mountain Range was in an uproar. The Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm had actually stood up for Fang Chen. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3089. Previously, when the Black Underworld Territory Lord attacked, the True Martial Territory Lord only shouted. But now, he appeared personally. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. To be able to make the True Martial Territory Lord attack for him, it was enough to see how important he was in the True Martial Territory Lord's heart. Even the Clear Dust Realm Lord of the True Martial World was astonished. If he stopped the Black Underworld Territory Lord because Fang Chen killed evil cultivator Chun Hao and made a contribution to the Eastern region, it was still reasonable. However, Fang Chen had killed the Heavenly Sun supremacy of the Scarlet Sun boundary. Logically speaking, the True Martial Boundary Lord would not interfere in such a personal grudge. But now, he appeared personally. True Martial Territory Lord, you want to help this kid? The Scarlet Sun Territory Lord asked in a deep voice, the overbearing flames on his body instantly restrained. Scarlet Sun Territory Lord, let's go back. The True Martial Territory Lord shook his head and said slowly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained an unquestionable attitude. Seeing this, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord glanced at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Then, he cupped his fists at the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm. All right, since the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm has stepped forward, I will not pursue this matter. Only the True Martial Territory Lord had the ability to make the hot-tempered Scarlet Sun Territory Lord let go of the hatred in his heart. Let's go. The Scarlet Sun Territory Lord grabbed Li Qihua and disappeared into the True Martial Mountain Range. Many martial artists were left looking at each other, their hearts filled with shock. The Sky Heart Territory Lord and the others looked at Fang Chen seriously, trying to see through him. Not simple. The Sky Heart Territory Lord sighed. Yes, a Saint Venerable could kill Chun Hao and the Heavenly Sun Territory Lord. It's really shocking. After the Sky Heart Territory Lord and the other territory lords greeted the true martial territory lord, they nodded at Fang Chun and left in a hurry with their disciples. Follow me. The true martial territory lord brought Fang Chun out of the mountain range. Clear Dust Realm Lord, true martial realm lord. Do you know Fang Chun? Shun Jianxin woke up from his shock and hurriedly asked. The Clear Dust Realm Lord shook his head. I don't know either. Kong Changyue was even more dumbfounded. This fellow isn't simple. He actually made the true martial realm lord take action for him. It won't be long before his name spreads throughout the 9 great realms of the eastern region. Kong Zhangyue pondered for a moment before he turned and left. The trip to the Starlight Holy Land came to an end. Some cultivators chose to leave, while others continued to explore the other danger zones. As for Fang Chun, he was currently conversing with the real martial domain lord. Looking at the amiable old man in front of him, Fang Chun found it hard to imagine. The person in front of him was none other than the legendary strongest realm lord of the eastern region, the realm lord of the true martial realm lord. Sector Lord. Fang Chun cupped his fists and said, Come out. The true martial realm lord faintly spoke. A moment later, the dark cave mountain flickered as a phantom appeared in the air. Sector Lord. The illusory Qi Zhan was incomparably agitated, and his body was trembling. After so many years, I finally get to see you again. Seeing his good brother once again, the true martial realm lord was also filled with emotions. Fang Chun walked to the side, not interrupting the conversation between the two brothers. After a long time, Qi Zhan and the true martial realm lord both walked over. Little friend Fang, thank you very much this time. The true martial realm lord said seriously. I, the true martial realm lord, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the eastern region, feel free to ask. Hearing this, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. A favor from the true martial realm lord was relatively important. Thank you, Sector Lord. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Little friend Fang, you don't have to do this. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come out of the Starlight Holy Land. From today onwards, you are my brother. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Qi Zhan smiled and said. In the following time, the three of them chatted for a while. The true martial realm lord was quite curious about Fang Chun. He simply asked about his cultivation process. After knowing that he was in the boundless world, the true martial realm lord chuckled and said, Are you interested in coming to the true martial realm? Fang Chun said apologetically, Sector Lord, I still have some things to do in the boundless world. After I'm done, I will definitely come to the true martial realm. All right, I won't keep you any longer. The true martial realm lord smiled and said. Fang Chun bade farewell to the two of them. Looking at Fang Chun's back, Qi Zhan said, How is this boy? His future is limitless. The true martial realm lord sighed and said, His attainments in the Sword Dao are not much better than mine. Even Shun Jianxun is ashamed of his inferiority. Moreover, he also has the Chaos Sword body. In terms of physical strength, he is also unparalleled. When I was talking with him just now, I felt that his primordial spirit is extremely powerful. It has already reached the complete Emperor realm. Hearing this, Qi Zhan exclaimed, His primordial spirit could reach the complete Emperor realm with the cultivation of a Saint Venerable. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the entire eastern region, there are few who can match him in the younger generation. This was the true martial realm lord's evaluation of Fang Chun. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Sword Dao, physical body, Soul Dao. Every one of them has monstrous potential. Such a prodigy might not even appear in an era. The true martial realm lord said, thoughtfully. In the process of Fang Chun returning to the boundless world, the incident that happened in the true martial mountain range was spreading at the fastest speed. Of course, the boundless world was quite far from the true martial realm. So, the news had not spread over yet. In this trip to the Starlight Sacred Ground, the boundless world's martial artists were completely annihilated. Especially the Sky Mountain Palace. They suffered even more losses. A few days later, Fang Chun returned to the Hidden Star Palace quietly. He flew in the sky and looked down. He suddenly realized that there were people fighting. Isn't that the dim shadow assassin? Someone is chasing after him. Fang Chen recognized the dim shadow assassin, someone from the Sky Mountain Palace. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He stomped his feet and landed on the ground. Dong! At this moment, there was an explosion in the void. The dim shadow assassin was seriously injured and flew out. Crash! Fang Chen gently stretched out his palm and caught the dim shadow assassin. You're dead, dim shadow assassin. You've been killing my Sky Mountain Palace's disciples for so long. This time, I'll tear you to pieces. You think you can be safe after joining the Hidden Star Palace? Let me tell you, it won't be long before the Hidden Star Palace's master falls. At that time, the Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. The four of them joined forces and sent the dim shadow assassin flying. However, at this moment, they found Fang Chen behind the dim shadow assassin. The dim shadow assassin turned his head. After seeing Fang Chen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? One of the two disasters Junior Tribulation Supremacies asked. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? I'm here now. Fang Chen shrugged. Let's go. The dim shadow assassin said worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head. Leave this to me. Go back and heal your injuries first. After saying that, he pushed the dim shadow assassin away and stepped in front of the four Tribulation Supremacies. The master of the Hidden Star Palace? At this time, the four of them finally reacted. Their eyes were full of killing intent. Die! The two disasters Junior Tribulation Supremacy who had spoken earlier roared and rushed toward Fang Chen. Dong! A punch as fast as lightning hit the Junior Tribulation Supremacy's body. Crack! His body instantly exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his primordial spirit shattered. He was killed in one blow. The dim shadow assassin was dumbfounded. Let's kill him together. Seeing this, the three of them attacked angrily. However, to the current Fang Chen, they were too weak. Boom! 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 He threw out 3 punches in a row, mercilessly hitting the 3 of them. 2 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 1 quickly retreated. How is this possible? The only Tribulation Supremacy who survived was extremely shocked. How can you be so strong? Are you afraid now? It's too late. As he spoke, the Hidden Star sword whistled out. The space-time sword explosion was instantly used, and the power of the immortal stellar core surged out. Whoosh! The dazzling sword light tore through the sky and pierced the head of the Tribulation Supremacy. His body fell limply to the ground. Until his death, he did not understand how the master of the Hidden Star Palace had become so strong. The shadow killer on the side rubbed his eyes hard. Instant kill. His heart trembled. How long had it been? And Fang Chen's strength had become so powerful. Could it be that he has the strength to rival a realm lord? Chapter 3090. The Hidden Star Palace was now under attack. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace had formed an alliance to besiege the Hidden Star Palace. The situation is not good. On the way back, the Shadow Killer said in a deep voice. After Fang Chen left, he also used his Shadow Killer to kill countless disciples of the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. However, it still did not cause too much damage to the 2 palaces. 3 of the 5 territories of the Hidden Star Palace have already been occupied by the Sky Mountain Palace. The Shadow Killer explained what had happened during Fang Chen's absence. Only the Bloody Battle Territory and the Xianyuan Territory have not fallen. The Xianyuan Territory was guarded by Vice Palace Master Qi Qiu. Unless the Sky Mountain Palace completely fell out and sent out a Great Tribulation Venerable Expert, it would be difficult to take over. Needless to say, the Bloody Battle Territory was the core of the Hidden Star Palace. With Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan and many experts guarding it, it was still safe. Let's go back first. A strange look flashed across Fang Chen's eyes after he heard the whole story, and he said, "Don't worry." Soon, the 2 returned to the Hidden Star City. When Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan learned that Fang Chen had returned, his face was full of joy. "Palace Master, you're finally back. Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan smiled bitterly. During your absence, the Hidden Star Palace had a hard time. Fortunately, the Shadow Killer was secretly interfering. Otherwise, the Sky Mountain Palace would have devoured us. And the Desolation Palace, relying on their alliance with the Sky Mountain Palace, was eyeing us covetously. The Dark Territory was occupied by them. I know, leave it to me. Fong Chen nodded gently. On the second day of Fong Chen's return, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside the city. Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan's face instantly turned gloomy. It must be the people from the Desolation Palace. They come here every day to clamor. Let me kill them. The Shadow Killer could not hold back the anger in his heart and said coldly. Whoosh! Fong Chen slowly got up. Under his calm face, there was a trace of anger. Let me do it. Since he was back, he had to shock the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace. The Desolation Palace? This lesson will definitely be unforgettable for all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen's figure flickered and arrived at the city wall in the blink of an eye. He floated in the air and looked down. The leader of the Desolation Palace was an elder of the Three Disasters Minor Tribulation Supremacy. Xiahou Yuan is an honored guest of my Desolation Palace, yet he was brutally killed by the Hidden Star Palace's palace master for no reason. Today, we have come to demand an explanation. You want an explanation? Fong Chen said all of a sudden. Immediately, the elder of the Desolate Palace noticed Fong Chen. Hidden Star Palace Master, after being a coward for so long, you finally dare to show your face? The little Tribulation Master of Three Disasters sneered. Fong Chen walked out of the void step by step. Have you ever thought about the price you'll have to pay to get an explanation from me? Fong Chen asked calmly. You just a sacred venerate. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you killed a few Two Disasters Minor Tribulation Supremacies? The Little Tribulation Supremacy of Three Disasters Minor Tribulation Supremacy said disdainfully. Fight me if you have the ability. Otherwise, you'll have to kill yourself. Boom! A monstrous aura surged out of Fong Chen's body. He looked down and said coldly, Since you want an explanation, I'll give you one. Buzz. Fong Chen clenched his fists, and a violent power gathered in his palms. The two immortal star cores were instantly activated, and rich immortal star power merged into his palms. Boom! In the next moment, he threw out a punch. This was his most powerful punch. Even a great tribulation supremacy would not dare to face it head-on. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the sky. A terrifying fist light tore through the sky and swooped down at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Child's play. Seeing this, the elder of the Desolate Palace sneered and threw out a punch. Take my punch. The elder of the Desolate Palace's fist quickly collided with Fong Chen's fist. Crack! The terrifying power penetrated the elder of the Desolate Palace's fist and instantly penetrated his body, destroying his internal organs. Oh no! When he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Crack! As he screamed in horror, his physical body shattered. His flesh and blood splattered, and his soul scattered. However, this was not the end. After killing the elder of the Three Disasters Minor Tribulation Supremacy Realm, Fong Chen's fist did not stop. It still swooped down with an imposing aura. Dong! When this fist smashed into the ground, the entire ground caved in. The people of the Desolate Palace who came with the elder were all killed. Not a single one survived. In the city, everyone was dumbfounded. They shook their heads frantically, as if they could not believe what had happened in front of them. Is this true? Even the Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan could not believe it. After a short silence, a thunderous roar came from the city. Everyone was shouting the four words Hidden Star Palace Master, their voices shaking the heavens. Since the establishment of the Hidden Star Palace, we have always been humiliated by the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace. From today onwards, as the Hidden Star Palace Master, I officially declare war on the two palaces. Fong Chen's words ignited the blood of everyone in the Hidden Star Palace. He's too strong. At this moment, the Shadow Assassin was in awe of Fong Chen. He was too strong. Even a Great Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert was not as strong as him. For a moment, he even had the idea of relying on Fong Chun. He was even glad that he had cooperated with the Hidden Star Palace. The news of destroying the people of the desolate palace with a single blow was extremely shocking and quickly spread. However, Fong Chun did not stop. He came to the dark territory at the fastest speed. How dare you? This is the territory of the desolate palace. Leave quickly. A guard saw Fong Chun's arrival and berated angrily. This is clearly the dark territory of the Hidden Star Palace. When did it become the desolate palace's territory? Fong Chun asked. How dare you? The guard was furious and directly attacked, wanting to capture Fong Chun. Poochie. Facing the guard who was close at hand, Fong Chun flicked his finger and a bloody hole appeared on the guard's head. Then, Fong Chun's voice, which contained great power, spread out. People of the desolate palace, listen to me. Leave the dark territory quickly. Otherwise, the Hidden Star Palace will completely kill you. Bastards of the Hidden Star Palace, how dare you come here? How dare you challenge the desolate palace? You're courting death. For a moment, countless warriors rushed out from all directions and surrounded Fong Chun. Boom! Fong Chun attacked, and the result was obvious. After a quarter of an hour, all the people of the desolate palace in the dark territory were dead. After that, Fong Chun used his absolute strength to conquer the other two territories. At this point, the three territories that had fallen were once again returned. At this time, the news that Fong Chun had killed the minor tribulation master of three disasters with one strike spread completely. After the desolate palace and the Sky Mountain Palace heard the news, they were shocked. At the same time, they were also very angry that the small Hidden Star Palace dared to declare war on them. They were courting death. In the meeting hall of the Sky Mountain Palace. Sky Mountain Palace Master, you already know what happened. What do you think? The Desolate Palace Master asked. The Hidden Star Palace Master's potential is too strong. The speed of his growth is shocking. If we let him continue to grow, he will become the biggest obstacle to our two palaces. The black-robed Sky Mountain Palace Master's face was gloomy. From the analysis of the report, this guy's strength is comparable to a Great Tribulation Master, the Sky Mountain Palace Master said. No matter what, we can't let him continue to live this time. Fong Chun's strength was comparable to a Great Tribulation Master. This also meant that if a Great Tribulation Master did not appear, no one would be able to compete with him. But we can't ignore Realm Lord Wu Ye's orders. This was what the Desolate Palace Master was most worried about. I'll go look for Realm Lord Wu Ye now. After saying that, the Sky Mountain Palace Master's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall. In the core of the boundless world, boundless city, in a solemn palace, the Sky Mountain Palace Master stood respectfully on the ground. There was a bronze throne at the front, and Realm Lord Wu Ye was sitting on it. What's the matter? Realm Lord Wu Ye asked. Realm Lord, back then, in order to protect the Hidden Star Palace Master, you issued an order that powerhouses above the Great Tribulation Master are not allowed to attack him. But now, we have received information that the Hidden Star Palace Master's strength is comparable to a Great Tribulation Master, and he has been slaughtering our disciples, the Sky Mountain Palace Master said. Oh, Realm Lord, we muttered. Realm Lord, you want the 36 palaces under your command to compete with each other and continuously improve. But this has to be based on the principle of fairness. The problem now is that the Hidden Star Palace Master has broken the balance. If he can defeat us fair and square, we will be willing even if the Hidden Star Palace destroys the Sky Mountain Palace. But now, the Sky Mountain Palace Master said a lot and waited for Realm Lord Wu Ye's decision. The latter pondered for a moment and glanced indifferently at the Sky Mountain Palace Master. Since that's the case, I take back my previous order. Hearing this, the Sky Mountain Palace Master was secretly delighted. Thank you, Realm Lord. All right, you may leave. Realm Lord Wu Ye waved his hand. After the Sky Mountain Palace Master left, Realm Lord Wu Ye took out his communication jade pendant and sent a lot of information. True Martial Mountain Range, Starlight's Sacred Ground, killed Black Turtle Realms, Chun Hao, and Scarlet Sun Realms, Heavenly Sun Realms, Heavenly Sun Realm. Realm Lord Wu Ye murmured, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. This guy's potential is really beyond my expectations. Realm Lord Wuya said. Moreover, the most shocking thing is that the true Martial Realm Lord actually personally came out to stop the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord for him. This news seemed to make Realm Lord Wuya think of something. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. This child has boundless potential and can be nurtured with emphasis. If I can improve further, it won't be a problem for me to defeat Shin Jianshin and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the eastern region. Fang Chun came from the boundless world. Furthermore, he possessed the chaos sword body. He was a natural-born physique cultivator. The stronger he was, the more face Realm Lord Wuya would have. Moreover, Realm Lord Boundless also had his own thoughts. This time, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you do whatever you want. Let's see how far you can go. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3091. After Realm Lord Wuya nodded, the Sky Mountain Palace Master immediately returned to the Sky Mountain Palace and began to make arrangements. There was no need for the Hidden Star Palace to continue to exist. He wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible. At the same time, he issued one order after another. The army of the Sky Mountain Palace marched out, passing through countless cities and headed towards the Hidden Star Palace. Such a blatant attack was naturally noticed by the Hidden Star Palace immediately. After Fang Chun subdued the 3 territories, he hurriedly returned to the Hidden Star Palace. From now on, you'll be in charge of the 5 territories. Fang Chun transmitted his voice to Qi Qiu. No matter what happens, you must ensure that the 5 territories are not infiltrated by spies. Don't worry, Qi Qiu replied. After instructing Qi Qiu, Fang Chun stood on the city wall and looked at the distant sky. There on the barren plain, there was suddenly a cloud of dust that flew up and covered the entire sky. A powerful aura rushed towards him. Fang Chun knew that the people of the Sky Mountain Palace had arrived. Roar! A deafening roar came from the other side. Fang Chun knew that the people of the Desolation Palace had also arrived without even turning his head. Moreover, the person leading the team this time was the Desolation Palace Master. He was considered one of the best among the Great Tribulation Supremacies, but he personally led the team. It was enough to see how much he hated Fang Chun. Rumble. The 2 forces converged in front of the Hidden Star City and forced the Hidden Star Palace to surrender. Fang Chun, you dare to kill the people of the Sky Mountain Palace. You deserve to die. Today, the Sky Mountain Palace will flatten the Hidden Star Palace. The 5 territories under the Desolation Palace were forcibly taken away by you. If it weren't for Realm Lord Wu Ya's order that Great Tribulation Supremacies are not allowed to take action, how could you have survived until now? The Desolation Palace Master roared angrily. Now that Realm Lord Wu Ya had given the order, Great Tribulation Supremacies could take action. This time, they were bound to annihilate Fang Chun in one fell swoop. Fang Chun raised his head, glanced at everyone, and grinned. What's wrong? The Baron Ancestor, the Heavenly Mountain Palace Lord, and the Heavenly Mountain Ancestor didn't come? The 3 of them were experts close to half-step universe god level. If they were there, Fang Chun might be afraid. However, what was a mere desolate palace master worth? To deal with an ant like you, why would the palace master and the ancestor need to personally take action? The person who spoke was the leader of the team from the Sky Mountain Palace. He was Shan Hong's master and also the senior brother of the Law Hall's head. In the Sky Mountain Palace, he was known as the Dragon Mountain Taoist. Obediently commit suicide here, and I can let all the disciples of your Hidden Star Palace go, the Desolate Palace Master sneered. Fang Chun shook his head and shrugged. As long as I'm here, the Hidden Star Palace will exist. His voice contained a wisp of determination. His attitude was very firm, and he had no intention of compromising. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. The Dragon Mountain Taoist growled and attacked like thunder. All of you, hold the fort here. Let me kill the Hidden Star Palace Master. As soon as the Dragon Mountain Taoist's voice fell, he leaped and released an extremely powerful force above his head. This was the power of 9 disasters. As everyone knew, the 3rd minor realm of the god level was the Tribulation Master level. The Tribulation Master level was divided into Junior Tribulation Master and Grand Tribulation Master. The difference between them was the 3 disasters and 9 disasters. Any Junior Tribulation Master had to pass through the 3 disasters to succeed. As for Grand Tribulation Master, he had to pass through the 9 disasters, and every disaster was extremely difficult. Once he passed through the 9 disasters, he would be able to break through to the legendary Sector Lord level. However, there was only a gray light above the Dragon Mountain Taoist head. This meant that he had only passed through 1 disaster. First disaster, Grand Tribulation Master. Fong Chun murmured, and a bright light shot out from his dark eyes. It was time to let the world know what Fong Chun was capable of. Voila! Fong Chun quickly raised his palm and made a grabbing motion towards the void. Suddenly, the star-concealing sword appeared. Rumble! Majestic sword chi shot up to the sky and shrouded the entire world. The atmosphere in the air was extremely oppressive, and the sword chi on Fong Chen's body pierced through time and space. The chaotic sword body was also activated to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the 7th move of the invincible sword technique, the space-time sword explosion. Buzz! The 2 immortal star cores in his body were fully activated, and the violent immortal star power was injected into the hidden star sword. Buzz! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Fong Chun flicked his wrist and slashed out with the sword. Immediately, a crack was torn open in the vast sky. At the same time, the hidden star sword exuded a terrifying power. Die! Seeing this, Dragon Mountain Taoist sneered again and again. His attack was incomparably powerful as it bombarded the hidden star sword. Crack! When the hidden star sword hit Dragon Mountain Taoist's body, it cut off his arms as if they were tofu. Taoist Dragon Mountain let out a miserable shriek. Then his body was cut in half by the sword. The violent immortal star power corroded Dragon Mountain Taoist's internal organs, and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely gone. Boom! The body that was cut in half suddenly exploded, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The whole place shook vigorously. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. Their hearts were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. A terrifying aura quickly spread out, and layers of powerful ripples slowly spread in the void. Roar! In Hidden Star City, countless martial artists were celebrating. This scene was too shocking. The Palace Master killed a Great Tribulation supremacy with a sword. This was too powerful, right? On the other hand, the people from the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace were completely dumbfounded. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Even the Desolation Palace Master was a little stunned. How is this possible? The Desolation Palace Master cried out. Dragon Mountain Taoist may have only passed 1 tribulation, but he is extremely powerful. He kept shaking his head, unable to accept the fact in front of him. Whoosh! Fong Chun stood on the city wall with a hidden star sword in his hand. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace have repeatedly attacked the Hidden Star Palace. From today onwards, the Hidden Star Palace will launch a counterattack. Anyone who insults the Hidden Star Palace will be killed without mercy. Fong Chen's long sword pointed at the place where Dragon Mountain Taoist died. This scene was extremely shocking. At the same time, it also greatly mobilized the momentum of the Hidden Star Palace. They were celebrating. You killed Dragon Mountain Taoist? After being stunned, the Desolation Palace Master pointed at Fong Chun and scolded angrily. Dragon Mountain Taoist is an elder of the Sky Mountain Palace, but you killed him. You are dead. The Sky Mountain Palace Master will not let you go. Fong Chun sneered. If I didn't kill him, would the Sky Mountain Palace let me go? In the face of Fong Chun's question, the Desolation Palace Master was speechless for a moment. Fong Chun swung his long sword and pointed at the Desolation Palace Master. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the Desolation Palace. However, you have repeatedly tried to kill me. If it weren't for someone saving me, I would have died in your hands. Fong Chun said calmly, Today, you have been harassing and attacking the Hidden Star Palace. With all kinds of grievances added together, We have long been irreconcilable. Humph. The Desolation Palace Master tried hard to calm the shock in his heart. He snorted coldly and regained his calm. Hidden Star Palace Master, you are too arrogant. The Desolation Palace Master said, Dragon Mountain Taoist is strong, but he is only a tribulation supremacy. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you killed him? Fang Chun did not speak and looked straight at the Desolation Palace Master. I have to admit that your potential is strong. You're the only one I have met in countless years. Even in the Eastern region, no one can compare to you. Unfortunately, you will die in my hands in the end. The Desolation Palace Master was a tribulation supremacy. He was very confident in his strength. Is that so? Fang Chun said. Dragon Mountain Taoist also said the same thing, but he is dead, and I'm still alive. No matter how strong you are, you're only a saint venerable martial artist, and I'm a tribulation supremacy. This is the gap. The gap between realms cannot be made up with other things. The Desolation Palace Master said sinisterly, so accept the baptism of death. Fang Chun flicked his sleeve. Come at me if you have the guts. This battle was the battle to establish the Hidden Star Palace's position. They must fight with momentum. Therefore, Fang Chun was not prepared to hold back. Boom! Fang Chun waved his hand, and a shocking stone tablet soared into the sky. When it flew to the highest point of the sky, countless rays of light fell from the stone tablet. The rays of light fell extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it connected with the ground, forming a light curtain with a powerful aura. Dragon Sealing Formation. As the voice fell, the sealed sky tablet in the sky suddenly swooped down. As it swooped down, the falling rays of light also constantly changed their trajectory. Dong! Amidst everyone's shock, the sealed sky tablet fell with endless power, forming the core of the Dragon Sealing Formation. Formation rise. Fang Chun suddenly raised his palm, and immediately, violent power surged in the Dragon Sealing Formation. This was the strongest state of the Dragon Sealing Formation, with the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation, and the power of the sealed sky tablet as the foundation. Humph! A mere formation, and you want to trap me? Seeing Fang Chun set up the Dragon Sealing Formation, the Desolation Palace Master did not panic at all and sneered. However, when he looked at the sealed sky tablet, his eyes were slightly burning. Time stop. At the same time, Fang Chun looked at the Desolation Palace Master and spat out 4 words. Suddenly, everything in the Dragon Sealing Formation became quiet. The restless power instantly stopped, and even time stopped flowing. The Desolation Palace Master's body was also stiff on the spot. Fang Chun raised the Hidden Star Sword again and performed the space-time sword explosion. How can you resist my attack now? Fang Chun looked down at the Desolation Palace Master from above and asked coldly. The Desolation Palace Master was shocked. How is this possible? His heart was filled with great shock. However, at this critical moment, he had to break the time stop first. Buzz! In the Desolation Palace Master's dantian, a scorching aura quickly spread out. At the same time, countless bright lights scattered in all directions, and there were some subtle changes in the space-time in front of him. An ant will always be an ant. Even if he has mastered a powerful ability, he can't defeat the strong. The Desolation Palace Master was arrogant and looked down on Fang Chun and the Hidden Star Palace from the bottom of his heart. When I trample you under my feet, you will understand that all your efforts are in vain. Foundation can't be made up with other means. The Desolation Palace Master said coldly, My foundation is not something you can imagine. Chapter 3092. The foundation of the Desolation Palace was not something that the Hidden Star Palace could compare to. No matter how strong the Hidden Star Palace Master's potential was, the gap in cultivation realm could not be made up. Although the Hidden Star Palace Master's strength was beyond the Desolation Palace Master's imagination, the Desolation Palace Master was still fearless. However, the Master of the Desolate Palace did not show any fear. Instead, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Crack! When an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his dantian, a trace of ripple appeared in the surrounding still void. Desolation, destruction. At this time, the Desolation Palace Master stomped his foot, and his entire body instantly rose by a lot. He stepped on the void, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chun as he said sinisterly. After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended from the soles of his feet and spread across the ground. Wherever that aura passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This is the Desolation Aura, Fang Chun said in a low voice when he saw the situation. You should be proud to be able to die under my Desolation Aura. The Desolation Palace Master sneered, and his cold voice came from a void. Back then, the Desolation Palace was built because there was a desolate dragonstone mineral vein buried under the Desolation Palace's headquarters. The first Desolation Palace Master took a fancy to this desolate dragon stone mineral vein. Hence, he built the palace there and named it the Desolation Palace. The desolate dragonstone was a very special mineral. It contained an extremely powerful desolation aura. The desolation aura could cause many plants to wither and could even cause a martial artist's vitality to dry up. Almost every Desolation Palace Master would go deep into the underground mineral vein to absorb a large amount of desolation aura to temper their bodies. All along, the Desolation Aura had been the trump card of the Desolation Palace. However, the Desolation Palace Master had no other choice now. He used it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the Desolation Aura filled the entire land. Fang Chen's time stop also suffered a great impact. However, it was a super powerful space-time doctrine technique after all. Even the Desolation Aura could not completely remove the effect of time stop. Time stop. Fang Chun opened his palms, and countless brilliance fell from his palms. In the next moment, the ripples in the void stopped. At the same time, the world around the Master of Desolation Palace calmed down again. Even though he had the chi of desolation protecting him, his movements were still somewhat restricted. Kill. The Desolate Palace Lord also realized this problem. He wanted to kill Fang Chun before time stop completely froze. Desolation. He let out a furious roar and spread open his palms. A terrifying desolation aura rapidly gathered together. Finally, he struck out with his palm. This palm strike was earth-shattering, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Space-time sword explosion. With the combination of time stop, the power of the space-time sword explosion was even more powerful. At the same time, the immortal star power in his body gushed out crazily. A powerful consciousness floated in the air, and the vast power of the soul, Tao, condensed into a powerful soul spear. Kill. Fang Chun let out a furious roar as his frenzied attacks collided with the palm of the Master of the Desolate Palace. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying desolation aura spread and surged in the void as if it was going to devour the sky. The hidden star sword and the palm of the Master of the Desolate Palace collided, and a powerful force erupted as the two of them clashed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, a terrifying suction force suddenly filled the air. The strongest bloodline in the world, the black hole bloodline. Buzz. As soon as the black hole bloodline appeared, it displayed an extremely strong suction force. The vast bloodline was like a terrifying black hole that devoured the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The desolation aura that the Master of the Desolate Palace was proud of couldn't resist the suction force of the black hole bloodline. In the blink of an eye, the desolation aura was completely devoured by the black hole bloodline. Without the protection of the desolation aura, the power of the Master of the Desolate Palace decreased sharply. Kacha! The power of the hidden star sword increased again, and it instantly exploded as it slashed down. Clang! The palm of the Master of the Desolate Palace was instantly broken and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out as a miserable cry came out of his mouth. No! At this moment, the Master of the Desolate Palace felt a trace of horror as he cried out miserably. However, Fang Chen's thunderous attacks came wave after wave, and he couldn't resist at all. Without the desolation aura, what do you have to fight me? The hidden star, sword cut through the sky and pierced through the head of the master of the desolate palace. Dong! The master of the desolate palace fell just like that. The whole place shook vigorously. In Hidden Star City, countless martial artists were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe everything that had happened before their eyes. Not only did he kill Taoist Dragon Mountain, but he also killed the master of the desolate palace. Wasn't he too strong? Most importantly, the master of the Hidden Star Palace was only a holy venerate. The master of the Hidden Star Palace had broken an iron law. Before him, the strongest holy venerate could only match a junior tribulation supremacy. However, after him, a holy venerate could actually kill a senior tribulation supremacy. This was an earth-shattering change. If the news were spread, it would definitely shock the entire primordial chaos. Even those high and mighty sovereigns would pay attention to this place. Run! The troops of the Desolate Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace were filled with fear. It was unknown who shouted, but immediately the vast and mighty crowd dispersed like a swarm of bees. Want to leave? Fong Chen sneered. He had given them a chance back then, but they didn't cherish it. Those who dare to provoke the Hidden Star Palace will be killed without mercy. Fong Chen pressed his hand down. Instantly, the entire world came to a standstill. Kill them and protect the Hidden Star Palace. Under the leadership of the Vice Palace Master Shuizhan, the people of the Hidden Star Palace rushed out of the city and mercilessly killed the people of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace in the Wasteland. Due to Fong Chen's heaven-defying time stop, the people of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace couldn't move at all and were slaughtered. Rip! Cold light flashed, and one by one, the martial artists fell into a pool of blood. The wasteland was instantly dyed red with blood. Fong Chen stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking at all of this indifferently. In this world, the strong were respected. If one wanted to live, then one must learn to be cruel. If he didn't kill them today, he might die in their hands soon. The Hidden Star Palace was created by him, and he would never allow any force to destroy it. This was also a method to intimidate the enemy. Slaughtering the troops of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace, as well as beheading the Dragon Mountain Taoist and the Desolate Palace Master, was to announce to the world that the Hidden Star Palace was not something that anyone could provoke. In the blink of an eye, the joint army of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace was completely annihilated. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The entire wasteland was filled with the cold smell of blood, and the howling of countless ghosts was endless. Take away all of their Sumeru rings. Vice Palace Master Shuizhan stood in a pool of blood and commanded everyone. In a short while, they had finished cleaning up. At this time, Fong Chen stepped out and floated above the wasteland. You all go back first. Everyone retreated and returned to the city. Crash! Fong Chen spread out his hands, and terrifying flames instantly filled the sky. Burn, purify. The fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, a huge sea of fire appeared on the wasteland. Within the sea of fire, the flames burned everything. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood spread all over the wasteland, the smell of blood in the air, and so on. Everything completely disappeared from the world after being burned by the flames. After doing all this, Fong Chen flung his sleeves and returned to the Hidden Star Palace. This day was destined to be the most dazzling day of the Hidden Star Palace. Once the news spread, the entire boundless world was in an uproar. The 36 palaces were all shocked. Some of the palace masters were tongue-tied, and some did not dare to believe it. Even Realm Master Wuya was a little stunned, and then laughed wildly. Fong Chen's strength was beyond his expectations, and it made him even more delighted. Continue to pay attention. I want to see how strong this guy is, and how terrifying his strength has reached. This was Realm Master Wuya's order. In addition, the other palaces were inquiring about Fong Chen's news. Some wanted to be on good terms with the Hidden Star Palace, and some thought that the Hidden Star Palace Master's potential was too strong, and he would be a great threat in the future. They wanted to borrow the hands of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace to destroy him. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace were the most furious. The joint army of the two palaces came out in a mighty manner and pressed down on the Hidden Star City. However, they were all wiped out in the end. Even the Dragon Mountain Daoist and the Desolation Palace Master were killed. Fong Qin's action completely angered the two palaces. Chapter 30-93 Sky Mountain Palace. Although it could only be considered average among the 36 palaces in the boundless world. However, since it could establish a palace, its foundation was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now, someone had seriously challenged the dignity of Sky Mountain Palace. If Sky Mountain Palace did not take action, how could they survive in the boundless world in the future? I'm afraid Sky Mountain Palace's old ancestor will not be able to sit still this time. Who would have thought that a weak martial artist from back then would grow to this level? The news that came from True Martial Domains, True Martial Mountain Range, was even more shocking. Hidden Star Palace Master actually killed Scarlet Sun Domains, Heavenly Sun Domain, and Black Turtle Domains, Chun Hao. What does this mean? Most importantly, True Martial Domains Domain Lord personally stepped in for him. This is thought-provoking. The palace masters of each of the 36 palaces were discussing among themselves. They knew that there would definitely be a storm coming. They only needed to watch the show in the dark and wait for the war to end before making a decision. Whether Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace were destroyed or Hidden Star Palace collapsed, the following battle was very crucial. Of course, many palace masters were still guessing Boundless Realm's attitude. Now that Desolation Palace Master had taken action, it was obvious that Boundless Realm had taken back his original order. In that case, was he also secretly watching which side he supported? News about Fong Qin spread in the Boundless world. Many people even took the opportunity to spread the news. Sky Mountain Palace in a dazzling palace. This palace was called the Sacred Palace. It would not be opened normally. It would only be opened when the Sky Mountain Palace was in a life-and-death crisis. Today, the doors of the Sacred Palace were open, and an endless stream of experts entered. Inside the Sacred Palace, Sky Mountain's old ancestor sat at the highest position. His hair was white, and his face was withered. He looked like an old man who was about to die. However, no one dared to ignore him. Beside him was the Tianshan Palace Master. He stood quietly. Every time someone entered the Sacred Palace, he would nod in acknowledgement. Not long after, no one came in from outside the Sacred Palace. The Sky Mountain Palace Master looked down. There were a total of 20 people. These 20 people represented the various palaces. Everyone, it's my honor to have you all here, Sky Mountain's old ancestor said slowly. Ancestor of Tianshan, what are you saying? Back then, if it weren't for you, the betrayal of my Blackwater Palace would not have been suppressed so easily. Now that the Heaven Mountain Palace has encountered such a thing, how can my Blackwater Palace sit by and do nothing? The person who spoke was Blackwater Palace Lord. That's right. What happened to the Sky Mountain Palace today is our tomorrow. If we don't work together to get rid of this brat, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. Many of the palace masters who came today stood together with the Sky Mountain Palace and intended to deal with the Hidden Star Palace. Including the Hidden Star Palace, there were a total of 37 palaces. 11 of them chose to stand with the Sky Mountain Palace. The rest chose to wait and see. 11 palaces. In addition to the Desolate Palace and the Heaven Mountain Palace, there were a total of 13 palaces. Although they were all palaces belonging to lower middle forces, when all these forces gathered together, it was still shocking enough. Some of them were there to return favors, while others were there to exchange benefits with the Celestial Mountain's ancestor. In short, they had come to the Sacred Palace for the same purpose. Old ancestor of Tianshan, I wonder where the Realm Lord is, the Scarlet Mountain Palace Master asked. As soon as he spoke, he attracted the attention of many people. Although Realm Lord Boundless did not care about the battles between the 36 palaces, this time was different from the past. The other party was the Hidden Star Palace Master. Realm Lord Boundless had once issued an order not to allow Great Tribulation supremacies to take action for him. Who could guarantee that Realm Lord Boundless would not appear when they dealt with the Hidden Star Palace? Immediately, Everyone looked at each other, waiting for the Celestial Mountain's ancestor to speak. A smile appeared on the Celestial Mountain's withered face. He slowly said, "Everyone can rest assured about this problem." Before the army of the Sky Mountain Palace was dispatched, the Palace Master personally went to Boundless City to meet Realm Lord Boundless. Although the Realm Lord did not say it explicitly, his attitude has already made it clear that he will not interfere in this matter. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go together and directly kill the Hidden Star Palace Master, the Blackwater Palace Master said. According to the analysis of the intelligence, the Hidden Star Palace Master's cultivation should be at the late-stage Holy Venerate realm, but his true combat strength has already surpassed that of a 3 Disaster Tribulation Supremacy. I even suspect that he has reached the 5th Disaster or even the 6th Disaster level. The Scarlet Mountain Palace Master pondered. Such strength has already surpassed most of the Palace Masters. In the territory of the Boundless Realm, he can already be considered a top tribulation supremacy. If nurtured with his potential, it will not be long before he can step into the realm of a Realm Lord. The Scarlet Mountain Palace Master only wanted to make one point clear. The Hidden Star Palace Master was a formidable opponent, and he could not be underestimated. Moreover, it is rumored that the Hidden Star Palace Master's sword skills are extremely powerful, and he even has the heaven-defying space-time stop ability. Before dealing with him, we must be careful and not fail miserably. Hearing this, the Blackwater Palace Master directly said, "Scarlet Mountain Palace Master, aren't you overestimating that guy? How strong can a mere late-stage Holy Venerate be, no matter how strong he is? His heaven-defying space-time stop ability is a joke in my opinion. The Desolate Palace Master's death can only be attributed to his inferior skills. In the face of absolute strength, everything was fleeting clouds. Although some of us here are not as strong as the 5th Disaster and 6th Disaster Supremacies, we can easily defeat them. But if we join forces, we can even kill the 9 Grand Tribulation Supremacy in seconds. So, as long as we join forces, the Hidden Star Palace will be destroyed." The Blackwater Palace Master was extremely confident because when he was young, he was also known as a genius. Now, he was a 5th Disaster Supremacy and could fight above his level. Everyone, the voice of the Heavenly Mountain Patriarch drew everyone's attention back. In the following time, he began to explain to everyone how to deal with the Hidden Star Palace. Once the 13 palaces worked together, they would definitely exterminate the Hidden Star Palace and not leave any future trouble. Therefore, everything had to be planned properly. With the Heavenly Mountain Palace as the leader, the other palaces were secretly plotting to destroy the Hidden Star Palace. However, in these few days, an unexpected and mysterious guest came to the Hidden Star Palace. Hidden Star City, City Lord Manor. Fong Chun, a man in a star robe, sat in the garden and drank to his heart's content. "Ha, you have quite a lot of good wine." The man in the star robe took a gulp and finished the wine in the cup with a smile. "Since Big Brother Dead Star is here, how can I not take out the best wine to entertain you?" Fong Chun said. "You brat, this wine must have come from Lu Shinkong, right?" Fong Chun was stunned for a moment and then gave the Dead Star Realm Lord a thumbs up. "As expected of Big Brother Dead Star. You can even taste this." Fong Chun said, "I once met Lu Xingxing in the Immortal Divine Mountain and obtained some of his good wine. By the way, Big Brother Dead Star, why did you suddenly come to the Boundless World?" Fong Chun remembered that the Dead Star Realm Lord had always been guarding the Dead Star Realm and almost never went out. "My clone is guarding the Dead Star Realm. My original body came this time to discuss some matters with the true Martial Realm Lord. I heard about your news from him and specially came to see you." "Oh." Fong Chun was puzzled. Why was the Dead Star Realm Lord looking for the true Martial Realm Lord? Don't underestimate the true Martial Realm Lord. To be able to become the strongest Realm Lord in the Eastern region, his strength is not as simple as it seems. The Dead Star Realm Lord said meaningfully. Moreover, the true Martial Realm Lord also has a backer in the Northern region. The Dead Star Realm Lord was famous in the immemorial primal chaos and was a peak Realm Lord. In comparison, the true Martial Realm Lord was much less famous. The reason was that the true Martial Realm Lord had never entered the northern region. Otherwise, his name would have spread far and wide. At the same time, Fangchen was also shocked. The Dead Star Realm Lord actually came in person. It should be an extremely important matter. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. How long has it been since we last met? You have already grown to such an extent. Truly enviable. Dead Star Realm Lord said with a smile while looking at Fangchen. I'm just lucky. The Dead Star Realm Lord shook his head. If one is lucky and can obtain the recognition of a bloodline king, wouldn't everyone in the immemorial primal chaos become one of the candidates for the bloodline king? Being able to obtain the recognition of a bloodline king was a kind of capital in itself. Chapter 3094. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do to call Emptiness Star Sector Master brother. Although Emptiness Star Sector Master was only a sector lord, he was famous and had a high status in immemorial chaos. The Emptiness Star Sector that he had created had nurtured countless supreme experts in immemorial chaos. Although Zhanwu Sector Master had a backer in the northern region, he wouldn't dare to attack Emptiness Star Sector Master if he were to fall out with him. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure would drink with Fangchen in Hidden Star City? How do you plan to deal with the aftermath? Emptiness Star Sector Master asked. He knew that Boundless Sector Master had chosen to protect Fangchen because he had made a deal with Dragon Elephant Sector Master. Now, Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace were completely enraged. Half-Step Universe God experts would definitely take action. Emptiness Star Sector Master was still worried about Fangchen. If Hidden Star Palace wants to continue developing, Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace must be destroyed. Fangchen's eyes flickered and he said, as for the other palaces, as long as they don't get involved, I won't attack them. After all, there were 36 palaces in Boundless World. If Hidden Star Palace were to start a war and destroy the other palaces, Boundless Sector Master wouldn't be able to stand it. Ancestor Sky Mountain and Ancestor Desolation are both half-step universe god experts. Do you have the confidence to deal with them? Emptiness Star Sector Master asked. Fangchen remained silent. Although he could fight across realms, the difference in realms was too big and he couldn't make up for it. However, he wasn't a weakling who would be trampled on. If he was really forced into a corner, he wouldn't mind activating the Immortal Scepter again. I will stay here for a while. If it doesn't work, I will take action, Emptiness Star Sector Master said. Fangchen raised his head and looked at Emptiness Star Sector Master gratefully. However, he didn't plan to ask Emptiness Star Sector Master for help. After all, if he couldn't even get through this, what right would he have to stay in Boundless World in the future? After Desolation Palace Master died, the entire Boundless World became turbulent. Although it appeared to be calm on the surface, everyone knew that this was the prelude to the arrival of a storm. Many forces were secretly paying attention to Hidden Star Palace's direction. This time, to the Hidden Star Palace, it was a certain death situation. If they could pull through, they would surely become an emerging force in the Endless World. By then, even the other palaces in Boundless World would be fearful of Hidden Star Palace. For half a month, the Heavenly Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace remained silent. No one made a sound. Just when everyone thought that the Sky Mountain Palace was going to endure it silently, Yi Futian thought, Even the other palaces in the 36 palaces were shocked. Who would have thought that in the past half a month, the Sky Mountain Palace had already roped in the 11 palaces to their side? This was simply a huge investment. Big move. I did not expect Sky Mountain Palace Master to be so determined. The 13 palaces have formed the Star Resistance Alliance. It seems like Hidden Star Palace is done for. Unless Boundless World Lord comes out personally, no one can stop them. Many palace masters in Boundless World side. Sky Mountain Palace did not take action. Once they took action, they did not leave any chance for Hidden Star Palace. How will Hidden Star Palace deal with it? How will Hidden Star Palace Master resolve this situation? Everyone was curious. Countless eyes were on Hidden Star Palace. They wanted to see if this rising star would fall because of this situation. If he could survive this calamity, then he would definitely become the most eye-catching prodigy expert in the Boundless World. Time passed. On the third day after the Star Resistance Alliance released the news, More than 20 experts with strong aura left Sky Mountain Palace and headed to Hidden Star Palace. This time, they went alone. They didn't bring the mighty Alliance army with them. This was because they were the top tribulation supremacies below the Realm Lord. More than 20 tribulation supremacies came together. The sky above Hidden Star Palace was oppressive. Countless martial artists felt the pressure was too great. Some weaker martial artists even fainted on the ground. The day had finally arrived. Led by Sky Mountain Palace Master, more than 20 tribulation supremacies came together. They floated in the air and stared at Hidden Star City. Hidden Star Palace Master, come out and face your death. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch flung his sleeves and stroked his white beard as he said coldly. His voice spread throughout the world and resounded through the clouds. On the city wall, Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. What should come will come in the end. There was no fear on Fong Chen's face. He looked calmly into the distance. The 13 palaces have joined forces to fight against Hidden Star Palace. What a big move. After sweeping his gaze across everyone, Fong Chun sighed. Hidden Star Palace Master, you are too cruel. You relied on your strength to wantonly kill your comrades. Today, we have come to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Blackwater Palace Master shouted angrily. Hearing this, Fong Chen's gaze changed slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He muttered to himself, do you have the right to do so? In the clouds of the void, Empyrean Star Realm Lord stood on a cloud and looked down. He was paying attention to Fong Chen's every move. If the latter was in danger, he would immediately take action. A mere Saint Venerate martial artist dares to be so arrogant. You deserve to be killed. Scarlet Mountain Palace Master sneered. Previously, you killed Desolate Palace Master for no reason. From then on, you have become a sinner of Boundless World. Now, we will kill you on behalf of Boundless World. Desolate Palace Master's face was frosty. He said coldly, not only you, but Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. In his opinion, Hidden Star Palace should not exist in this world. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything would return to its origin. For no reason? Fong Chen sneered. I would not refute if others said this. However, you, Desolate Palace Master, are shameless enough to say such words. This is really an eye-opener for me. Some people can even throw away their dignity for their own selfish reasons. I think you have lived in a dog's stomach for the past few million years. Facing Fong Chen's mockery, Desolate Palace Master was furious. You? Until now, you're still putting on airs. What's the use? Desolate Palace Master sneered. As long as I give the order, the joint army will flatten Hidden Star Palace. At that time, you will personally witness the destruction of Hidden Star Palace. Fong Chen's gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped at Desolate Palace Master. Do you believe that if Hidden Star Palace is destroyed, the first person to die will be you? Many palace masters were stunned. They did not understand where Fong Chen got the courage to threaten a half-step universe god. Among the 20 people present, there were a total of 5 half-step universe gods. The rest were great tribulation masters. Some of them were not as strong as Desolate Palace Master, but most of them were great tribulation masters above the 5th disaster realm. There were even a few who had reached the 8th disaster realm. However, facing more than 20 experts, Fong Chen was so calm. Where did his confidence come from? It's useless to say more. Let me twist his head off. The person who spoke was Blackwater Palace Master. He was a 6th disaster master. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a black light and whizzed out. Go to hell, boy. Blackwater Palace Master roared and slammed his palms toward Fong Chen. Suddenly, a mighty black water flow emerged from his palms. The black water flow contained an extremely cold air. It was many times stronger than the annihilation cold water that Fong Chen had encountered in the Cosmos God world. Blackwater Palace Master's black sky water is extremely corrosive. Even an Emperor Realm primordial spirit might not be able to resist it. When Blackwater Palace Master attacked, everyone nodded gently. It seemed that the outcome was already decided. Chapter 3095. Splash. Black heaven water streaked across the Blackwater Palace Lord's palm and formed ripples in the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone could feel the powerful corrosive power of the black heaven water. Not good. It's the black heaven water of the Blackwater Palace. Vice Palace Lord Shuizhan and the others in Hidden Star City had anxious expressions, but they could not do anything. A battle of this level had already surpassed their imagination. More than 20 Great Tribulation supremacies had disdainful looks in their eyes. I've experienced the black heaven water of the Blackwater Palace Lord before. It's extremely corrosive, and ordinary people cannot block it. That's right. Even if he has a strong physical defense, he cannot block it. It's useless no matter how great his potential is. Before he grows up, he is just an ant. That's right. Geniuses that have fallen cannot be called geniuses. Only prodigies like Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian can be called supreme prodigies. Many experts said one after another. When they spoke of Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, their expressions became serious. Those two prodigies were legendary supreme prodigies. They had left behind countless legends along the way. It was a miraculous life. The two of them had already made a name for themselves in the northern region. Black heaven water? Fang Chen's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the Blackwater Palace Lord and then shook his head. While the black heaven water was extremely corrosive, he had the strongest flame in the world and did not fear anything. Everything in the world had a counter. Black heaven water was extreme yin, and the fire source bloodline was extreme heat. One yin and one yang. They countered each other. Wong. Fang Chen did not block it with his physical defense like everyone had guessed. Instead, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Dong! Around his fist, there were sounds of vibrations, and wisps of flames enveloped it. Is this guy crazy? He wants to use flames to burn the black heaven water? Haha, he's an idiot. Doesn't he know that the black heaven water is least afraid of flames? There was once a great tribulation supremacy who used flames to burn the black heaven water. In the end, nothing was left of him. Everyone laughed crazily, their faces full of mockery. However, Fang Chun remained indifferent. Seeing Blackwater Palace Lord's attack rapidly descend, he gently punched out. Die! A cold glint flashed across the Blackwater Palace Master's eyes. He roared furiously, and the power around his body erupted. The might of the black sky water was unleashed to its limit. In an instant, the black heaven water enveloped Fang Chun. Upon seeing this, Blackwater Palace Lord was secretly delighted. However, in a mere breath's time, the black sky water that enveloped Fang Chun was rapidly dispersing. Blackwater Palace Lord was shocked when he saw this. He focused his gaze and was shocked to find that there was a ball of scorching flame on the surface of Fang Chen's skin that was driving the black heaven water away. What kind of flame is this? Blackwater Palace Lord cried out involuntarily in horror. However, it was too late. The power of the fire origin bloodline was pushed to the limit. The terrifying flame almost instantly dispersed the surging black sky water. At the same time, Fang Chen's flaming fist landed on Blackwater Palace Lord's body. Dong! Blackwater Palace Lord's vision turned black. His body was hit by a powerful force, and he flew back like a kite. Boom! With a deafening sound, Blackwater Palace Lord's body smashed into the ground. What? Blackwater Palace Lord actually lost? The people who had mocked Fang Chun earlier, including Tian Sha Mountain's patriarch, were all stunned. Then, they quickly looked at the Blackwater Palace Lord and were completely stunned. This was because Blackwater Palace Lord's aura was already gone. What did this mean? They were extremely shocked. Killing Blackwater Palace Lord with one punch and even dispersing the black sky water. Wasn't this too domineering? What kind of flame is that? Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch exclaimed inwardly. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chun. Impossible. Black sky water is not afraid of any flame in the world. That's right. It must be an illusion. How can black sky water be dispelled? Several Great Tribulation supremacies couldn't believe it and shouted crazily. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back. He floated in the air and looked ahead coldly. What if that flame is the strongest flame in the world? It's not an exaggeration to call it the ancestor of all flames. Fang Chen's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression was grave as they stared at Fang Chen. Hidden Star Palace Lord, it seems that we have underestimated your strength. Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch clenched his fists. He was extremely furious. Who would have thought that Blackwater Palace Lord would be killed in one move? However, even if you have the strength to kill Blackwater Palace Lord, so what? Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch looked down at Fang Chen with disdain. Behind him, many Great Tribulation supremacies regained their composure after the panic and stared at Fang Chen angrily. Countless cheers sounded in Hidden Star City. He could even destroy Black Sky Water and kill Blackwater Palace Lord with one punch. If he could do this, what else could Hidden Star Palace Lord not do? They had crazy thoughts in their minds. Perhaps Hidden Star Palace Lord would create a miracle today. A miracle that belonged to him. Whoosh, whoosh. A breeze blew past. Fang Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. He stood in the void, surrounded by sword chi. His entire being was like a long sword, standing proudly. Indeed, there are several half-step universe gods among you. If I were to fight alone, I would definitely not be a match for you. Fang Chen shrugged and continued. However, I am still standing here and have killed Blackwater Palace Lord. Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch looked gloomy and stared deeply at Fang Chen. The latter opened his palm and a violent wind blew. Dust flew and a terrifying aura filled the air. Swoosh! A ray of black light burst out from Fang Chen's body. When it reached the sky, the black light exploded and a dazzling steel appeared. Sealed Sky Steel. The Sealed Sky Steel was personally refined by Great Emperor Feng Tian. At its peak, it could seal heaven and earth. Today, Fang Chen fully activated it. What's that? Everyone exclaimed when they saw it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind grew stronger and stronger. The Sealed Sky Steel in the sky spun rapidly and released an extremely powerful sealing force. Sealed Sky Steel, seal heaven and earth. With Fang Chen's shout, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be blocked by a layer of invisible force. Sealing? Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch sneered. Let's join forces and destroy it. Rumble. Under the command of Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch, many Great Tribulation supremacies joined forces and released a dazzling attack toward the void. Dong! When their power collided with the invisible force, it only caused a slight ripple. The power of Sealed Sky Steel was even stronger. Since I knew you were coming, how could I not prepare a greeting gift? Fang Chen smiled strangely. With a tap of his foot, he arrived on top of the heaven-sealing monument. At this moment, he stood on Sealed Sky Steel and looked down at everyone below. The Blackwater Palace Lord was just an appetizer. Believe me, some of you will die soon. Fang Chen's voice spread. Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch and the others were furious. Kid, do you think you can stop us with this mere seal? Ridiculous. Even a realm lord wouldn't dare to face our combined attack. What's this seal? Although they were trapped in the seal, they were not afraid. Hiss! Under the effect of Sealed Sky Steel, the seal had completely covered the surroundings. This place had become a void cage. The immortal star power in his palm also quickly merged into the seal. I've cultivated for countless years and finally had a flash of inspiration a few days ago. Fang Chen said, this seal was born from Sealed Sky Steel and is also rooted in Sealed Sky Steel. Let's call it the Evil Killing Formation. The Evil Killing Formation was the name of this seal. It meant to kill all evil in the world. This was what Fang Chen had comprehended from Sealed Sky Steel and gradually perfected it. He didn't want to use it so soon, but he couldn't resist the combined attack of many Great Tribulation supremacies led by Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch. The Evil Killing Formation can seal heaven and earth. Of course, this heaven and earth was only a small area and couldn't be compared to when Sealed Sky Steel was at its peak. It couldn't be compared to Sealed Sky Great Emperor either. However, it was enough to deal with Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch and the others. Chapter 3096. The Evil Killing Formation could kill all the demons in the world. It was a powerful formation that Feng Chun had created after comprehending the sealed sky tablet and combining it with his own formation doctrine. As soon as the formation appeared, the entire world was filled with a mighty, killing aura. Even Ancestor Tian Shan, who was a half-step universe god, was shocked by the aura. However, Ancestor Tian Shan was someone who had seen the world. After a short moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. He swung his sleeve and swept past the evil killing formation. He then stared coldly at Feng Chun. "Did you really think that a mere formation would be able to trap us?" Ancestor Tian Shan said coldly. "With the power of the 13 palaces and over 20 Great Tribulation honorables joining forces, it would be a huge joke if they still could not completely destroy the Hidden Star Palace. Hence, the Star Resistance Alliance could only succeed and not fail." Feng Chun opened his hand, and immortal star power poured into the sealed sky tablet continuously. As time passed, the power of the evil killing formation grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire sky changed color. In the clouds and the void, Absolute Star Boundary Lord, who was dressed in a starry robe, could not help but sigh when he saw the scene. This guy actually managed to comprehend such a powerful formation. Absolute Star Boundary Lord revealed a bitter smile. His burning gaze gradually shifted away from the sealed sky tablet. Isn't it too extravagant to use the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation? Even in the ancient era, only Great Emperor Feng Tian would be able to do such a thing. At the same time, Absolute Star Boundary Lord sighed. He did not expect Feng Chun to be so lucky to obtain the sealed sky tablet of Great Emperor Feng Tian. In the eyes of many experts, the Heaven Sealing Tablet was a priceless treasure. With the sealed sky tablet and the evil killing formation, Ancestor Tian Shan and the others will not be able to do anything. Originally, Absolute Star Boundary Lord was still worried. However, he was completely relieved when he saw the scene. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying the sealed sky tablet was. With the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation, Feng Chun seemed to have taken the crucial step. After today, he will be invincible under the Realm Lord. Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it also proved that the Heaven Sealing Monument was of great help to Feng Chun. Rumble. The terrifying evil-killing array isolated Tian Shan, Sect's patriarch, and the others from the outside world. The evil-killing array was filled with a fierce killing aura. Suppress. As soon as Feng Chun said that, all the murderous aura gathered rapidly and swept towards the patriarch of Tian Shan and the others. "Let's work together to break his formation." The old ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain roared. Immediately, more than 20 Great Tribulation supremacies attacked together. Their attacks were so powerful that when all of their attacks converged together, even the heavens seemed to be collapsing. Dong dong dong. However, when these attacks landed on the evil-killing array, they did not cause any damage. Instead, they were rapidly rotated by the sealed sky monument and absorbed. Seeing this, the eyes of Tian Shan Mountain's ancestor and the others constricted. They stared at the Heaven Sealing Tablet in disbelief. Attack the core of the formation. At this moment, the old ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain realized that something was wrong and shouted anxiously. At the same time, many experts began to attack the sealed sky monument wildly. However, they had underestimated the power of the sealed sky monument. After all, it was created by the sealed sky Great Emperor. Although Feng Chun could not fully activate it, even a small part of its power was enough to intimidate everyone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Any attack that landed on the sealed sky monument would quickly disappear. In the blink of an eye, the Tian Shan Sect's patriarch and the others felt that they had exhausted too much energy and could not continue like this. "Patriarch, what should we do?" the Tian Shan Palace Master asked anxiously as he rushed over. "Such a huge formation must consume a lot of energy. I don't believe that a mere sacred venerate can maintain it for a long time," the Tian Shan Sect's patriarch said gloomily. "Everyone, don't stop. Attack with all your might and exhaust the energy of the formation. When the Hidden Star Palace Master can no longer maintain it, it will be time for us to counterattack." Okay. The Tianshan Palace Master nodded and joined the battle. Whoosh! Fang Chun grabbed at the void, and the dazzling hidden star sword landed in his hand. The 13 Palaces Alliance against the Hidden Star Palace is really giving me face. Fang Chun licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Since you're giving me face, I can't be rude." Whoosh! As he spoke, Fang Chun waved his hand. Immediately, a resplendent sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. Crack! The closest 6 Tribulation Supremacy was caught off guard and was penetrated by the sword light. Dong! His body exploded with a loud bang. Next, I will play with you. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, and his face was filled with a sinister and terrifying smile. In the next moment, Fang Chen's figure flashed and shuttled through the evil killing formation, constantly performing invincible sword techniques. With the help of the evil killing formation, almost every sword strike hit the opponent. Crack! Another palace master fell with another sword strike. Damn you, I will kill you. The person who spoke was the desolate patriarch. His hatred for Fang Chun had reached an unparalleled level. Now that he saw Fang Chun trap them with the evil killing formation and kill them wantonly, he was furious. Dong! 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 The desolate patriarch threw a punch, and a terrifying desolation chi quickly spread out. Desolation chi? Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered. The hidden star sword was thrown out again, and a dazzling sword light pierced through the desolation chi and dispersed it. Crack! The desolate patriarch's attack was broken, and his physical body was suppressed. Damn it! The desolate patriarch roared in anger. If it weren't for the evil killing formation, he would have killed Fang Chun. The evil killing formation was much more powerful than he had imagined. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the sky-sealing tombstone continued to absorb the power of everyone's attacks and became stronger, the power of the evil killing formation also increased rapidly. As for Fang Chun, he was like a fish in water. After a long while, the blade of the hidden star sword was already stained with blood. There were 7 corpses on the ground. 7 great tribulation supremacies had died just like that. Don't scatter, gather together. The heavenly mountain patriarch blasted out a palm and felt the power of the sky-sealing tombstone rebound. He quickly retreated and roared. The remaining dozen or so great tribulation supremacies quickly gathered together. When they saw their dead companions on the ground, they were also stunned. This formation is too evil. We are restricted too much in it. Heavenly Mountain Patriarch, what should we do now? If this continues, all of us will die here. More than 20 great tribulation supremacies joined forces to deal with a holy venerate, but they ended up like this. It's really, for a moment, everyone was in deep thought. Some people's faces were gloomy, while others had gloomy expressions. For them, things had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Star Palace Master was unexpectedly powerful. Now that things have come to this, we can only cut off all means of retreat. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch said in a deep voice, "That stone tablet is very evil. It will absorb the power of our attacks. The stronger it is, the stronger the formation will be, and our strength will be greatly reduced. Therefore, our top priority should be to destroy that stone tablet." Everyone's eyes were shocked as they looked at the sky-sealing tombstone that was emitting multicolored light. In the clouds and the void, whoosh! Dead Star Realm Lord looked down with a smile. Suddenly, ripples flickered in the void, and a figure silently appeared. Without looking back, he knew that the person was definitely a Realm Lord. And in the boundless world, who else would dare to be so unscrupulous other than Realm Lord Wuya? Realm Lord Wuya, Dead Star Realm Lord said with a smile. What? A busy person like Dead Star Realm Lord also came to my boundless world? Realm Lord Wuya asked. Dead Star Realm Lord smiled without saying anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle below. What do you think of the Hidden Star Palace Master of my boundless world? Realm Lord Wuya changed the topic. His potential is unparalleled, and his future achievements are limitless, Dead Star Realm Lord said. A smile appeared on Realm Lord Wuya's face as he looked at Fang Chun with a deeper gaze. He had thought of countless scenes, but he had never thought of this scene. More than 20 Great Tribulation supremacies had joined forces, but they had been defeated by Fang Chun alone. If this news were spread, the entire eastern region would be shaken. It was no wonder that the true martial realm lord had personally stepped forward for such a prodigy. Chapter 3097. The current battle had already exceeded Realm Lord Wu Ye's expectations. As the Realm Lord, there were very few things that could surprise him. However, at that moment, Fang Chun used a unique method to give people a visual shock. He was too strong. Compared to other Paragon sovereigns, Fang Chun's strength was simply unparalleled. The situation in Boundless World hasn't changed for a long time. Some palaces have already forgotten the original oath. It's time to borrow the hands of Hidden Star Palace Master to clean up, murmured Realm Lord Wu Ye. At this moment, outside Hidden Star City, everyone was crazily attacking the Sealed Sky Monument, but Fang Chun was still shuttling through the evil killing formation, slashing the experts with his sword. Pucci, with a swing of his sword, a Great Tribulation supremacy expert died. Run. In the blink of an eye, several Great Tribulation supremacies had fallen under Fang Chun's sword. At this moment, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They roared into the sky, their hearts filled with fear as they desperately tried to escape. Damn it! Ancestor Tianshan glanced at everyone. There were more than 20 people when they came, but now there were only 8. His heart was filled with anger. Suddenly, his mind shook, and a trace of ice-cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! He quickly retreated and arrived in front of the 2 palace masters. Listen to me, both of you. Ancestor Tianshan pretended to tell the 2 of them how to escape. When the 2 of them came close, Ancestor Tianshan roared and slammed his palms on their heads. Crack! Their skulls were instantly shattered. At that moment, Tianshan Mountain's ancestor quickly grabbed the 2 of them and threw them toward the sky ceiling tablet. No! The others were in disbelief when they saw this scene. The dignified ancestor Tianshan had actually done such a despicable thing. In order to survive, he would do anything. Ancestor Tianshan. Someone roared, his eyes scarlet. Dong! At this moment, the bodies of the 2 palace lords that had been thrown out by the Tianshan patriarch crashed into the ceiling sky monument and exploded instantly. A terrifying force swept out and drowned the sealed sky monument. Hiss! At this moment, the evil killing formation shook and showed signs of shattering. Crack! Patriarch Tianshan gathered all his strength and struck the weakest part of the evil killing formation, tearing open a crack. Let's go! At this moment, Ancestor Tianshan couldn't care less. With a flash, he escaped from the crack. Whoosh! At the same time, the Hidden Star Sword burst out. Crack! Across the boundless void, the Hidden Star Sword heavily injured the Heavenly Mountain Old Ancestor. Blood splattered all over the sky. The Heavenly Mountain Old Ancestor left behind an arm and escaped with heavy injuries. Truly laughable. You all view him as your leader, yet in this life and death crisis, he is using your lives to escape. I feel pity for you all. Fang Chun floated in the air, looking down and sneering. Damned old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain. The few surviving experts had ferocious looks on their faces as they fell into a deranged state. If we can't live, the Heaven Mountain Palace won't have any peace either. In the next moment, they joined forces and surrounded the Sky Mountain Palace Master. Kill! Among the few of them, there was an expert of half-step universe god level like Ancestor Baron. The master of Heaven Mountain Palace was killed without any resistance. Damn it, I can't kill my enemy with my own hands. If there is an afterlife, I will destroy the Heaven Mountain Palace at all costs. The remaining few roared at the sky, their voices filled with unwillingness. I can give you all a chance to take revenge. Seeing that everyone was blinded by hatred, Fang Chun's cold voice rang out. Make a martial oath to join the Hidden Star Palace and never betray it. Then I will let you all go. The few of them looked at each other. Impossible. Ancestor Baron did not even think and rejected. Then you could go to hell. The Ancestor Baron had gone through the previous battle and was heavily injured. His combat power had decreased sharply. The strong restriction of the evil-killing formation prevented him from unleashing his full strength. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the invincible sword principle. The space-time sword explosion exploded in the void. Crack! The ancestor Baron's body flew out. One of his arms was broken and blood spurted out. Kill him. Fang Chun stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground and said in a low voice. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Ancestor Baron, I'm sorry. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The ancestor Baron's body was drowned in the dazzling attack. Angry screams could be heard endlessly. After a long while, there were only 5 people in the evil-killing formation. The 5 of them glanced at Fang Chun, their faces filled with helplessness. However, they would do anything for revenge. We originally did not have any deep hatred with the Hidden Star Palace. We came here because we believed the words of the ancestor Tian Shan. However, he betrayed us at the critical moment and did not hesitate to use our lives in exchange for his freedom. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I would rather die in battle than be betrayed by my companions. The ancestor Tian Shan will definitely die. For revenge, I am willing to join the Hidden Star Palace, as long as they could survive. So what if they joined the Hidden Star Palace? This battle had already proven the strength of the Hidden Star Palace. Perhaps they would have a different future after joining? Soon, the 5 of them made a martial oath. Fang Chun waved his hand and put away the sealed sky monument. Being impacted by the power of self-destruction, the light around the sealed sky monument dimmed a lot. Fang Chun knew that he definitely could not use the sealed sky monument again in the short term. However, this battle had already achieved his goal. It was enough to intimidate the people of the endless world. Huff! Without the restraint of the evil-killing formation, the 5 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately felt the pressure decrease. Palace Lord, the ancestor Tian Shan has an irreconcilable hatred with the 5 of us. Wait until we kill him, then we will serve you. One of them cupped his fists at Fang Chun. After saying that, the 5 figures flickered and disappeared into the void. On the endless wasteland, it was dilapidated. Blood flowed like a river, and thick smoke billowed. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and sighed with emotion. Voila! Dead Star Realm Lord and Boundless Realm Lord appeared together. Hidden Star Palace Lord, this move of yours is really ruthless. Boundless Realm Lord said with a smile. I can imagine that not long later, the Sky Mountain Palace will definitely be stirred up by the 5 of them. With their addition, your Hidden Star Palace is fully deserving of being the strongest palace in the endless world. Realm Lord. Fang Chun nodded lightly at Boundless Realm Lord. Dead Star Realm Lord looked at Fang Chun with admiration. Although you killed in all directions and intimidated everyone, the difference in cultivation realm is still huge. I hope you can work harder and step into the Realm Lord realm as soon as possible. I definitely will. Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly. His heart was burning. Hidden Star Palace Lord slaughtered over a dozen experts under Hidden Star City with his own strength. Only a few people like the ancestor Tian Shan escaped. The 13 Palace Alliance could be said to have suffered heavy losses. When this news came out, the entire endless world was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were tongue-tied. The other Palace Lords were incomparably shocked. They could not imagine how the Hidden Star Palace Lord defeated everyone. Could it be that his strength was already comparable to a Realm Lord realm expert? In an instant, discussions regarding the Hidden Star Palace Lord spread throughout the entire endless world. As for Boundless Realm Lord, he was chatting with Fang Chun in the Hidden Star Palace. After knowing the relationship between Fang Chun and Dead Star Realm Lord, Boundless Realm Lord sighed. I didn't expect this. Boundless Realm Lord said, after this battle, your name will spread far and wide. In the endless world, no one will dare to provoke you. Speaking until here, Boundless Realm Lord paused for a moment before continuing, I wonder if you're interested in being the Grand Commander of the endless world. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. The Grand Commander's position was second only to the Realm Lord. In the endless world, it was equivalent to being below 1 and above tens of thousands. Seeing Fang Chun's hesitation, Boundless Realm Lord continued. If the Hidden Star Palace wants to continue developing, it will have to rely on the resources of the Endless World. If you become the Grand Commander, it will be relatively easier. Moreover, if the experts from the other 8 realms know that your combat power is comparable to a Realm Lord, even though your cultivation is at the Holy Venerate realm, they will definitely suspect that you have secrets on you. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. If you become the Grand Commander of the Endless World, they will also weigh the pros and cons before taking action. Moreover, after becoming the Grand Commander, you can even head to that region to cultivate. Fang Chen's expression changed as he recalled the words that the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord said to him before he left. Chapter 3098. The battle shocked the world. Fang Chen had perfectly demonstrated what a genius was with his invincible attitude. A true genius was above everything. He should have the mentality of being invincible and the strongest in the world. In the history of the Boundless World, and even the Eastern region, there had never been such a powerful Holy Venerable. In a way, Fang Chen's fighting power had broken the record that had been sealed for countless years. Even the 2 most dazzling geniuses in the immemorial chaos were ashamed of their inferiority when they were at the same level. If Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua knew about it, they would be shocked too. In people's knowledge, no matter how strong a Holy Venerable was, he could not match a Great Tribulation Master. However, Fang Chen had killed more than a dozen Great Tribulation Masters by himself, and there were even half-world gods among them. Of course, a large part of the reason was the sealed sky tablet, but Fang Chen's fighting power was strong enough. Whenever people thought of this shocking battle, they would sigh. He was too strong, so strong that it made people feel despair. After this battle, Fang Chen naturally became the strongest god in the Boundless World. Even the top 10 palaces did not dare to provoke Fang Chen. They even deliberately lowered their status and sent envoys to send gifts to befriend the Hidden Star Palace. Anyone could see that after this battle, the Hidden Star Palace would rise in all aspects. It was naturally the best thing to befriend the Hidden Star Palace at this time. In stark contrast to the Hidden Star Palace was the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. The leader of the Star Resistance Alliance was the old ancestor of the Sky Mountain Palace. The real leaders of the resistance against the Hidden Star Palace were the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace. The Real Foundation of the Desolation Palace was the old ancestor of the Desolation Palace. Now that he had died in the battle, the Desolation Palace was in chaos. Under the strong encirclement and suppression of the few surviving palace masters, the huge desolate palace disappeared in just 3 days. The destruction of the Desolation Palace directly led to the acceleration of the changes in the Boundless World. However, when those palace masters were leading their vast and mighty armies toward the Heavenly Mountain Palace, something unexpected happened. The Sky Mountain Palace, which had once been incomparably glorious, was now in ruins. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in smoke. It was as if it had just experienced a shocking battle. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain Palace had lost his mind and stepped onto the demonic path. He cultivated an evil demonic art and devoured the strength of all the disciples of the Heavenly Mountain Palace for his own use. By the time everyone arrived, the Heaven Mountain Palace had already completely disappeared from the Boundless World's history. As for the Tianshan Patriarch, he was nowhere to be found. Fang Chen was also stunned when he heard the news. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain sect has walked the path of evil. He betrayed the Boundless World and became the enemy of the entire Eastern region. In the days to come, he will become a street rat. There is no need to fear him. Although he felt a little uneasy, Fang Chen didn't care too much about it. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain sect had cultivated for countless years, and his potential had been squeezed dry. Even though he was a half-step world deity, it was still extremely difficult for him to step into the realm of Sector Lord. As long as he didn't become a Sector Lord, he wouldn't be a threat to him. Plus, the Sector Lords in the Eastern region wouldn't allow a demon like Tianshan Ancestor to exist. One could imagine how miserable the fate of the ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain would be. Palace Master, the leaders of the 11 palaces, including the Bright Dragon Palace, are waiting outside the hall. At this moment, Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan hurried in. In the garden, Fang Chan sat alone on the stone stool and drank spirit-tempering wine. The crisis had been resolved. Sector Master Zhu Xing had left to settle his own matters. As for Sector Master Wu Ye, he had returned to Boundless City. Let them come to the meeting hall. After drinking a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine, Fang Chun said slowly, "In this battle, many leaders of the 11 palaces were almost killed. However, there were still some old men who came out and quickly stabilized the situation. They knew how terrifying Fang Chun was. After eliminating the Desolate Palace and Heavenly Mountain Palace, they personally came to express their gratitude and even declare that they would join the Hidden Star Palace forever." Behind the door of the meeting hall, some old men slowly walked out from the crowd. The expression on their faces was completely different from when they had entered. When they had entered, their faces were solemn. Some of them were even against joining the Hidden Star Palace from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they came out, every one of them was glad that they had made the right decision. Sector Master Wu Ye definitely thinks highly of such a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed him to be the Grand Commander. That's right. In this way, we won't lose anything and can even benefit from it. With Hidden Star Palace Master's monstrous potential, perhaps in the future, our boundless world will be able to dominate the eastern region. At that time, us old men will definitely enjoy better treatment. Everyone had already gone far away. However, hearty laughter could still be heard. Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan accompanied Fang Chun out of the meeting hall. In the distance, Chichio had also rushed over. Palace Master. Chichio cupped his fist towards Fang Chun. His gaze towards Fang Chun was even more fervent. He couldn't imagine that Hidden Star Palace Master had actually created an unimaginable miracle in such a short period of time. "I'll have to trouble the two of you in the following period of time," Fang Chun said with a smile. "Palace Master, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubts. Fang Chun waved his hand. "I know what you're worried about. I've also considered this point." Fang Chun said, "Now, I'm the commander of the boundless world. In terms of power, I absolutely suppress them. Even if they want to rebel, they also need to have the strength. In front of absolute strength, everything was fleeting clouds. Moreover, in the following period of time, the strength of our Hidden Star Palace will definitely increase rapidly. When our Hidden Star Palace is strong enough to make them tremble, even if they have second thoughts, they will have nothing to fear." All disobedient elements were suppressed. Palace Master is really amazing. When Chichio heard this, he gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Thinking back then, he actually foolishly ran over to challenge Fang Chun. It was really laughable. "All right, I'll leave the matters of Hidden Star Palace to you two to handle. I have something to do in the boundless world." Fang Chun finished speaking and directly left Hidden Star Palace. However, before leaving, Fang Chun told the two to pay more attention to Chuan Yun Sect below. Chuan Yun City, one of the 72 cities under the Bloody Battle Territory. Because the Hidden Star Palace Master walked out of Chuan Yun City, the current Chuan Yun City was even more bustling. It had vaguely become the most central and most prosperous place in this world. And as the overlord force of Chuan Yun City, Chuan Yun Sect was even more favored by countless people. Is the news true? Chuan Yun Sect Master, who was dressed in a black robe, had a face full of excitement after hearing the news. "Sect Master, the news came from Hidden Star Palace," the subordinate said in a low voice. "Good, that's great. Pass down my order. In Chuan Yun City, hold a banquet for 3 days to celebrate the triumphant return of Hidden Star Palace," Chuan Yun Sect Master said. At the same time, he was also incomparably grateful. If it weren't for the two siblings, Bai Feng and Bai Yin, who brought Fang Chun back, how could his Chuan Yun Sect have today? From today onwards, Bai Feng will be the next sect master of Chuan Yun Sect, and Bai Yin will be the saintess of Chuan Yun Sect. Her status is equal to mine. In the entire boundless world, Anyone who had a relationship with Feng Shun or had a chance encounter with him were all proud of the Hidden Star Palace Master. At all times, they were flaunting that they had once spoken to the powerful Hidden Star Palace Master. Apart from the Boundless World, the other 8 great realms in the eastern region were also shocked after receiving the news. Damn it, we can't avenge Heavenly Sun's supremacy. This voice came from the Scarlet Sun world. If Chun Hao didn't die, his strength wouldn't be weaker than the Hidden Star Palace Master. He killed the future of my Black Turtle world. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. This voice came from the Black Turtle world. Apart from these 2 great realms who were hostile towards Feng Shun, the other realms were very friendly. True martial domain. This kid, Qijan, ate a peach and shook his head with a bitter smile. With the help of the true martial domain lord, his physical body had been reconstructed and his strength was still recovering. Qijan, this guy is amazing. The true martial domain lord sighed. With the cultivation of a saint venerable, his attack power is invincible under the domain lord. I even feel that he will create a terrifying legend. This was because such a monstrous genius had never appeared in the history of the immemorial chaotic world. Chapter 30-99. Eastern Regions, 9 Great Regions. Everyone's gaze was focused on the Boundless World. Many world lords were envious that the Boundless World had produced such a genius. It was too shocking. Of course, most of them were jealous. As for Feng Shun, who was in the eye of the storm, he had silently arrived at the Boundless City. As the core authority of the Boundless World, this place was very prosperous. Martial arts flourished, and experts were as common as clouds. Have a seat. In an elegant garden, Boundless sat on a stone bench and pointed to the stone bench beside him as he spoke to Feng Shun. You're now a commander. There's no need to restrain yourself. Boundless smiled. Feng Shun nodded and slowly sat down. You want to enter that place to cultivate so soon? Realm Lord Boundless asked. Feng Shun was silent as he looked at Boundless. The latter waved his hand and grinned. Since you've already made your decision, I won't say anything more. Now, I'll tell you about the situation of that region. I hope you'll be able to gain something from it. In the following time, Boundless began to introduce that legendary region to Feng Shun. Do you know what's the westernmost region of our Boundless World? Boundless asked. Border Mountain Range? Feng Shun was a little confused. He didn't understand why Boundless would ask this. Then do you know why the Border Mountain Range exists? Feng Shun shook his head. He really didn't know. On the other side of the Border Mountain Range is the Sky Heart World. Boundless said, Sky Heart World is the most mysterious world in the Eastern Region's 9 Great Regions. This world specializes in cultivating one's mental state. When cultivated to the extreme, one can condense heart force. The strength of heart force was unimaginable. Sky Heart World cultivates the heart. Although he knew about the Sky Heart World, Feng Shun didn't know that they focused on cultivating their mental state. Mental state was something that every martial artist had to face. Some people were very strong, but their mental state wasn't enough. Hence, they couldn't break through. Mental state cultivation was like cultivation. It was a long process. Since ancient times, mental cultivators were very mysterious. Their methods were unpredictable and terrifying. The Skyheart realm had always been low profile in the eastern region, but no one dared to look down on it. No one dared to provoke it. The Border Mountain Range separates our boundless world from the Skyheart world, and that legendary place is located within the Border Mountain Range. Realm Lord Boundless continued. Hearing this, Feng Shun was shocked. The Border Mountain Range was the most dangerous place in the boundless world. There were powerful demonic beasts running amok there, and there were even more hidden dangers. That place was classified as a forbidden area. Ordinary martial artists would not dare to enter that place. Even the palace masters of the 36 palaces would turn pale at the mention of that place. No one had expected the legendary place to be there. In the legendary place, there's a boundless amount of energy. If one could obtain it, they would be able to temper their fleshly bodies, achieving a supreme physique. The Boundless Realm Lord spoke. In the Boundless Realm, I'm the only one who has entered it before, but I failed. Feng Shun was stunned. The gaze he used to look at Realm Lord Wuya with flickered. Realm Lord Weah had once entered but failed. However, even if he failed, he was still so powerful. What if he succeeded? For a moment, Fong Chen's thoughts flickered. No one knows how the legendary place was formed. Throughout history, those who were able to temper their bodies in the legendary place would have their fleshly bodies become unbelievably powerful. You'll know all this after you enter. Realm Lord Boundless continued. Now, I'm going to tell you something else. Fong Chun perked his ears to listen. We're not the only ones who know about the legendary place. The Skyheart world also knows about it. Furthermore, they've grasped the method to enter. What? Fong Chun exclaimed. The Skyheart world could enter the legendary place? Our Boundless world calls the legendary place the Boundless Sacred Ground, while the Skyheart world calls it the Skyheart Sacred Ground. The two entrances, the two inheritances, are connected together, forming an extremely terrifying legendary place. This time, the Skyheart world also sent experts to enter the legendary place. After you enter, you must be careful. The heart force of the Skyheart world is already very powerful. In addition to the terrifying aura of the legendary place, their heart force is even more terrifying. Realm Lord Boundless reminded. Fong Chen nodded. I'll be careful. For a total of 3 days, Realm Lord Boundless gave Fong Chen many books. The majority of them recorded all the information about the Boundless Sacred Ground. Of course, the information was basically what Realm Lord Boundless had seen when he entered when he was young. It wasn't comprehensive. So many years have passed. Perhaps the situation in the Boundless Sacred Ground has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Realm Lord Boundless said. Voila! Fong Chen stood up and slowly closed the book. Realm Lord, can we set off now? Fong Chen asked. Let's go. I'll bring you there now. Realm Lord Boundless said. The main purpose of this trip to the Boundless Sacred Ground is to temper your fleshly body. You have the primal chaos Soar body and are a natural-born body refiner. If you can activate the primal chaos sword body's ultimate state, then your fleshly body has a high possibility of entering the Emperor Realm. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The Emperor Realm was something that everyone yearned for. If the Immortal Scepter could unleash such a powerful force after entering the Emperor Realm, what would happen if the fleshly body entered the Emperor Realm? Thinking of this, Fong Chen shook his head and shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. He followed Realm Lord Boundless to the Border Mountain Range. A few days later, in the sky above the Border Mountain Range, Fong Chen and Realm Lord Boundless stood in the air. Looking down, one could see countless flashes of lightning, snow, and rain intertwined to form the terrifying Border Mountain Range. What a terrifying aura! In the Border Mountain Range, there was a unique aura being emitted. If not for the protection of the primal chaos or body, it would be impossible to resist. At this time, Fong Chen finally understood why no one dared to come to the Border Mountain Range. The environment here is enough to make a minor tribulation venerable martial artist lose their way. Realm Lord Boundless' voice sounded. What kind of method could create such a terrifying environment? Fong Chen shook his head and sighed. The environment here was not like this originally. After countless years, after being baptized by the aura of the legendary place, it gradually changed and became like this, Realm Lord Boundless said. Fong Chen was dumbfounded. Just by being infected by the aura, it became so terrifying. Then what about the real legendary place? The entrance to the Boundless Sacred Ground is in the depths of the Border Mountain Range. Following Realm Lord Boundless' finger, Fong Chen saw a shining place in the depths of the Border Mountain Range. Let's go over. At the same time, in the Skyheart world, outside the Border Mountain Range, two figures stood side by side. One of them was the legendary Skyheart world overlord. Ching, your cultivation talent is very strong. In the vast Skyheart world, no one can compare to you. Entering the Skyheart sacred ground this time, your only goal is to receive the baptism and stimulate the primal chaos heavenly heart. Skyheart world lord instructed. By the side, a green-haired lady in green nodded. Okay, I'll send you in now. After speaking, Skyheart world lord waved his hand and a dazzling light flashed. A cone-shaped light shot into the depths of the border mountain range. Dong dong dong, following which a deafening sound could be heard. The door to the Sky Heart sacred ground had opened. Just at this moment, Sky Heart World Lord sensed movement from the other side of the border mountain range. There are also experts from the boundless world that entered. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Hidden Star Palace Master. When you enter the Sky Heart sacred ground, you must be careful. If you meet the Hidden Star Palace Master, you must endure. I will. The figure of the green-haired woman in green clothes gradually disappeared into the bright light. Looking at her disappearing figure, Skyheart World Lord shook his head. Don't blame me for being too heartless. It's because you have the primal chaos heavenly heart. Once it awakens, your potential will be boundless. At that time, the major characters in the northern region will be extremely happy, and I will be able to obtain the Skyheart Diamond. Skyheart World Lord clenched his fists tightly as his eyes shone with a fiery light. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time in the cultivation of the heart. No one could understand his thirst for a breakthrough. He must obtain the Skyheart Diamond, and the green-haired lady in green was his bargaining chip to obtain the Skyheart Diamond. Maybe in the future, you will thank me for everything I've done for you, Skyheart World Lord said. After all, that was the primal chaos heavenly heart. To a heart cultivator, it was the most dreamy thing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, thunder rumbled from both sides of the border mountain range. The legendary place quietly closed. Chapter 3100. Boundless Sacred Ground. The air around Fong Chun was filled with a piercingly cold and domineering aura. This aura caused Fong Chen's body to tense up. He slowly raised his head and suddenly realized that the endless sky was covered with dark clouds. Thick lightning dragons were constantly swimming in the dark clouds, causing explosions from time to time. The terrifying explosive force caused the sky to tremble. The rolling thunder was like smoke spreading out. The entire area was filled with a murderous aura. The chaotic sword body was automatically activated. Powerful sword chi surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense to resist the terrifying pressure. What a strong pressure! Is this the legendary place? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was quite excited. Such a place was the best opportunity to refine his physical body. Using lightning to refine my physical body. Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the terrifying lightning in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, Fong Chun stomped his feet and his body flickered. He instantly shuttled through the void and appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Dong! The thick lightning dragons seemed to have sensed the approach of a human expert. They opened their bloody mouths and roared into the sky, constantly spewing out terrifying lightning. Rumble! Fong Chun closed his eyes and opened his palms, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. In the beginning, the explosion of the lightning dragons could still hurt Fong Chun. However, as time passed, Fong Chun had already adapted to the terrifying lightning. Awesome! After a while, Fong Chun's body was bathed in lightning, and he roared excitedly. As expected of boundless sacred ground, it was amazing to refine one's physical body. The lightning was different from the outside world. It contained the exclusive power of the physical body. Using it to refine one's physical body was the best method. At the same time, in a forest in boundless sacred ground, two humanoid beasts stared at the terrifying lightning in the distant sky with their dark eyes. And the human martial artist who was bathed in lightning. The humans have appeared again. One of the demonic beasts in blue said coldly. His face was cold, as if he hated humans to the core. This human is not simple. He can bathe in lightning to temper his body. Another person said, we can't let him continue refining. Otherwise, once he succeeds, our region will be conquered by him. He's currently tempering his body and can't afford to be distracted. This is our best chance. Let's attack and kill him. The two humanoid demonic beasts quickly left the forest and approached Fong Chun. Dong dong dong. Fang Chun could clearly feel that his physical body was improving rapidly. At the same time, he felt a tremor in his mind. It was as if a brand new door to the cultivation of the physical body had been opened. I see. A smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. If he continued to temper himself, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to touch the door of the Emperor Realm. Once his physical body stepped into the Emperor Realm, he would be truly invincible under the Universe God Realm. Two demonic beasts are approaching. The star-hidden sword said through sound transmission. Swoosh! The star-hidden sword suddenly appeared. The sword was surrounded by a biting cold sword chi, which resonated with Fang Chen's chaotic sword body. Master, there's killing intent on them, the star-hidden sword said. Immediately after, a loud and clear sword cry was emitted from a sword. In the next moment, the hidden star sword shot out explosively. Puff! A terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and struck the two demonic beasts. Courting death, the two demonic beasts sneered and immediately attacked. They raised their palms, and the lightning in the sky began to undergo a tremendous change. Oh no, Fang Chun said in his heart. His body flashed, and he smashed the lightning that was approaching him. He forcefully retreated from the Thunder Dragon vortex. They can control the Thunder Dragon? Fang Chun was dumbfounded. No, they can't control it. They can only influence it. Even if they could influence the trajectory of the Thunder Dragon, it was still very impressive. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The two demonic beasts used the terrifying Thunder Dragon to force the star-hidden sword back. Fang Chun jumped down and firmly held the star-hidden sword in his hand. At the same time, he looked at the two demonic beasts with a dignified face. Why did you attack me? In the sky, the Thunder Dragon was quickly dissipating. The dark clouds that covered the sky also gradually drifted away. The sky returned to its clear state. The two demonic beasts sneered. Human, you want to occupy our territory. You should be killed. This is our territory. You humans have invaded our territory time and time again. Furthermore, you want to absorb all of the lightning energy. That is impossible. Hearing this, Fang Chun frowned. Could it be that there were demonic beasts in boundless sacred ground? And from their tone, it seemed that they were of the same race. Thinking of this, Fang Chun shook his head slightly. He thought that he could focus on tempering his body. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at this time? Boy, go to hell. One of the demonic beasts roared and attacked Fang Chun. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chun shouted and displayed the invincible sword technique. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light burst out and instantly penetrated the demonic beast's defense. Poochie! The demonic beast's blood spurted out as his body retreated. This is the aura of the Tianyi Sword Emperor? The demonic beast's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. You are the successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor? After the other demonic beast heard this, its face suddenly changed and asked sternly. Before Fang Chun could fight, the two demonic beasts once again launched the fiercest attack, as if they wanted to kill Fang Chun directly. What's going on? Could it be that the Tianyi Sword Emperor has a grudge with them? Fang Chun naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the Tianyi Sword Emperor. He guessed that his Sword Dao aura was slightly similar to the Tianyi Sword Emperor, so the two demonic beasts in front of him misunderstood. Thunder, reverse. The two demonic beasts unleashed their strongest power, and Fang Chun could not suppress them for a while. After a while, the two demonic beasts became more anxious. A human martial artist in the holy venerable realm could force them to this point. Damn it, he must have inherited the legacy of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Otherwise, he can't be so strong. One of the demonic beasts looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, it absorbed the power of thunder in the air and unleashed its strongest attack. Crack! However, at this moment, the reincarnation sword shuttle in the Dark Cave Mountain had an unexpected change. It took the initiative to come out of the Dark Cave Mountain and blocked in front of Fang Chun, emitting dazzling sword chi. Crack! The strongest thunder attack that the two demonic beasts were proud of was easily blocked by the reincarnation sword shuttle. Fang Chun was shocked to find that the reincarnation sword shuttle was rapidly absorbing the power of thunder. Moreover, its aura seemed to be able to restrain the two demonic beasts. Thump, thump, thump. The two demonic beasts felt the terrifying aura and quickly retreated. When they steadied themselves, their pupils suddenly shrank and their bodies trembled. Reincarnation, sword shuttle. Almost at the same time, the two demonic beasts cried out. Their eyes were full of horror. Let's go. The two demonic beasts almost did not hesitate. They flashed and quickly fled. Swoosh! The reincarnation sword shuttle released a powerful sword light that pierced through the void and slashed into the distance. Crack! Blood spurted out. The two figures in a sorry state fled quickly. The air was filled with a biting, cold, killing intent. Fang Chun carefully observed the reincarnation sword shuttle and was full of doubts. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation sword shuttle take the initiative to appear? According to the expressions of the two demonic beasts, Fang Chun guessed a possibility. Their tribe had a grudge against the reincarnation sword emperor. After recognizing the reincarnation sword shuttle, they were very frightened. Otherwise, why would the reincarnation sword shuttle take the initiative to appear and help Fang Chun resist their attack? This scene made Fang Chun realize that the boundless sacred ground was not as safe as he thought. Leave here as soon as possible. At the same time, a piece of news spread rapidly in the boundless sacred ground. As soon as the news came out, it shocked all the demonic beasts. What? The common successor of the reincarnation sword emperor and the Tianyi sword emperor appeared here? Oh my God! Is it going to kill us all? At all costs, we must kill the successor of the reincarnation sword emperor. This is our territory. What the reincarnation sword emperor gave to us, we will pay him back 10,000 times today. Pass down my order. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find this person. For a time, all the demonic beasts in the boundless sacred ground were looking for Fang Chun. Chapter 3101. In the dense forest, everything was verdant and lush. In the depths of the forest, there was a mountain stream. Above the cliff, a waterfall flowed down. In the stream below, there was a blue stone. Fang Chun sat cross-legged on it, letting the waterfall hit him. From a towering cliff, the waterfall swooped down. The impact was so powerful that it was shocking. However, Fang Chun was fearless. He used the powerful impact to temper his body. In front of him, the star-hidden sword was inserted horizontally in the stream, and his whole body was exuding layers of sword chi halos. Beside him, the reincarnation sword shuttle also floated in the stream, seeming to be vigilant of the changes nearby. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the reincarnation sword shuttle floated out of the water, bringing up countless waves. Following that, a powerful sword aura emanated from its body. At this time, the star-hidden sword also made a sword sound, rose from the ground, and appeared in front of Fang Chun's chest. Clatter! Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and shook his wet hair. Then, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared ahead. In a few breaths, a human-shaped demonic beast appeared. Human? A sword practitioner? Seeing Fang Chun under the waterfall, the human-shaped demonic beast was overjoyed, and his eyes were full of cold, killing intent. If I kill you, I will be rewarded. Thinking of this, the human-shaped demonic beast took action. Swish! Fang Chun took the initiative and directly performed the space-time sword explosion. At the same time, when the human-shaped demonic beast approached him, he spat out 4 words. Time stood still. Buzz! The ripples that were spreading out in the void were instantly sealed. Everything, including the human-shaped demonic beast, quieted down. How could it be? The humanoid demonic beast's heart was filled with shock. He roared hysterically, but it was to no avail. Crack! When the human-shaped demonic beast was struggling, he felt a cold light flashing in front of his eyes. Then his neck was extremely cold, and blood spurted out. When time stop lost its effect, his corpse fell head first into the stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After its death, the human-shaped demonic beast finally returned to its original round shape. There were 2 heads on his shoulders, and his body was huge. It was a type of demonic beast that had never been seen before. One of the heads had been pierced through by Fang Chun. As for the other head, it seemed to still be alive. "You want to leave?" Fang Chun could tell what the head was thinking. With a swing of his sword, he nailed it into the stream. Roar! A miserable shriek came from the head. The humanoid demonic beast was dead. 2 heads and a body like a golden lion. What kind of race is this? Fang Chun was a little confused. A few days later, Fang Chun was besieged by 2 humanoid monster beasts. In this battle, he discovered a shocking scene. This race seemed to be very afraid of the Samsara sword shuttle. After a tough battle, Fang Chun killed the 2 human-shaped demonic beasts and hid in the most secluded place. "If I want to temper my fleshly body in the boundless sacred ground, I have to resolve my worries." Sitting cross-legged, Fang Chun murmured. At present, the human-shaped demonic beasts had been chasing him, so he couldn't temper his fleshly body in peace. This was a serious waste of his time and caused him to be on edge all the time. What I've encountered now are some ordinary demonic beasts. I think the king of this race is very likely to have reached the Sector Lord realm. He's definitely a strong opponent. Fang Chun thought to himself. This race hated the Samsara Sword Emperor very much, and he had the Samsara Sword Shuttle. They regarded him as the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and were bound to kill him. Then, if he wanted to turn the tables, he had to do something with the Samsara Sword Shuttle. They seemed to be very afraid of the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Fang Chun's gaze fell on the Samsara Sword Shuttle in his palm. Hiss! At this moment, dense sword chi emerged from the Samsara Sword Shuttle and finally entered Fang Chun's forehead. Dong! Fang Chun's mind shook, and in the next moment, he found a lot of information emerging. 2-headed race. Fang Chun's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect the Samsara Sword Shuttle to send him such information. Soon, he was immersed in the sea of information sent by the Samsara Sword Shuttle. After a while, he finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that this race was called the 2-headed race. In fact, this race was also an overlord in the ancient times, and there were even unparalleled demonic beasts comparable to sovereign realm experts in the race. At their peak, they could grow 9 heads and were invincible in the world. However, after the Battle of the Gods in the ancient times, the 9-head race was heavily injured and their strength decreased sharply. As time passed, they continued to decline. In addition, the world changed greatly and the Age of Doom came. Generation after generation, the 9-head race disappeared completely and was replaced by the 2-headed race. Now, the most powerful bloodline of the 9-head race could only grow 3 heads, which was already the absolute king of the 2-headed race. Because most of the people in the race were 2-headed, they changed the name to the 2-headed race to warn the people not to waste any time. They must cultivate hard and strive to restore the glory of the 9-head race as soon as possible. I didn't expect the 2-headed race to have such a glorious history. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the 2-headed race hated the Samsara Sword Emperor was that he had once killed the most monstrous genius in their race, who was also the most promising genius expert to reach the 9-head realm. At that time, that expert had already condensed 4 heads. The Samsara Sword Emperor's actions completely infuriated the 2-headed race. They couldn't do anything to the Samsara Sword Emperor, but they hated his descendants and all sword cultivators. In addition, the Tiani Sword Emperor had also once killed an expert of the 2-headed race. This was also the reaction of the 2-headed race when they saw the aura on Fang Chun's body. Now, in the eyes of the 2-headed race, Fang Chun was the joint successor of the Tiani Sword Emperor and the Samsara Sword Emperor, and they had to kill him. Fang Chun curled his lips and felt somewhat helpless. This was completely an undeserved disaster because the Samsara Sword Shuttle was somewhat related to the Samsara Sword Emperor. However, it had nothing to do with the Tiani Sword Emperor. However, it was useless to talk about this now. The most important thing now was to activate the Samsara Sword Shuttle and suppress the 2-headed race. According to the information given by the Samsara Sword Shuttle, There's a sword tomb in the boundless sacred ground that has the aura of the Samsara Sword Emperor. If I can enter it, I can completely activate the Samsara Sword Shuttle and easily suppress the two-headed race. Now, the key to everything was the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Sword Tomb. Fang Chun licked his dry lips. With the hatred that the two-headed race had for him, it was almost impossible to enter the Sword Tomb quietly. In that case, he could only kill his way through. The legendary place was divided into two, but they were connected to each other. On one side was the boundless sacred ground, and on the other side was the Heavenly Heart sacred ground. At this moment, the demon experts in the Heavenly Heart sacred ground were very puzzled when they learned about the situation in the boundless sacred ground. What's going on? Why is the two-headed race so furious? Yes. Could it be that another human sword cultivator has entered their territory? A great demon shook his head gently, and his eyes flashed. If it's just an ordinary sword cultivator, it shouldn't be enough to anger the two-headed race and make a move. There's only one possibility for such a situation. The great demon paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Unless that sword cultivator is the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor." What? The Crimson Great Demon from before cried out. The successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor? He licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Then should we interfere?" The Blue Great Demon shook his head. "Let them fight with each other first, and we can reap the benefits in the dark. The most important thing now is to find a way to dig out the heavenly heart of chaos in that woman's body for our use." Hearing the words "heavenly heart of chaos," the Red Great Demon's face flashed with joy. "Don't worry, leave it to me. The heavenly heart of chaos hasn't appeared for a long time, and this time, I won't let her slip away. Want to use our special environment to activate the heavenly heart of chaos? What a joke." The Blue Great Demon sneered, and his body emitted a biting cold intent. The Heavenly Heart Sacred Ground paid close attention to the situation in the Boundless Sacred Ground. On the contrary, the two-headed race of the Boundless Sacred Ground was also secretly vigilant against the Heavenly Heart Sacred Ground. They were also afraid that the Heavenly Heart Sacred Ground would come out to make trouble at the crucial moment. No matter what, the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and the Heavenly One Sword Emperor must die. Chapter 3102. Boundless Sacred Ground. As time passed, Fang Chun finally realized how powerful the two-headed clan was in this place. There are tens of thousands of two-headed clan members, and they are basically all tribulation masters. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Ever since the four-headed supreme talent of the two-headed clan died, they had been hiding here to cultivate. The harsh environment caused the deaths of some of the weaker two-headed clan members. The survival of the fittest was magnified 10 times over here. For countless years, the weak had basically died, and those who could survive had basically adapted to the harsh environment of Boundless Sacred Ground. And they had basically cultivated to the Tribulation Master Realm. Therefore, although there were only tens of thousands of them, they were powerful and could not be underestimated. Fang Chun also learned from the other two-headed clan members that the cultivation of the current clan leader had reached the terrifying half-step universe god level. If it were an ordinary half-step universe god, Fang Chun would not be bothered, but the two-headed clan leader was different. It was said that he was trying to break through to the third head, and once he succeeded, he would definitely step into the Sector Lord realm. Even with his current cultivation, he could fight against a Sector Lord expert. Therefore, Fang Chun could not fight against the two-headed clan leader for the time being, unless he had enough power to activate the power of the Immortal Scepter. "Seems like I need to speed up," Fang Chun muttered to himself. Pucci, a bright sword light swooped down and killed a two-headed clan member that was suppressed. Then, Fang Chun's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Deep in Boundless Sacred Ground, Wind Thunder Platform. The reason why it was called Wind Thunder Platform was because it was the place where the power of lightning was the most concentrated in Boundless Sacred Ground, drawing lightning into the body and tempering the fleshly body. This was a place that martial artists of the boundless realm who focused on the fleshly body yearned for even in their dreams. The wind-thunder platform towered into the clouds, and lightning flashed, forming a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, dense lightning dragons were constantly swimming, bombarding the wind-thunder platform from time to time. The explosive power of the lightning on the wind-thunder platform was too terrifying, and even an ordinary tribulation master might not be able to withstand it. But today, a strange scene appeared on the wind-thunder platform. Rumble. Suddenly, the vortex above the wind-thunder platform began to tremble. Then, a golden light spread out for the vortex and dived down, shooting into the wind-thunder platform. Dong dong dong. At the same time, in the base of the two-headed tribe, a figure instantly floated in mid-air. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the distant horizon. That was where the Wind-Thunder Arena was located. Wind-Thunder Arena? The two-headed patriarch murmured. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. In the next instant, his figure flashed and broke through the void. He stepped on the lightning and flashed towards the Wind-Thunder Arena. Hoo-hoo-hoo. 15 minutes later, the two-headed patriarch arrived at the bottom of the Wind-Thunder Arena. It has finally appeared. The two-headed patriarch was extremely agitated. His body was trembling. With a stomp of his feet, he disappeared into the terrifying wind-thunder platform. Boom! In the next instant, the horrifying whirlpool in the sky above the wind-thunder platform surged down. Countless lightning dragons gathered together and enveloped the entire wind-thunder platform. What happened here shook the entire boundless sacred ground. Even Fong Chun, who was hiding in the dark, felt the pressure in the air and the aura of lightning from afar. What happened? Fong Chun was very surprised. He spread his consciousness into the void. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. At this moment, the wind-thunder platform was surrounded by extremely dense lightning energy. And in it, tens of thousands of lightning dragons danced together. That phenomenon was too terrifying. That is the wind-thunder platform? Realm Lord Wu, you had also told Fong Chun about the situation of the wind-thunder platform. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts gathered in the wind-thunder platform. Could that news be true? At this moment, Fong Chun recalled a legend that he had once read in a book in Boundless City. He originally thought that the legend was illusory and definitely not true. But now, the legend had actually appeared. According to legend, there was a lightning treasure suppressed inside the wind-thunder platform. Every time the wind and lightning above the wind-thunder platform entered a state of reversal, the wind-thunder platform would open. At this time, the lightning treasure would also appear. Thinking of this, Fong Chun was extremely excited. Master, the wind-thunder platform is very dangerous. The star-concealing sword reminded. The immortal scepter also suddenly appeared in front of Fong Chun, emitting bits of star power. I can feel the aura of the reincarnation Sword Emperor in the wind-thunder platform. The immortal scepter said, I think the reincarnation Sword Emperor should have been to the wind-thunder platform back then. And the legendary owner of the lightning treasure is very likely to know the reincarnation Sword Emperor. In that shocking battle back then, it was said that someone secretly helped. Could it be this lightning expert? Fong Chun exclaimed. The matter was getting more and more confusing, but it made him even more curious. Use the reincarnation sword shuttle and see if you can enter the wind-thunder platform, the immortal scepter said. If the reincarnation sword emperor had really been there, the reincarnation sword shuttle would definitely be able to bring him in. Okay, I'll go now. Fong Chun did not care so much and rushed to the wind-thunder platform at full speed. That's a human warrior. Kill him. In the process of rushing, Fong Chun's traces were exposed, and he was chased by the two-headed clan. Pucci. He killed a two-headed clan member in front of him with a sword and continued to move forward without saying a word. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen two-headed clan members had died in the hands of Fong Chun, which angered the two-headed clan even more. Damn it! Informed the clan members to gather at the wind-thunder platform and encircle the human warrior. A great tribulation venerable raised his arm and shouted, ordering the two-headed clan to encircle Fong Chun. Whoosh, whoosh. In this great tribulation, Venerable caught up with Fong Chun at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Fong Chun was a little surprised that there was someone in the two-headed clan who was faster than him. It was really surprising. Human, you're dead. Ku Tuo's figure flashed and blocked in front of Fong Chun. He was a great tribulation venerable who had passed the 7 disasters and was extremely powerful. You can't stop me, Fong Chun said calmly. You're courting death. Ku Tuo suddenly punched out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The fist shadow suddenly exploded, and a terrifying aura swept Fong Chun away. Chaotic sword body. Fong Chun shouted and activated the chaotic sword body to form the strongest defense, blocking Ku Tuo's punch. This is Ku Tuo's pupils shrank, and he cried out, "Chaotic sword body." Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Ku Tuo's eyes became stronger. A sword cultivator with a chaotic sword body? I can't let you live. Ku Tuo's killing intent surged. He quickly punched out with both fists, each of which could tear the sky apart. Time, stop, Fong Chun whispered softly. Suddenly, the void froze, and even Ku Tuo's body was imprisoned. Space-time sword explosion. At the moment when the void froze, Fong Chun performed the invincible sword technique. The terrifying invincible sword chi condensed into an incredible sword light and shot out. No! Ku Tuo's eyes widened, and he shouted in his heart. However, he could not move his body. Pucci! At the critical moment, Ku Tuo burst out with his strongest power and returned to his original body. The two evil heads weakened the power of time stop, and his body moved a little with difficulty. It was this slight movement that allowed him to successfully avoid being hit in his vital parts. The bright sword light pierced through his thick arm, and blood splattered into the sky. Bang! Then, Fong Chun kicked Ku Tuo away and leaped into the air, disappearing into the mist. Damn it! Ku Tuo looked at his bleeding arm and roared in anger. At the same time, all the two-headed race in the boundless sacred ground gathered toward the wind-thunder platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind-thunder platform was in front of them. As for Fong Chun, he also felt an immense pressure. The two-headed race was coming from all directions, converging on him endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was trapped in front of the wind-thunder platform. At this time, he had no choice but to enter the wind-thunder platform alone. Human, you are dead. Ku Tuo chased after him and stared at Fong Chun angrily. Cut the crap. Just kill him. Someone from the two-headed race said coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. Seeing this, Fong Chun took out the Samsara sword shuttle from his bosom. Buzz! Layers of sword chi halo enveloped the reincarnation sword shuttle. The latter began to shake and crazily absorb the aura in the wind-thunder platform. Reincarnation sword shuttle, it's up to you. Fong Chun gritted his teeth and stepped onto the wind-thunder platform with the reincarnation sword shuttle in his hand. Boom! The terrifying thunder dragon swooped down and bombarded Fong Chun. In the blink of an eye, the power of thunder completely submerged Fong Chun's body. Kill! Many two-headed race members rushed toward Fong Chun crazily, but they were stopped by Ku Tuo. Stop! Ku Tuo glanced at everyone. The wind-thunder platform is a forbidden area. Don't you want to live?